I would like to convene the June 2023 Bridges and Tunnel Committees meeting. Ms. Piscone, are there any public speakers?
Good morning. We have one member of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Murray Bowden.
You did that very well. Good morning, everyone. My world has changed tremendously. I can walk better this month than I could last month. Physical therapy finally kicked in. The glasses are yellow glasses because when I used to ski, we had yellow goggles. It's a better contrast. So now I have my glasses made yellow. The shirt I wear has large buttons on it. I have 2 of them. I wash them every other day. But you're going to see me with the same shirt on because I can't get those little buttons done. And I can't sign my name either. So my signature now is a wavy line. This is the hard part. There was a railroad accident in Palestine where trains ran off. There was a hot box. They were told to stop. They didn't stop. They didn't follow the rules. Kathy, I remember when you taught me that consistency is safety. The lines on the road have been wrong for you, and they're more importantly now that you have to have a yellow line on the left and a white line on the right. It's a long time. She's a good teacher. She's a smart lady. Thank you for teaching me. Now I have to tell everybody, follow the rules. The rules that they designed for a different world don't exist anymore. So it's yours. I can't do this anymore. My time's over. I can only say suggestions. Implementation is now your job. Change that neutral area and the exit line with a dotted line and stop the aggressive drivers from driving up to the end and cutting everybody off. Because they can do it legally. You can stop them. And thank you for being a good teacher and teaching me all this stuff.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. I don't believe we have a quorum today, so we're going to approve the minutes of the May Bridge and Tunnel Committee meeting in our next July meeting. President Sheridan, are there any changes to the work plan?
Chair Barbaras, there are no changes to the work plan. I'd like to note the first quarter 2023 diversity report for Bridges and Tunnels, which appears on page 44 of the committee book, will be discussed at the Diversity Committee later today.
Thank you. President Sheridan will start off with her remarks.
Good morning. For all of us in the transportation business, weather is never far from mind. The possibility of extreme conditions requires diligent planning and preparation. As soon as we put away our snow fighting equipment each spring, it's time to gear up for hurricane season. Lessons learned from past severe storm events inform our agency's approach. The priority is always safety for customers and employees, protecting our facilities, which are such critical links in the regional network, and ensuring business continuity. Several weeks ago, I was pleased to spend some time late into the night at the Hugh Carey Tunnel to witness a highly coordinated test of our tunnel portal flood doors. This joint effort among our construction and development engineers and contractors, B&T maintainers, and other B&T staff was a testament to MTA's commitment to resiliency and protection of our assets. Seeing up close the preparation and movement of the 20-ton flood door was truly impressive. I commend the entire team for all the work they put into this operation. Repeated 7 more times for each portal at the Hugh Carey and Queens Midtown tunnels. This is just one recent example of mostly behind-the-scenes activities in our annual lead-up to the months of increasingly unpredictable weather conditions. I'll now turn it over to Vice President and Chief of Operations, Rich Hildebrand, to begin our joint departmental presentation regarding our coordinated approach to hurricane and seasonal storm preparation.
Thank you, Kathy, and good morning, everyone. Each year during the seasonal transition from winter to spring and then to summer, B&T undertakes a shift in preparedness as coastal storm season approaches and brings with it the potential for severe tropical weather or hurricanes to bring impact to our service area. First, we look at all related policies and procedures to ensure they are up to date and in line with all emerging trends. For example, this year B&T made adjustments to both our wind restriction and coastal and severe storm protocols. The adjustments were based on structural changes at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, allowing trucks carrying cargo to safely traverse the upper level at certain wind speeds. This, along with a modernization of our preparedness, response, and recovery policy for severe storms, enables us to operate more dynamically as a coordinated team during harsh conditions. Every spring, B&T holds an all-hands meeting that includes a recap of last year's storms, reminders about applicable policies and procedures, and a look ahead at the forecasted storm season. All B&T departments are represented, plus our MTA consolidated partners in construction and development, labor relations, IT, procurement, human resources, along with our regional colleagues with the New York State Police, New York National Guard, and Transcom. Following the annual meeting, Bridges and Tunnels Emergency Management and Planning section leads an internal, executive-level tabletop exercise to ensure that everyone understands their role in storm prep, response, mitigation, and recovery. The exercise plays out as if an actual coastal storm is threatening our service area, and all involved are expected to speak to their department's role during each phase of storm response. Now, this leads to what we actually do when there is a coastal storm forecasted to head our way. Our command center is constantly monitoring weather conditions and forecast. B&T works closely with our emergency management partners at MTA headquarters, as well as New York City Emergency Management, to ensure the earliest possible activation of preparedness activities. Also coordinate our role that our facilities play within the larger region related to evacuation routes, if necessary. Once a forecast provides a sufficient level of certainty, B&T will begin to convene video conference calls to communicate weather updates, potential impacts, and a general timeline. The discussion covers readiness plans to ensure security of work locations, facilities, and continued delivery of service to the region for as long as possible while maintaining the safety of our customers and our employees. Incident command structure plays a large role in all we do at B&T, and especially in a storm scenario where we operate under the guidelines of the National Incident Management System. We're also taking action out in the field. And to add more about storm prep from the maintenance perspective is Vice President of Maintenance, Charlie Passarella.
Thank you, Rich, and good morning, everybody. As Rich stated, now that winter has passed, maintenance shifts its focus to the upcoming coastal storm season. Every spring, our personnel conduct their rapid mitigation exercises to ensure that all levels of our team are familiar with setup and deployment of pre-planned protection measures in the event of a tropical storm or hurricane. As you see on the screen, Central Maintenance crews participated in the annual tunnel portal flood door testing with our construction and development partners. As mentioned earlier, President Sheridan joined the team on site for the overnight testing at the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel. Each tunnel entrance is sealed by a 20-ton steel door, approximately 29 foot wide, 14 foot high, and nearly 2 feet thick. In the event of a real coastal storm, these doors provide the last line of defense, preventing water from infiltrating our tunnels and causing extensive damage, as was seen during Superstorm Sandy in 2012. Another exercise involves the annual deployment of water-inflated property protective flood barriers, also known as WIPs, as you see in this video. While originally part of our tunnel rapid mitigation measures, they are now utilized at selected building facilities. We have a total of 11 WIPs measuring 4 feet high and 9 foot wide and range from 35 foot long to 85 foot long. The WIP system provides effective flood protection and can help prevent costly damage to our service buildings and other assets. The WIP barriers are available for deployment at any of our facilities. In actual deployment, the flood barriers are filled with water, but as you saw in the depicted video, maintainers engage in a drill depicting start-to-finish actions of a mock deployment using air instead of water to inflate the barrier. This saves time as well as water and provides the same level of confidence that the barriers are in good condition and performed as designed. Finally, these photos show the permanent deployable measures at the two tunnels, designed to a flood elevation 4 foot higher than what occurred during Superstorm Sandy. On the left side is a stop log system at the Queens Midtown Tunnel, and on the right side, you see the aqua fence systems at the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel. These systems are also tested annually in May by our construction and development partners and contractors. I will now turn it over to Vice President and Chief Safety Officer Eric Osnes.
Thank you, Charlie, and good morning, everybody. As we may, as we may be more prone to strong winds generated by tropical storms, hurricanes, and other severe weather events due to the effects of climate change, managing our bridges during coastal wind events is crucial for the safety of our customers and the integrity of our infrastructure. During these events, identifying storm characteristics, both from the perspective of forecast models and real-time detection and monitoring equipment, is vital to how the B&T management teams determine the necessary actions to reduce risk of exposure to people and property. Our wind detection and atmospheric monitoring systems play a significant role in our decision-making. These systems consist of an array of sensors, such as those displayed on the screen, strategically placed on and around the bridge to measure wind speed, wind direction, roadway temperatures, traction or grip, and other relative parameters. Accurate and timely data on wind behavior allows our engineers and management team to assess the potential risks in real time. By continuously monitoring the wind conditions, our team can make informed decisions by determining whether wind speeds exceed established thresholds per our procedures, triggering the appropriate response. This picture shows wind deflectors that are installed on the upper level of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge adjacent to the towers. These translucent elements are designed to diffuse wind pressure and mitigate impacts to crossing traffic. They also reduce the wind load that may affect vulnerable vehicles such as empty tractor trailers. We are constantly striving for improvements in technology, for active monitoring, engineering solutions to protect our infrastructure and customers. I will now turn the presentation over to Chief Operating Officer Allison DiSereno to discuss our critically important intelligent transportation systems and revenue protection measures.
Thank you, Eric, and good morning, everyone. Supporting B&T operations, maintenance, and safety, the Intelligent Transportation Systems and Tolling Department, under the leadership of Nicola Angel, has critical systems related to our operations and revenue collection. In advance of impending storms, the ITS team reviews these systems and performs checks, including but not limited to individual weather stations at all B&T bridge facilities and variable message signs, or VMS. The ITS team provides diagnostic and technical support 24 hours a day for any issues that might arise. ITST is also responsible for B&T's toll collection systems and operations, including roadway technology and infrastructure, and back-office systems and operations. In preparation for any major storm, and similar to other areas around the agency, the department ensures it has coverage from internal staff and contractors. Prior to an anticipated storm, ITST's tolling technology staff inspects the tolling and related equipment at every facility, checking on generator readiness and security of systems and equipment, including the overhead gantries, cameras, toll equipment buildings, and cabinets. ITST's tolling operations staff, involved with back-office operations, ensure the readiness of the E-ZPass New York Customer Service Center to continue administering E-ZPass and tolls-by-mail customer service and account management functions. If a safety-related decision is made to limit service center business hours due to hazardous conditions, the team works jointly with the vendor and the New York tolling agency partners, the New York State Thruway and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, to communicate to our customers through the Tolls New York mobile app, text alerts, email notifications, and updates to the E-ZPass New York website. During the storm event, staff closely monitor equipment, systems, and back-office operations to ensure that any issues are dealt with as quickly as possible. Once it is deemed safe to respond, ITST staff coordinate with other B&T departments and contractors as appropriate to assess whether any repairs or cleaning are needed. Post-storm review activity also includes a review of transaction processing to ensure the timely and complete processing of toll transactions during the storm event. For the most severe conditions that result in bridge and tunnel closings and/or evacuation measures, a full review of plaza traffic levels is undertaken to evaluate the impact of the loss of toll revenue on B&T finances. This information is also used for potential business interruption recovery of toll loss. The ITS team stands with all B&T departments to support the mission of our agency through extreme weather events, ensuring safety above all and protecting the critical systems that support our business operations. Thank you, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Halbert?
This is a question that was raised by virtually everybody who's spoken, how important it is to know the current weather conditions and what's going to be coming. Do you have, or does anyone at B&T have a direct contact with someone at the National Weather Service so that you can get the absolute latest info?
Yes, we maintain contact through our emergency management partners and are continually in conversations with them with the latest forecast. We actually monitor the NOAA website as well. We receive all of the emergency alerts from NOAA as they come in. So we're locked into that incident management, emergency management system.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you to all of the staff for this informative presentation and their hard work making sure we're prepared. Finally, there are no procurements this month, and if there are no further questions, this concludes B&T's committee report.
President, I understand there are 2 more people for public comment, so Rose, please.
We have 2 additional members of the public registered to speak today. The first speaker will be Jason Anthony, joining us remotely, followed by Alita Dupree, also remote. The next speaker will be Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. This is new, but thank you for the opportunity to speak and good report. Congestion pricing is important. I'm trying to get up to speed with that. I'm looking forward to the day when we're going to be able to go into construction and set the rates for usage. And it's very complicated. And I do think that it will work. I ask that you stay strong in it. I haven't had a car for 14 years about. I can rent one. I have a driver's license. But for the most part, other than having the experience of it, I personally haven't felt a need. And that's because when I have public transportation around, it essentially negates the need for me to use it the vast majority of the time. So I certainly think that this program of congestion pricing, despite its naysayers, is going to help us build the best subway and bus system that we can. Because I depend on that daily, wherever I am, as a person with disabilities. I'm looking forward to hearing more about our progress about the Atlantic Beach Bridge deployment to get that up and running, which you passed a recent meeting. And also in looking at the reports, it looks like we're doing very well with our Easy Pass. And we should continue to find innovative methods to recover our toll money to keep our bridges safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. May I have a motion to adjourn? She came too late. Yeah. Do you want to approve the minutes? No, or she's too late? Okay. All right, good. Okay, so Earlier, I said we didn't have a quorum, but we do. So I'd like to have a motion to approve the minutes of the May Bridge and Tunnel Committee meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Any discussion? Vote? Thank you. The minutes are approved. Now may I have a motion to adjourn? Second? Second. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately
Good morning, all. On behalf of myself and my co-chair, Blanca Lopez, I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the joint railroad committee between Metro North and Long Island Railroad, and we begin with any public comments.
Good morning. Before we begin, I'd like to clarify that as a result of questions we've received regarding the time allocation for public speaking, every public speaker will have 2 minutes to speak to the meeting agenda. In the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, each individual registered may provide 2 minutes of comment per public comment session, whether it is at a combined or single meeting. We ask all public speakers to adhere to the time allotment. I will turn it over to Megan. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. Good morning, everyone. We have 6 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask all public speakers to adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. Please note that there are visual and audible cues to remind speakers when there are 30 seconds remaining to conclude their remarks. Our first speaker will be Murray Bowden, followed by Jason Anthony.
Got this little thing to stand up. Morning, I'm Murray Bowden. What's a red light mean to you? Red light means stop. Flashing red light means, well, stop and then you can go. So all these years at your traffic light, I can't see you, this gentleman's head's in the way. Kathy, all these years, I've been after you about the railroad crossings, and I missed something. You got flashing red lights up there. Flashing lights mean stop, then go. All you have to do is turn off the flasher and put solid red lights at all those crossings. Why didn't we ever think about that? Everybody knows, you see around town, there's a hanging in the middle of a flashing red light. You stop, look both ways, and you go. But if there's a solid red light, you don't go, especially if it says don't turn on red. How'd we all miss that? So the simplest thing you can do is go up there, and you can do it by an engineer legally because you have to document it. And I would get 3 traffic engineers to write it up. And if you need the rules, I've been through it with the law department in the city of New York, how to make an adjustment to the manual, and you can do it. That's the simplest, because we're in Berkshire's this weekend, and I get two choices. So, and I realized that. I'm 90 years old, and I didn't get it. All of a sudden, it jumped out at me, all these traffic lights. The other one is where there are dual lights, both the red flashing lights and traffic lights. You can stop it. Safety requires distracted drivers get confused by it, and there's no reason to. That annoys my hearing aids.
Please conclude your remarks.
I got 2 minutes more. Here you all want me to obey the rules and to follow it. No matter how many times I explain it, the message doesn't go out. By the way,
Mr. Bowden,
there are a number of I'm talking.
Mr. Bowden, we've had I will say one, I didn't wear a tie today just because of you. And I would say we did have a clarification of the rules, and For this committee, although we've become accustomed to having two-minute periods, we are now be limited to 1 2-minute period.
No, I disagree with you.
Well,
Until you combine it as you did bus and transit are one committee. It is not officially one committee. You follow the rules, I follow the rules.
Mr. Bowden, respectfully, your time is up.
When you combine, no.
Mr. Bowden, I'm going to ask you to wrap
The published
up.
rules are this is 2 committees. You have not joined this committee to one yet.
Mr. Bowden, thank you for your remarks.
Good idea.
Our next speaker will be Jason Anthony over Zoom.
Good morning, everyone. On the Monday after my 37th birthday, my comments will be the following. I'm happy that the bathrooms at Penn Station are open. Kathy, please resolve the issue that you guys have with the Port Authority regarding GCM and the air train, because recently when I was traveling to Orlando, the maps at JFK Airport are now updated to reflect the service to GCM. And please have signage at Penn Station to reflect that we could use the Long Island Railroad to Jamaica to service for the air train at JFK Airport, because passengers who often go to JFK Airport are confused to which message to use, either the A or E trains or the Long Island Railroad. So we should get together New York City Transit and the Long Island Railroad to have signage. And this could go to for GCM for the E and the Long Island Railroad there. So that's all I have to say for this month.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif. I hope everyone's doing well. I'd like to remind a couple of things as we celebrate next month the Disability Pride Month, ADA 33. It's extremely important that we celebrate a lot of things that we accomplish. For starters, getting additional ramps, elevators, signages, larger signages. A lot of that it's been going to be celebrating a lot accomplishment, what we've been doing for all these years for both railroads, as well as getting more safety on our trains. I'd like to thank the MTA Police. Chief, I do want to thank you because at Atlantic Avenue, you have been there making sure the homeless and the ones who have been damaging those glass signages along the area of the platforms, even on the subway, we want to thank you very much, and helping a lot of seniors and people with disabilities. So your commitment, thank you, and the transit officers, which I'll talk to them later. But at the same time, I'd like to remind that since this is the railroad, we need to remind that the weekly Atlantic ticket must stay where it is, because for seniors, people with disabilities, and low income need it. It is extremely important because my fellow advocates who do work at Bernard Fine Center or who go to help families with disabilities use that weekly so they can switch from Queens Village or any of the stations that have the Atlantic branch stations. If we extend that to all the way to Penn Station and maybe the Metro North line as well, this will give an opportunity for people to get somewhere a little faster and a little quicker. So let's try to remind that the weekly and maybe a monthly for the city can be optional for seniors and people with disabilities and all customers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Kara Girl.
Thanks again to the chair, Alita Dupree. For the record, she and her. Looking forward to what you all have to say today. First of all, ADA is very, very important. We want to finish up these stations on commuter rail, so it'll be easier for lots of people. We want full participation. And last meeting, I shared to you about some things I learned about Capitol Corridor, which is a 170-mile commuter rail line in California, in the Bay Area, and about their Tap to Pay program. Well, since that last meeting, I have been to California, and I've actually used it. So maybe that's what Omni is going to look like on the on our commuter rail. Tap on the trains with your card, and works very well. And they have meetings, even though the trains are operated by Amtrak, and the BART is their managing agency. They have a board meeting, and they held it at the BART boardroom last week in Oakland. So that's something that maybe we could bring here to the commuter rails soon, so we can enjoy Omni in that way. And renewable fuel. How can we have renewable fuel in our locomotives? There must be somebody in New York that makes a drop-in renewable diesel fuel as they're using in Capitol Corridor and Metrolink in California. And I did notice that the renewable fuel does not smell as strong as straight diesel. So there's progress to be made. And lastly, I hope to see you all soon. You can never have enough Grand Central Terminal. I talk about it all the time. It's a place where I discover things bigger than myself. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kara Girl.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. With the Long Island Railroad and Metro North now under one roof, we've long advocated for more integration between the two railroads. Rethinking and expanding fare options can be a major step in the right direction, as we've seen with the new combo ticket. It's great that riders can now transfer between the two at one station, in one ticket, and in one app. Clearly, more riders are starting to take advantage of the option, with 21,000 combo tickets sold so far. We've mentioned before that combo ticket does not always make the most financial sense for riders traveling shorter distances on both railroads. For an off-peak rider within the city going from Fordham to Jamaica, it would currently be more affordable to purchase two separate $5 city tickets instead of the combo ticket's off-peak $7.25 Metro North fare plus $8 for the second leg. Combo ticket should offer a competitive price for riders regardless of their distance traveled on one ticket. Riders should automatically be offered the best price available to them when buying a ticket on train time or on a ticket machine, which would take a lot of the guesswork out of taking transit. Speaking of train time, it's great that 88% of combo ticket sales so far have been through the Train Time app. It goes to show the power of having the ticket available on the app, a luxury that has not been afforded to Atlantic Ticket. We're willing to bet that Atlantic Ticket weekly sales would be exponentially higher if this critical option that includes the option to transfer to subways and buses had been made available on the app. Communicating these fare deals is key to ensuring that riders can take advantage of them. Rolling Atlantic Ticket into City Ticket with its expansion to peak travel makes sense, and we appreciate that our Freedom Ticket vision is closer to reality. But the weekly option that includes transfers to New York City Transit must remain, and hopefully get expanded to all of City Ticket. At a minimum, we hope you will continue to give Southeast Queens and Brooklyn riders the freedom to take any mode they desire with the weekly ticket option. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment session for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you to all our public speakers this morning. The minutes of the May joint committee meeting have been distributed to all members. Are there any corrections, suggested corrections or omissions? Having heard none, I'd make a motion to move the minutes. Do I have a second? We don't have. We do have. Welcome.
It appears we have one more public speaker.
Oh.
I apologize for that.
Okay.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you. Okay, there is no further public speaking.
If we are not at quorum, and it's our understanding that those joining virtually do not count towards a quorum, I'm actually looking for confirmation if we have a qualified quorum. Okay. We will approve the minutes should we have a quorum before the end of the meeting or next month. Moving on to 2020 work plans. President Rinaldi, are there any changes to the work plans for either railroad?
I do. So the work plans are located on page 45 and 51 of the committee materials. There's a slight change in the work plan for this month and for November, just kind of reclassifying the strategic priorities update to align them with Chairman Lieber's strategic priorities. So you'll see that they're now identified as joint railroad strategic priorities update, and we'll be having that later on in this meeting.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask President Rinaldi to go right into her president's reports.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been another lively and eventful month on both sides of the Long Island Sound, and ridership remained robust in spite of the major holiday weekend, early vacations, and the air quality issues that the region experienced a couple weeks back. Long Island Railroad ridership kept its strong pace in the month of May, with 20 out of 22 weekday workdays exceeding the 200,000 ridership threshold. More one-day pandemic-era ridership records were set, with the new Long Island Railroad one-day mark set on May 31st, only to be surpassed once again on June 13th, the 14th, and then again the following Tuesday and Wednesday. The current record is now 242,162, which was set on June 21st. On the Metro North side, Metro North also broke its one-day post-COVID ridership record on May 23rd and again on June 20th by more than 10,000 riders, with the current record of 224,371 riders. That same week of May 22nd through May 28th, Metro North also set several additional records: average weekday, average weekend, and the since surpassed average Tuesday through Thursday marks. And 6 out of the 7 days that week all produced individual day ridership records. While May 27th wasn't the best pandemic-era Saturday that we've had, 5,065 people took Metro North to see the Yankees beat the Padres, which was our highest one-day Yankee Stadium tally in the post-COVID era. Impressively, it was about 11% of that day's gate, also a COVID-era record. And this past weekend, both railroads had extremely strong ridership on both days. If you go back 2 weekends to the Friday before Memorial Day, the Long Island Railroad saw significant eastbound ridership, increasing 36.4% above the same day in 2022 and launching the strong summer leisure travel season on Long Island. To help kick off the season, I was joined on May 26 by local officials and the Long Beach Lifeguard Patrol on the beautiful boardwalk in Long Beach to discuss Long Island Railroad's extra summer service, including the popular Cannonball Express to the Hamptons and Montauk, and the discounted packages and escorted tours to many popular Long Island Railroad attractions. Of course, summer travel deals are a great way for Long Island Railroad and Metro North customers to check out the wonderful sights and experiences in each other's service territories, and we've got the new combo ticket, which is the perfect way to do it. So since the opening, one of our public speakers just spoke to this a little bit. Since the opening of GCM, roughly 21,000 combo tickets have been sold as of June 12th, accounting for more than $400,000 in sales, and 88% of which of those sales were via the Train Time app. And we're also extremely encouraged by the 22% increase in combo tickets sold in May over the month of April. So to sum up, ridership-wise, we've had a fantastic spring, and we are thrilled to see so many riders return. However, now that schools are out for the summer and vacation season is starting up, we would expect ridership to level off or potentially drop a little bit. That's the pattern we've seen in past years. But we fully expect that ridership will be back with a vengeance after Labor Day. Both Long Island Railroad and Metro North are celebrating Pride all month long, and you may have noticed some festive additions to our rolling stock. Customers can ride the rail on trains decorated with specially designed Pride decals. Our crews have fixed the decals to some 50 Metro North and 50 Long Island Railroad cars, and these trains have been out and about all month long, spreading the spirit of love, acceptance, and inclusion for all. Posters and digital messaging celebrating LGBTQ+ Pride Month are on display at select Metro North and Long Island Railroad platforms throughout the month, and a 2023 Pride graphic is also lighting up digital display screens at Moynihan Train Hall through a partnership with Amtrak. It's an annual tradition that the Long Island Railroad holds dear, and it's continued uninterrupted since the 1942 founding of the Long Island Veterans Association. On Friday, May 26th, the MTA PD Bagpipes and Drums and Ceremonial Unit joined the Armed Forces Color Guard, clergy, and members of the railroad family, past and present, at the Long Island Railroad Hillside Support Facility to raise the colors, say a prayer, and lay a wreath for all of our dearly departed and valiant brothers and sisters. The event honors vets, employees, and Gold Star employees and is well attended by the Long Island Railroad workforce every year. This event is always held on the last Friday before Memorial Day. Even at the height of COVID, when the service was not open to all employees, our veterans made sure that a small service was held on its own and that the Veterans Monument at Hillside was decorated properly. The Long Island Railroad currently and proudly employs approximately 473 veterans from our armed forces. On Saturday, June 10th, 48,000 spectators watched Dark Angelo capture the 155th running of the Belmont Stakes, and the Long Island Railroad once again helped thousands of racing fans make the scene. On a day when the sports world celebrated the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's record-setting run to immortality in 1973, the Long Island Railroad carried some 22,900 fans to and from the event, 10,671 to Belmont Park, and 12,231 fans on westbound trains after the stakes wrapped up, which was about a quarter of the total race attendance. Our Belmont Park station introduced new high-level platforms back in 2015, and this marked the first year that we've offered trains from Grand Central to Belmont Park, allowing fans from the Hudson Valley and Connecticut to connect with trains for Belmont Park under one roof. Congratulations and many, many thanks to all the hardworking men and women involved with the month-long planning and execution of the special Belmont program. Of course, the Belmont is one of a large number of high-attendance events in the tri-state area over the summer. It's just part of the culture here in the nature's biggest market, when Long Island Railroad and Metro North are among the go-to modes of transportation. And our customer service ambassadors and agents are always up to the task. Oftentimes, we have multiple large events in the same weekend, but rarely do we see weekends like we had June 9th through the 11th, when not only did our employees assist customers and maintain order at the Belmont, they were also at hand at stations to assist crowds attending the Dave Matthews Band concert at Forest Hills on Friday, the 3-day Governor's Ball Music Festival at Flushing Meadows Park, Sunday's Puerto Rican Day Parade, and a 3-game series between the Yankees and the Red Sox up in the Bronx. Between ambassadors, agents, cleaning, and other support personnel, as well as beefed-up staffing at Jamaica and the Belmont-related busing locations, the Long Island Railroad alone added 142 employee shifts on top of normal weekend staffing. I want to again thank our responding employees for their all-hands-on-deck mindset and their dedication and their customer-centric focus. They made our employees feel cared for and well-informed, and they made us all very proud, as they do time and time again. There wasn't much time to rest on our laurels, as the first installment of the Mets-Yankees Subway Series took place at Citi Field on Tuesday and Wednesday, the 13th and the 14th, followed by more Forest Hill concerts the following Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But true to forms, our crews rose to the occasion and shone then too. With all these events, there's a lot of excitement out on the island and up in the Hudson Valley during the summer, but for the railroads, we think of track work all summer long. Traditionally, both railroads have staged significant portions of their yearly track work programs during the summer, when many people take vacations and weather conditions are generally pretty favorable. This summer, the major track work of the Long Island Railroad focuses on the Port Jefferson branch, with an upcoming 6-weekend project spanning July and August to install new running rail, third rail, switches, and 12,000 new concrete ties between Huntington and Port Jeff. And it's important to point out that we are bundling all this work on the port shaft, the concrete ties, switch replacement, and various maintenance work projects under the same outages to minimize customer inconvenience and the need for additional outages in the future. There will also be a number of system-wide summer grade crossing renewals, and they kicked off when crews replaced the Hillside Avenue grade crossing adjacent to East Williston Station on 2 consecutive weekends beginning June 10th and 11th. Metro North introduced new service on June 11th to accommodate its summer construction projects. The work that is most affecting the new timetables is the ongoing project to renew the edges of selected high-level 1980s-era platforms along the Hudson Line. The work has progressed to New Hamburg in an 11-mile single-track block between Beacon and Poughkeepsie, and this phase of the refurbishment work will be completed by September, just in time to restore our popular autumn leaf peeper trains. And on this topic of combining projects to minimize future schedule impacts, Metro North Structures forces are also taking advantage of this outage to replace bridge timbers on the Wappingers Creek deck bridge just south of New Hamburg. Also on tap this summer, but with minimal scheduling impacts, is switch replacement work at Woodlawn, which is where the New Haven and Harlem lines come together. And over on the New Haven line, we have, among other projects, rail replacement between Mount Vernon East and New Rochelle, significant switch replacement work just east of New Rochelle, the resumption of prep work at the Walk Bridge replacement in Norwalk, Connecticut, and mud spot remediation between Milford and New Haven. So here's me and Justin. On June 13th at the APTA Rail Conference in Pittsburgh, Justin and I proudly accepted a pair of their prestigious annual Gold Awards, one in the category of rail safety for the first ever 60-mile-per-hour laser train, and the other for emergency management for our dual-level high-water alarm system. Each year, APTA recognizes public transit providers for their innovative and proactive safety programs. Since 2016, Metro North Railroad has been recognized by APTA 5 times for excellence in safety, which is a testament to all the brain power we have at our disposal. These awards belong to everyone involved in both projects, and I hope they make those employees as proud as they make us. And I would want to call out the Long Island Railroad, which pioneered the laser train a few years back, and the Metro North work built upon the great work done at the Long Island Railroad in that project. Last month, you heard from Lori about the results of the Long Island Railroad Safety Contest. This month, Shelley Prettyman from Metro North will discuss the results of the Metro North Annual Rail Safety Poster Contest, which is part of Metro North's Track Safety Outreach and Education Program. And you can see the fabulous artistry of the winning entrants right up there on your screens. Another highlight of the safety events calendar at both railroads took place on June 15th in observance of ILCAD, International Level Crossing Awareness Day. With over 40 participating countries, ILCAD is a worldwide initiative to improve grade crossing safety awareness. Each year, both railroads hold ILCAD outreach events at crossings across their territories in collaboration with the PD and other partners, and you'll hear more about these events during the safety presentations at this meeting. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Congratulations on the APTA awards and our laser trains. I just said that because it's really fun to say laser trains. Now I'm going to ask Rob for a report on Long Island Railroad operations.
Good morning. Total on-time performance for the month of May was 94.6%, and year-to-date as of May was 94.8%, both above goal of 94%. 7 of our branches operated at or above goal. For major events, which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 12 incidents for the month of May, the most significant of which occurred on May 16th, bridge strike near Forest Hill Station, impacting on-time performance by 0.4% and delaying over 100 trains. For our fleet performance, our MDBF for the month of April was 161,755 miles, and year-to-date as of April was 169,817 miles, both just below goal of 170,000 miles. For service delivery, we completed 99.7% of our trips for the month and year-to-date. Upcoming work, which will impact service on July 8th and 9th, there'll be rail replacement and other maintenance activities taking place on the Port Washington branch. Between Great Neck and Port Washington, bus service will replace trains. And as Kathy had mentioned previously, on the Port Jefferson branch, beginning July 15th and 16th, continuing until August 19th and 20th, the track will be out of service between Huntington and Port Washington for concrete ties and other state of good repair work. Again, buses will replace trains. Please check the website and a train time app for updated schedule information. And that concludes my report, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Board Member Olivia?
Thank you, Rob. I just had a question. I saw on the performance metrics, the mean distance between failures it seemed to have really declined. So would just love your perspective on it. And I see it kind of, especially when you compare, the Metro North MBDF has been going pretty well. So just wanted to check on that.
Well, as you know, recently we implemented a pretty increased service level there. So what happens is with all the extra trains, sometimes it could expand, the mean distance because of all the trains. But with that being said, on the M7 side, which we're a little disappointed with, to be honest, but a big issue with that was a workmanship issue with Kenor on the number 8 vent valve, and that has to do with the braking, regulating the air to the brakes. The instructions as far as greasing a particular valve was incorrect, so it was taking place at the warehouse, where Kenor replaces them and fabricates them, and then also us when we maintain them as well. So we've had an issue with that working with Kenor. We've since rectified it, but that caused an issue there. We've also had a little bit of an issue on the M7 side with the analog controller converter, and that again regulates the braking. It sends messages on how to brake. For the diesel side, we definitely have seen an impact onto the MDBF, and part of that is the propulsion. What we've seen some coolant leaking issues, and that has to do with where you have a static component where another component that moves. We've seen some leakage in there, so we're trying to address that as well. And on the LVPS, which has to do again with controls through the units, controlling power, we've had an issue on the coach side, which is impacting the diesel as well. So our mechanical group is hard at work looking at it and trying to maximize, I think I'd mentioned it once before, sending out high-tech electricians, specialty groups, trying to identify it and get it under control.
I have a follow-up if I may, but I'll let other folks weigh in first.
Board Member Brown?
Yeah, regarding, and of course I can't find the chart now, but regarding the OTP numbers all along, how do you factor in the shuttle service from Jamaica to Atlantic Ave in terms of OTP? There's no real schedule. My understanding is there's no real schedule between the two, that your trains are leaving every 12 minutes or so was the last thing I heard. But how does that go regarding the OTP? How do you blend in the shuttle numbers with the overall statistics on OTP?
It's calculated the same way, Norman. There actually is a schedule. It's just the frequency in which, during the rush hour, it's actually below that. We got it down in the heart of the rush hour down to about 7.5 minutes. In the off-peak, it's about every 20 minutes. But we can't calculate it as a true shuttle because we still continue to have through trains in there.
Right.
So, but we do calculate it the same as OTP as far as the rest of the system.
Yeah, well, it's gone from, over the years, from the lowest level of OTP now to the highest level of OTP, and it just seems to me that the shuttle service is, a different type of service than the regular service. It clearly is, and you've eliminated a lot of problems in that sense. That I guess people know their train's on time, though their commute may take 20 minutes longer. Their train's on time. It seems there's two different types of service there.
Well, the beauty of the service to Atlantic Terminal is it's isolated from the rest of the railroad in the sense that, to a large extent, we're not having trains operating from 30, 50 miles out, interfering with the service going to Atlantic Terminal. So it's isolated, it's encapsulated, it's not affected by the other system issues that we may have. So it generates a very reliable service.
Thank you.
Hi. So, Rob, this is actually following up Brooklyn Jamaica shuttle. Where are we how do we define success, given a lot of the concerns and outcry, and what do you think is next for the shuttle service?
Well, I think a big success is, as Norman just pointed out, the extreme high on-time performance in there and the reliability of the service and the frequency of the service. You don't have to wait long to actually catch a train. There's always a train there waiting for you with the doors open. So that's a true measure of success right there. And we're always looking at the schedules, as we've always done in the past, and we will continue to do, looking for opportunities to make it more beneficial to the customers. So we're in the fall hoping that we can come out with something that maybe would be a little more appealing to our customers, with the caution that we have to remember the Atlantic shuttle was put in place so we could operate more trains throughout the system. But we are looking at ways to fine tune it and make it better.
Any more questions for Rob? Board Member Brown?
My next question is more a comparative thing, so you're going to...
You want me to move? Sure. Now I'm going to ask Justin to deliver, thank you, Rob, deliver his report on Metro North operations.
Sure. Metro North service delivered rate for May was 99.8%. System-wide OTP was 98.5%, above goal of 94%. Year-to-date OTP was also above goal at 97.7%. The mean distance between failures for the fleet was over 500,000 miles in April and above goal of 175,000 miles. Year-to-date MDBF was also above goal at 452,000 miles. Regarding service changes, Metro North will run Sunday service on July 4th and will resume regular service on July 5th. And finally, as we enter hurricane season, we have begun our readiness activities. This afternoon, we will be holding a tabletop exercise with all operating departments to review preparedness activities and review lessons learned from previous storms. This concludes the report, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Board Member Brown?
Yeah, and this goes as to comparisons between the two railroads, which I really don't know whether I want to do or not, depending on how the statistics go. But
seems like you've made that decision.
Really is. Yeah, and I'll continue to make it. But regarding criminal fare evasion summonses, is one statistic. I mean, the statistics, they go up, they go down, they move all over the place. But one thing is consistent over the years, certainly the years since COVID, has been the much higher rate of criminal fare evasion summonses on Long Island versus Metro North. And to what do you attribute that statistical discontinuity? What is it, that the riders are much better behaved on Metro North, or that our control of them through the conductor police process is better? How come you got twice as many criminal fare evasion summonses on Long Island as Metro North?
Do you want to answer that? Sean, do you want me to take that, or?
Okay. Yep, sorry about that. Most of those on the Long Island Railroad have been attributed to a central focal point, mostly from Penn Station or city-bound towards Jamaica. A lot of fare disputes coming eastbound, coming out of the city, are easily resolved with criminal summonses being issued at Jamaica Station. As far as Metro North, it's a lot more spread out, a lot wider. So in some cases, trying to get to the conductor fast enough to actually handle the fare dispute winds up that the individual winds up departing prior to police arrival, and thus the inability to issue a criminal summons to that person.
Thank you very much. It's a simple explanation that the capturing all the traffic in Jamaica, in this case, allows you to catch more people. And so you're saying a lot of people are escaping on Metro North. Or just people learn that they're going to get caught and stop violating?
No, I won't say that they're escaping. What I'm saying is that in some cases that is the reason for not getting to that particular event, but it also could be that there is potentially a lower percentage of folks actually doing fare evasion on Metro North.
So the one thing I would add to that, Norman, is, I mean, this particular issue was addressed in the recent task force on fare evasion, and both railroads are working, are looking at the recommendations of that report and figuring out the best way to implement them to be able to address this issue of sort of persistent fare evasion and ensuring that there's an appropriate law enforcement response that discourages the behavior, but that also, encourages people to ride the rail. So it's an ongoing effort to identify the best way to be able to address the recommendations that were contained in that very important report.
Board Member Brinkman?
Yes, Chief Montgomery, just to clarify, you said criminal summonses. What would that be, like a misdemeanor or?
No, criminal summonses are violation summonses. The fines are usually up to $250, but that's predetermined by a judge.
Okay.
Mr. Tessitore?
If I could just chime in, just more of a comment than anything else. I think a lot of what Norman was asking about and what we're clarifying has to do with the response of the MTA police to the increase in assaults on our property, maybe which has been greater than on Metro-North Rail property. So as a response to the continued assaults that we're dealing with even to this day, Chief Mueller and his team have put a lot more people out there, and our procedures are a little different, which I think we're going to eventually get to a similar place of how we deal with these fare disputes and some of the policies that we have in place which don't match up, which there may be more ability for Metro-North trains to move quicker in regard to policy than on our property. But if there's any good news about it, I would say the response is welcomed because the assaults are continuing. So without those response to fare evasion issues that elevate to assaults, if there is an interaction, we got problems.
Thank you for that. Any more questions for Justin? Thank you, Justin. With that, I'm going to ask Lori to deliver our Long Island Railroad Safety Report.
Good morning. So our safety report can be found on page 18 of your book, and we're reporting on our performance through the period ending April 2023. So our customer reportable injury rate decreased from 2.84 to 2.08 per million customers. And during the same period, our employee lost time injury rate increased from 4.03 to 4.36 per 200,000 working hours. Three things I'd like to bring to folks' attention for this month. As alluded to by Kathy's presentation, we did have the benefit of working with our partners at MTA Police and the Federal Railroad Administration at 5 of our crossing locations on June 15th. We reached over 1,000 customers during International Level Crossing Awareness Day. We also held our quarterly Employee Safety Focus Day on June 13th, where we emphasized the importance of personal protective equipment and talked about a lot of our FRA mandated programs. And finally, I'd like to invite everybody to join us today. We are going to be at Penn Station with our partners at Amtrak, New York City Transit, and New Jersey Transit. For our twice a year, we host a Customer Safety Awareness Day. So that will be today from 3 to 6 at Penn Station, and welcome everybody's participation. Happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
Any questions for Lori? Thank you, Lori. I'm going to ask Shelley to deliver our Metro North Safety Report.
Okay, good morning. So Metro North Safety Report can be found on page 28 of the committee book. And first, to summarize where Metro North stands with customer and employee injury rates. Again, this compares the rates for the current 12-month reporting period ending April 2023 to the rates for the prior 12 months ending April 2022. So the reportable customer injury rate increased from 2.01 to 2.03 per 1 million customers. For the recent trend, the 12-month rolling rate has continued to drop each month over the past 6 months. The reportable employee lost time injury rate increased from 2.07 to 2.18 per 200,000 working hours. For the recent trend, the 12-month rolling rate dropped this month after holding steady last month. So, as President Rinaldi noted in her remarks, Metro North's annual rail safety poster contest concluded with over 85 entries submitted from students of all ages. Participants were asked to submit a new costume design for our Metroman rail safety mascot, and as you saw earlier in the presentation, a winner was selected from each age group. So design concepts from all winners will be incorporated into the new costume or other outreach materials, and once the costume is developed, the new Metroman will make an appearance at the winner's school. And the contest is part of Metro North's Tracks, Together Railroads and Communities Keeping Safe, Safety Outreach and Education Program. So as Lori mentioned, and also President Rinaldi, June 15th was International Level Crossing Awareness Day, or ILCAD. So our thanks go out to the MTA Police, Connecticut Department of Transportation, and Federal Railroad Administration, who partnered with Metro North to provide safety information to drivers and pedestrians at 5 crossings, making 663 contacts. So Metro North Station ambassadors also performed outreach at 3 stations near crossings, making 850 contacts. So Metro North's participation in ILCAT goes back to 2016, also as part of the TRACS program. So that concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Shelley. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. I am going to now make a motion to, now that we have a quorum, to approve the minutes. Do I have a second? Second by Midori. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? So moved. Now I'm going to ask Kathy to report on the joint. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No offense. I didn't mean to skip you. I'm going to ask Chief Montgomery to deliver the MTA police report.
I'm not offended. Anyhow, for the month of May, we had 26 major felony crimes for the month of May, which is down 1 from last month. 38% or 10 of those larcenies are 10 of those are attributed to larcenies, of which 5 were due to inattentiveness towards property. 3 of them were property that was taken of a value of either $1,000 or above, or a major credit card involved. The other 2 consist of railroad property. The other percentage, 30%, which are 8 felony assaults. Of those felony assaults, half of them were on law enforcement officers, or 4. 2 of them against MTA employees, or Long Island Railroad or Metro North employees. It's 1 apiece per railroad, and the other 2 on customers. We had 2 robberies, 2 auto larcenies, and 1 sex offense, which netted an arrest, the sex offense on the 16th, and the individual was apprehended on May 17th. With that said, like I said, incidence was down 1 from last month. That concludes my report, unless there's any other questions.
Board Member Glucksman?
Hi, thank you. Not your fault. You're not responsible for creating the book, but the table that we used to get for years and years on number of, showing the numbers, not a graph like this, especially the one on hate crimes, is absent from here. I don't know, how do we get that added back in? I mean, it's an important thing to track. It's in the transit book, but it's just not in this one.
Okay, we'll look into that, Randy. Thank you.
Board Member Zuckerman?
Thank you, sir. Chief, focus group of 1, which is never a great technique, because you just don't know whether the moment I was there was the right moment. But there was 2 moments, actually. I was at Harlem 125th Street on Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon, and I was struck by the level of vagrancy and intensity outside and, frankly, inside the station. I haven't been at that station in some time, and obviously the economy is not the way it used to be, and there's implications for that. But I must admit, and I'm a man, I'm probably a little more fit than the average guy. I don't feel, and I was in the Army, so I'm generally not fearful for my safety, but I did feel a level of intensity outside of behavior, a lot of screaming, and again, both days in a row, guys sleeping on the side of the building, laying against the side of it, no police presence that I could see. Maybe it was plain clothes for all I know, but I do subscribe to the notion, and not terribly dissimilar to our observations, everyone on this board has seen fare evasion in the subways. When I see stuff like that, I feel obliged, as the cliched phrase says, to say something, so I'm saying something in a public venue. I'm sure you're well aware of it. It's obviously a very important station for us, and I don't know if you've observed, or your men have observed, or people, excuse me, have observed things at Harlem 125th Street, but given its importance to Metro North, I did feel obliged to mention my observations on both days.
Okay. All right. And you have the particular dates in mind that you have?
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday.
This past Saturday.
Yeah, I was there at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, or sorry, not 1 o'clock, and I was there at 7 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. I was just startled, I must admit. And I've been there other times in the mornings, but it just seemed like worthy of raising it to you to give just take a look and see it.
Well, yeah, what I'll do is I'll sit and consult with Chief Buller and see exactly what the regional commander, and we'll see about working on whether or not, I mean, one, I know what you saw, you said you saw. We'll go back and check all of our information, and we'll see exactly what kind of plan we can develop to make sure that if there wasn't anything else going on, to see whether or not we can rectify this problem.
Yeah, don't worry about a plan at this point. I'm just as a focus group of one, just raising some observations, and if that validates data you're seeing about behavior and things, it'll be worth just adding that to your mix.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a focal point for us, so we definitely don't want that to fall through. So if this is what you're seeing, let us go back and evaluate what we're doing, and then we'll make sure that we come up with the appropriate adjustments.
Yeah, no, it's been a challenging location for many years, as you know. I remember, Board Member Saul used to ask about it on a regular basis. So it is certainly a challenging location. And I also just want to call out the great work that our station ambassadors do at that station. I mean, and our cleaners as well. They go above it. They go above and beyond with respect to cleaning the street outside the station, even though it's not technically ours. I mean, they really do an amazing job out there, but it does remain a challenging location.
Any other questions for Chief? Oh.
No, I was just going to say that concludes it if there's no other questions.
Any other questions for Chief Montgomery? Thank you, Chief Montgomery.
Thank you.
Now, Kathy, report on the joint railroad strategic priorities.
Thank you. There's a little bit of overlap between this and my remarks earlier, so I'll try to keep it relatively fast pace. As I mentioned, with respect to the work plan amendment at the top of the meeting, both agencies have work plan items for Metro North for Way Ahead, for Long Island Railroad Forward, but it seemed more appropriate for us to kind of amend the biannual reporting slightly to see how both railroads and their performance is aligning with the MTA 2023 strategic priorities as set under the leadership of Chairman Lieber. And we're really happy to give this report today because it reflects a lot of great work that's going on at both railroads. So you see here the 8 strategic priorities that Chairman Lieber and his team have set. We are making progress on 5 of the priorities that we're going to discuss today. We'll be talking about financial stability and viability in the context of the July financial plan and our progress towards the financial the fiscal baseline reset process, so that will be a report that you'll receive in June. Not going to focus on strengthening and expanding the 21st century bus systems for obvious reasons. The strengthening and expanding of the system will be covered at future meetings on capital program investments, and then the stronger administrative support, which is the final item there, really speaks more to the support that we're getting from the tower. But today we're going to talk about the other 5. Slide 4, we're going to talk about bringing our customers back to mass transit and ridership recovery. Obviously, this has been a huge topic at the monthly committee meeting, so I just want to kind of step back a little bit and talk about some of the higher level statistics that we've been seeing. I mean, it's really been a great year in terms of ridership. As I noted at the top of the meeting, we set one-day post-COVID Long Island Railroad highs last week. On the 20th, it was more than 235,000 riders. The very next day, set a new record with 242,000 riders and change, the highest ridership ever on 2 consecutive days post-COVID. Ridership has increased 21.7% from January of 2023 to May of 2023, so we've gone up from 4.6 million to 5.6 million. On the Metro North side, again, a one-day post-COVID record last week of more than 224,000 riders, and ridership has increased 17.8% from January of this year to May of this year, from 4.5 million to 5.3 million riders. On June 20th, we carried a combined 460,000 customers. So we are thrilled to see the ridership increases that we've seen over the course of the last several months. Just comparing briefly 2022 versus 2023 for Metro North first. As of May in 2022, we carried 4.1 million. In May of 2023, 5.3 million. Year to date, 23.4 million. If you look on the Long Island Railroad side, comparing May of '22 to '23, it was 4.5 million in '22. May 2023, 5.6 million. 2023 year-to-date, 24.8 million, give or take. So these are really great statistics. Really, really happy to see how many people are coming back. We're seeing people come back on Mondays. We're seeing people come back on Fridays. We're seeing very strong weekend ridership. So this is a really great area for us. It shows that more and more people are using our system to get around to where they need to go. Delivering better service. We are analyzing the trends and the data that we're seeing post-COVID and trying to adapt to the travel frequency of our riders and whatever this new normal is so that we can meet our riders' travel demands safely and reliably. We are providing better service. Off-peak and leisure discretionary travels, intermediate ridership, reverse commutation, the service is strong and we're seeing the results. On the Metro North side, one customer service adjustment that we're making in alignment with our environmental sustainability goals is to begin allowing bikes on AM reverse peak trains that operate out of Grand Central Terminal. This began last Monday, June 19th. Usual bike restrictions apply in terms of size and number of them on the train. With growing peak period ridership, bikes continue to be restricted on AM peak trains towards GCT and PM peak trains departing GCT. But we're happy to continue to encourage bike ridership where we see the capacity and the ability to do so. As Justin and Rob have both outlined, we're consistently exceeding our targets for OTP. On the Long Island side, 94.9% OTP year-to-date. On the Metro North side, 97.7% OTP year-to-date. This compares to 95.8% for Long Island Railroad for calendar year 2022 and 97.1% for calendar year 2022 on Metro North. As we know, it's been a very historic year for Long Island Railroad with the opening of Grand Central Madison back in February. Providing a 41% increase in overall Long Island Railroad service. The two railroads are continuing to work together to deliver excellent customer service to all of our customers. We don't have anything quite as exciting on the Metro North side with respect to a service increase, but I do want to call out the Super Express trains that began in 2022 and that have continued into 2023. These trains stop only at New Haven, Bridgeport, Stamford, and Grand Central. They cut 12 to 20 minutes off of the scheduled running time of the other trains between GCT and New Haven. We talked a little bit about the laser train and the APTA award in the President's report. It's a great example of innovation and how the railroads have shared knowledge. So Long Island Railroad kicked off this initiative a couple of years back. Metro North, I still remember the conversation I had with Justin shortly after he became VP of Ops to have us look into that at Metro North to see what opportunities existed on the Metro North side. Metro North built on the great Long Island work to increase the speeds and the coverage of the laser trains. It's really, revolutionized the way that slippery rail season is being handled at both railroads. So if you look a little bit at the statistics, dig down into that a little bit. On the Long Island side, Long Island saw a 42% reduction in slip-slide events in 2023 versus 2022 because of the laser train. Because of the higher use of the newly received M9 rail cars, the use of the kind of old school water trains to power wash the pectin from the rails, better monitoring of real-time conditions as slip-slide events occur, better operator training for dealing with low adhesion conditions, and better vegetation management to reduce the source of the problem. On the Long Island side, 2023 versus 2022, Metro North saw a 40% reduction in slip-slide events due to the laser train pilot. Metro North safely cleaned more than 12,000 miles of tracks with the new laser train, which achieved this reduction in events and the lowest wheel-true cost season on record. The next priority is the Chairman's priority of safety and respect. Both railroads are working together to share information and best practices across both safety and security. Both railroads have a right-of-way task force. They're organized a bit differently at the railroads, so I'm just going to give you a high-level description of how it works at both railroads. So on the Metro North side, it's a collaborative daily effort between the Metro North Security Group, the Metro North Safety Group, the PD, and MW structures to actively seek out security and safety-related issues affecting Metro North along the right-of-way. This includes the identification of trespassing hotspots through daily visual inspections, requests to repair and install fencing, additions of signage to deter trespassing, and identifying real estate and encroachment issues. Comparably, on the Long Island side, the Right-of-Way Task Force is a partnership between the Corporate Safety Department and the PD, designed to improve safety and security conditions. Each year, the Right-of-Way Task Force on Long Island performs biannual inspections of all 12 Long Island Railroad branches as required by the high security fencing policy. The Right-of-Way Task Force also responds to complaints including but not limited to breaches in the fencing, homeless encampments, illegal dumping of debris, and trespassing conditions that may be reported by employees and the public. The Right-of-Way Task Force program has continued to prioritize Long Island Railroad properties for high-security fencing installations. They use an algorithm which accounts for accidental and undetermined fatalities, suicides, debris strikes, trespasser reports, and cut fences. The railroads continue to share best practices and challenges to assist each other in addressing common hazards. Solutions are then implemented taking into account our unique physical characteristics and operating environments. The task force members for both railroads survey rights-of-way to identify fencing that needs repair, review inspection processes and procedures, analyze existing community educational efforts, ensure that railroad employees secure all access points along sensitive areas, and work with local elected officials to identify new resources that may be available to repair and erect new fencing. Both railroads, and you've heard from Lori and from Shelley, have their TRACS programs, their safety education and community outreach programs that provide free rail safety education to individuals and groups through our respective territories. And as we've already discussed today, both railroads participate in ILCAD and other rail safety events, including the National Rail Safety Grade Crossing Week, Suicide Prevention Day, Customer Safety Day events, fire and train shows, town events and festivals, with the assistance and partnership of our partners at the MTA Police, the MTA Police Explorers, local DOT and FRA personnel, and public affairs groups led by Will Schwartz. Train Patrol is a partnership with the PD. Working with Chief Mueller, we have significantly increased police patrols on board our trains at both Railroad and Metro, at Long Island Railroad and Metro North. Customer injuries have decreased across both railroads. The Office of System Safety continues to work with the operating departments to address incident and injury trends, complete in-depth investigations, and perform yard cleanups. The most recent cleanup on the Metro North side was held in Grand Central on June 10th to promote a safer work environment. Okay, I'm going to skip over this because we've gone over this already. Let's go to the next slide, which is the increased appeal for our customers. We've talked a bit about the combo ticket. We are increasing the appeal for our Metro North and Long Island Railroad originating customers through our new combo tickets. We've talked about the sales up to this point. And again, want to reiterate that we're thrilled to see that approximately 89% of the combo ticket sales are on the Train Time app, which again reinforces the attractiveness of this app for our customers and the ability that it provides for cross-agency travel, which is a really wonderful trend to see. Train to the Game services on both railroads, and now with the opening of GCM, it is easier than ever for fans of both major sports teams to arrive by rail. A good example is of the increased ability for people to take the rails is the ridership that we've seen at Elmont UBS events. More and more event goers are discovering the Long Island Railroad service to Elmont UBS. Ridership to UBS Arena increased significantly when westbound service for the events was introduced at UBS Elmont Station, which later became a full-time station with the opening of GCM. 22% of the gate attendance for the Blink 182 event at UBS Arena was transported by the Long Island Railroad. 25% of all Belmont attendees were transported by the Long Island Railroad. And we're thrilled to be continuing to offer great getaway packages through MTA Way. Let's talk a little bit about revived talent and culture, because our people are a priority at both railroads, and continuing to be able to attract more people to work on the railroads is an incredibly important priority for both railroads. In partnership with the People Tower, our #1 goal is to ensure revived talent and culture, to attract, hire, promote, retain, to ensure all of our critical positions are filled at both of our railroads. For Long Island Railroad, as of June 1st, a total of 267 employees have been onboarded this year. On the Metro North side, as of June 1st, a total of 188 hires have been onboarded, and we continue to promote diversity in all of our hiring efforts. We had a great year for this in 2022. 53% of new hires at Long Island Railroad were minorities last year. 54% of new hires at Metro North were minorities. We're continuing to see this positive trend in 2023. Through March 31st of this year, 60 64% of new hires at Long Island Railroad minorities and 55% of new hires at Metro North. We're continuing to focus on hiring more women. The data, we're still working on the data. We still have a long way to go just because of the nature of the work that we do here and the fact that post-consolidation, the work that remains at the railroads is largely, the craft and operational works. Our hiring and retention efforts are enabled through the following initiatives. We have day in the life videos. We have the posters that you've seen here that appear throughout our network. We have open houses to attract more employees. The most recent was the Metro North open house that took place last Saturday, June 17th at Croton Harmon. We've connected with schools throughout the region, blue-collar trade schools, associate trade programs. We have an internship partnership with CUNY, with the newest MTA-wide cohort beginning on July 10th. We have an engineer trainee program. The newest Metro North 28-person cohort began on June 21st. Half of the new cohort are minorities and 5 of them are women. And there are other incentives across both railroads, a paid incentive training for locomotive engineers and hiring outreach sent by seat drops and the use of electronic boards on our rolling stock. As we discussed, the financial stability and viability will be discussed more at the July board meeting in connection with the update on the July financial plan. So we'll defer that until the July meeting. Finally, the slide about the operating the railroad of today and planning for the railroad of tomorrow. As the president of Metro North and the interim president of Long Island, we are all committed to the ridership recovery, the economic vitality of the region, continuing to provide safe and reliable transportation services. The leadership team and indeed the entire workforce of both railroads are committed to the following enablers in order to continue our success and progress. We want to develop and cultivate the next generation workforce and understand better the requirements of attracting and retaining the next generation of employees for both railroads. We want to continue the process and the progress that we've made in terms of innovating and sharing best practices between the railroads. This is done largely through international and national benchmarking, as well as learning from each other and continuing to advance and grow. We want to continue to leverage inquiry and questioning, use better data analytics to be able to improve our performance, leading to better informed decision-making for the success of our railroads and providing better service across the region. This concludes this update, and I'm happy to be able to answer any questions that y'all might have. Thank you.
Board Member Glucksman.
Thank you. Interesting report. I like the Super Expresses on Metro on New Haven, but I heard a report this morning on CBS 880 that they're looking again. They still have that on the table to cut the service on the New Haven line. So I'm concerned about it.
Yeah, so just as an update, because we talked quite a bit about that last month, so just to continue to bring you up to speed, those conversations with the state of Connecticut continue. They did pass their budget back in at the end of their legislative session, which was the beginning of June. Staff level conversations, as well as conversations between me and the Commissioner of Transportation, continue. As I've indicated to this group before, we are focused. And Governor Hochul has been very clear that New York riders, should not be caught up in all of this, which accounts for some of the back and forth that we're having with transportation to ensure that New York riders are continue to enjoy the same level of service that they're currently providing. But we're providing data to CDOT. We've had very productive conversations, but we have not yet landed on a schedule.
My co-chair Lopez has a question, a comment.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just have a couple of comments. One question, which President Rinaldi just answered with respect to the budget and the state of Connecticut's budget and its impact in the New Haven line. But my other two questions have to do with the report that the chair just presented, which was very informative. Thank you very much. With respect to the increased appeal, I don't know if there is some sort of plan or something that you could share at some point. There seems to be, in many different stations, pockets of trash that keeps accumulating, whether it's across the tracks, whether it's in areas that is really hard for maintenance staff to get to. And I was wondering if there was some sort of response to that. Because, for example, in Portchester, when I go down the steps from the platform, there are always areas that are very hard to reach, but very easy to kind of dump trash in. So I'm wondering if there is a response to that. The other comment or question with respect to the internship program, I wasn't sure if there has ever been any conversation with perhaps Westchester Community College or Nassau and or Suffolk Community Colleges to do some sort of internship program with the MTA. Thank you.
Sure. So answering your first question first with respect to right-of-way cleanups, there's a number of ways that we become aware of those kinds of conditions. So, we'll hear about them through the work of the right-of-way task forces, which we've talked about a little bit. And, we also hear about them from community groups. We have partnered with community groups. We've done really intensive cleanups along the right-of-way in certain areas. I think we reported on one that we had done in the Bronx on the Metro North side not that long ago. So we do, we'll partner intensely with community groups on certain problem areas. We'll do cleanups in connection with, work that's done along the right-of-way as part of our, our various track initiatives. So we'll sort of dig in while we're there to be able to address trash. So it tends to be sort of a mixture of ways of actually getting at the problem. But, we continue to want to hear about conditions that people see along the right-of-way so that we can target our limited resources in the appropriate spots. But we do the best we can with the resources that we have, recognizing that it is part of the appeal of our services and unsightly accumulations of trash along the right-of-way. Definitely are issues that concern the community and concern our ridership. Sometimes we have issues with hypodermic needles where we need to actually call in outside contractors to be able to address medical waste, which can make it a little bit more of a time-consuming process. But we do have a sort of faceted approach towards dealing with trash that accumulates along the right-of-way. With respect to your second question about community colleges, obviously the recruiting efforts are now led by the People Tower, which is under Lizette and Hugo's leadership. But we have a fairly broad base of colleges and trade schools that we deal with. The most recent example of that is the real concerted recruiting effort that we did for the Metro North hiring fair that was just last week. We did a very, very broad outreach to a number of different trade schools and community colleges across the area to ensure good participation at this event, and we were very happy with the participation that we saw. We continue to build upon existing internships and relationships that we have with those schools to be able to better diversify the people who are applying for jobs here and just to have more interest for the many jobs that both agencies are posting.
Thank you.
Board Member Brigham?
Yes, I know it's early in the game, but how is Elmont Station doing as a commuter station? I mean, we all hear about the service for
Yeah.
UPS Arena, but is it getting much use as a commuter station? And is there parking there? I don't even know if there's parking there for.
There's a lot of parking there. I don't know the answer to that question, Rob, do you?
I don't have numbers. There is commuter parking. It's, through the local community, but I don't have numbers as far as usage. And it's not heavily used, but it is used.
Yeah.
I just don't have specific
Yeah,
numbers.
Again, it's early in the game,
Yeah.
and maybe it's something we might need to promote.
Yeah, we can see what we have and get back to you next month.
Okay, and then I just wanted to follow up on what Blanca had mentioned about the training in community colleges. Out in Suffolk, offshore wind needs people, and
Yeah.
they've actually partnered with Suffolk Community College to develop programs. They've partnered with the Department of Labor for scholarships for people to take these courses. So if there's something that might be appropriate for the Long Island Railroad for some of your workers, maybe you can work something out there.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. I mean, when I was at APT 2 weeks ago, I guess, there was a presentation along those lines where, actually putting together programs with schools to get people interested in railroad work and what do those partnerships look like and how can we profit from those? Because, yeah, I mean, I think, we need to establish a talent pipeline and get people very young interested in working at a railroad because that's really, it's key to our future and key to our ability to be able to continue to provide service to our customers.
Right, it's great to hear that. Thanks, Kathy.
And to your, Board Member Brown?
Yeah, I'd like to note that my grandson wants to work on a railroad, so. I have a question regarding the, what I believe Sam brought up before, the the wonderful sound of the laser train, that we like the sound of the laser train, and we like it a lot better than it's a much better marketing language than what it replaced, which we used to call the slime train, because they used to put slime on the tracks to get the same sort of level of cohesion. But as with the previous situation with the slime train, much of that slip slide, as you guys well know, is a function of sort of the weather roulette. And since this winter we had no winter, and it's also a function of when precisely the leaves fall. How do you distinguish, or have you distinguished, do the statistics there represent a success? How much of it represents a success of the laser train replacing the slime train, and how much of it was just the crapshoot of the weather? Do you have a, do you try to separate out those sort of?
I think not really. I think that, regardless of whether it's early November or early December, the leaves kind of fall over the course of, a number of weeks, during the fall. If you have a super heavy rainstorm or lots of leaves fall, you'll have a bad couple days. But no, I don't think we have data that sort of isolates, this is because the power washer was better this year. This was because, we didn't have as many heavy storms. I don't think we have that kind of granular data with respect to the contribution of the various factors towards the reduction of the low adhesion events. The one thing that I would say, though, Norman, is that, this was the first year Metro North used it, right? And we did see a significant decrease, and we saw, the best wheel true season that we've ever had. So, we really do attribute it to the fact that we were able to get the laser train out over the entire territory every single day. The power washer was great. We, affectionately call it Water World, but the power washer, you can't run it when it gets too cold, and it has its limitations in terms of ground that you can cover. We're really thrilled with the increased coverage with the new technology.
Can it ever get to the point where you hook up a laser on every train and just becomes part of the system like brakes?
I'm looking at Justin, he's like nodding no. I think not.
No, right now, the way it's set up, it's a whole special car, right? So we'd have to have a car for every train, so it's...
I know the way it's set up, but what direction are you moving?
So as of right now, no, the idea is just to keep the laser train as is.
Just my sense is that would be really prohibitively expensive to be able to outfit every train with a laser, and you've got hundreds of pieces of rolling stock. So, but Rob wants to say something too.
No, and I think, the laser train is a huge addition, but I think that makes up part of the overall strategy, right? You also have vegetation management, which plays a huge, tremendous role in what we do. So that helps as well. And, every season is different, but I think a good marker for that is, the customer experience, how many short trains we have through the course of a leaf season. So I think those are, identifiers that help us, but as you said, every year is different, but there are specific components that we can gauge, and that it's definitely made a tremendous effort, in addition to our arsenal.
Well, it shows you how many layers of data there are on these things, because there's many, you also added more wheel truers, I believe, on both properties in the same window of data. So that, you've got more available cars, partly because you got more wheel truers too. So you're truing more wheels. And the statistic, there's 3 or 4 moving parts in this one simple little statistic, and the weather being still a significant one.
Any more on this? You good? Moving on, I had a couple comments. One, I think we can't celebrate enough that we continue to break records of ridership on the railroads. That's terrific. I myself have been also anecdotally regularly commuting into Grand Central, Madison as a point, and I could tell even from the beginning to now, I took a 7:54 train at Lindenhurst, probably one train later, which cost everyone associated with this meeting about 5 minutes. But that train, which was pretty sparse when I first began to take it, was pretty well attended. I do have a question on the reverse, using bicycles, allowing bicycles on the reverse commute out of Grand Central. I'm wondering if there's anything that's being mindfully done. I know we have there's still a lot of white finders, a lot of personnel in the station, but to prevent, bicyclists from trying to use the escalators, because on any escalator it would be dangerous, but particularly on those steep escalators, I can imagine it being something we should be particularly mindful for safety.
Why don't I actually defer answering that question, because I know that Chairman Lieber had stopped by just to make some remarks. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just needed, I have to run away to an event with the governor, but I just didn't want to have much more time in an MTA board day pass without acknowledging the passing of former Chairman Richard Ravitch, who, as I say, has passed away today, apparently. Dick Ravitch, for everybody in the transportation business, was a giant. He was the chairman of the MTA at the moment, maybe the lowest moment in the history of at least the subway system, and certainly the mass transit system in New York. And in the late 70s and early 80s, he led the beginnings of the turnaround of our great mass transit system. Many of us had a chance to, I knew him from those days, coincidentally, when I was still a kid in high school. He was one of the reasons that I got excited about transit. It was the area that was, most representative of New York's incredible revival, starting in the late 1970s. And in many ways, he is one of the fathers of the mass transit system that we have today, and which we celebrate in so many different ways. And try to continue to improve in his spirit. So I just needed to say to all of us who are passionate about this issue, and some of us who knew Dick, he was just a huge impact to everything that this group works on, and and part of his legacy is that he stepped up to the plate yet again in this last episode for helping the MTA, under the governor's leadership, to get its budget deficit addressed. Dick wrote a couple of op-eds which had impact in Albany, one in the Times-Union, one in the New York papers, and he was right there with us talking to me and to Kevin Willens about how we needed to make sure the MTA's budget was balanced, because he was passionate about maintaining service for the public. So, we all say together, God rest his soul, and thank you for what you did for New York and for the MTA.
Thank you for that dedication, Chairman. It's worth noting that I've met so many people associated with, prior service this agency that continue to have that commitment. It seems like once you touch this, and Mr. Ravitch is a good example that you continue to maintain a passion, and it's definitely a sad day to lose such a committed public servant.
So bicycles on escalators. So with respect to GCM specifically, because that's where you've got the big escalators, there's actually been an ongoing partnership with safety and the Long Island Railroad to just sort of figure out the signage and the announcements. There's a big issue with luggage. That's another big issue out there. The extent to which people should be directed to elevators and elevators as opposed to taking the escalators. So there's signage in place now. There's announcements that are in place now. We're continuing to refine that just based upon the kind of traffic that we're seeing.
Great. Because I know, and Co-Chair Lopez and I have talked about in the past, we have quite a bit of enthusiasm about other first mile solutions. I know those pilots are happening. Love a update on the progress of that at some point. But even if there is, if there's many different reasons someone would have a bicycle on Grand, they could be using the bicycle after they get off the train or to get to the train. So even having storage points, coordination with, as we'll see how these last mile components go, better coordination with perhaps using bike share services both on the city side and on the side of the counties would be great.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of good work going on that topic, so we'd be happy to update you at a future meeting. The one thing that I would say, since I have the mic for a second, and we're talking about people who contributed to the MTA and the MTA family, is I also want to acknowledge the passing of Michael Hradnachano last week, who, for those of us who worked with Michael closely, obviously a tremendous loss to the MTA family, and, was a real partner with respect to the delivery of the East Side Access Project. I mean, so many of the advancements were made under his leadership, and, was a friend to many of us, and, a tremendous loss to the MTA family. So I want to acknowledge his passing as well.
Thank you, Kathy. Kathy, are there any more information items to report?
We're just going to zip through the rest of
Okay.
this. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jerry, please.
While you were talking about Grand Central Mass, I was there one day last week in Biltmore Room. One of the escalators was out. The up one was working, the down one's being serviced. So some kind of a signage or so, people out there to direct customers in case it is out, how they can get upstairs, downstairs to Grand Central Mass.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly, our station personnel will work with the GCMCOC. We'll figure that out, Randy, yeah. Go ahead, Jerry, please.
Yes, just a ballpark idea. What's the difference between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday versus the Monday, Friday ridership? And the reason I ask this is, rumor has it that the 20-trip ticket might be on the chopping block to push people more towards monthlies. So I just wanted to get a feel for, how many people are still hybrid working, how many people are still coming back, at least as we see it on ticket sales.
Yeah, I mean, I can get you a little bit more granular information next month, but the one thing that I would say on the Long Island side is consistently now, for the past several weeks, we're breaking 200,000 every single day, Mondays as well as Fridays. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are definitely the highest, Tuesday and Wednesday being the highest of the three. But regularly on Mondays and Fridays, we're also seeing more than 200,000 riders. So that was not the case 5-6 weeks ago.
Okay.
But that's consistently been the case for the past, maybe month or so around? Yeah, it was about a month now.
Okay.
So which is good. And even on the Metro North side, Friday is not as heavy, but Mondays are coming back.
Okay, great.
So we're starting to see, instead of being like a 3-day-a-week railroad, on the Long Island side, we're kind of a 5-day-a-week railroad, and Metro North, 4-day-a-week railroad. So these are all really good positive trends that we're happy to see.
Okay, great. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Terrific. Now I'm going to ask you to just
I'm
run through your.
going to zip through as fast as I can. So
We're at
agency.
breakfast meeting and we're headed into lunch. So.
I'm all good. So, all right, so agency information items. So there's 2 Long Island information items, the summer track work program and the diversity EEO report. The diversity report will be discussed in more detail at the diversity committee meeting. And then on the Metro North side, there's only one information item. Again, the diversity EEO report, which will be discussed at the diversity committee meeting. The finance reports for both agencies are in the book. As always, if you have any questions, we are happy to answer them. And there is one Metro North procurement, which will be explained by my friend, Mr. Masato, down there at the end of the room.
Hello, can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Metro North, on behalf of the Connecticut Department of Transportation, CDOT, is seeking MTA board approval to exercise an option under a contract that resulted from a competitive RFP in the amount of $78.8 million to Siemens Mobility for the design, manufacture, testing, and delivery of 6 dual-mode diesel-electric locomotives. The base contract was awarded by the board in December 2020 and included options for additional locomotives for Metro North Long Island Railroad, New York State DOT, and CDOT. The price for the option locomotives established at the time of the award is subject to a price adjustment based on a formula that incorporates a number of price indices. The 6 locomotives under this option will replace the CDOT-owned locomotives that are beyond their 25-year useful service life. Based on the current contract schedule and continuous production, the delivery of these 6 locomotives is scheduled to begin in the second quarter of 2027 and be completed by the fall of 2027. This option is fully funded by Connecticut Department of Transportation. Are there any questions?
No. Having none?
May I please have a vote for this procurement?
I'll make a motion to move this. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Abstentions? So moved. With that, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second? So moved.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here, we sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well and then it serves us well. The light duty record is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy records. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help. We stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. We have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. It makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual
Everyone, I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit Committee meeting. Let's get started with the safety announcements.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to our public speakers, please.
Good morning. We have 28 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Diane Latner, followed by Murray Bowden.
Okay, first I would like to speak about the excessive ride when they cancel our rides. We have to cancel our rides within 2 to 3 hours, which is fair. But with brokerage, my ride could be at 11 o'clock a.m. and they'll cancel my ride at 11:05, and I have to wait another hour for them to find me something. As being a senior at 67 years old, that's not fair to us. It's not just me; it's a bunch of us. Another thing, it's supposed to be put your seatbelts on when you're in the car. The brokerage will put you in the car with 3 people in the back, and it happened to me plenty of times, and there's only 2 seatbelts. One time he stopped short, and the one that was in the middle went all the way up almost through the glass because there was no seatbelt for her. If you're going to tell us we have to put our seatbelts on, it should only be 2 people in that back. The next thing I'm complaining about is the road rage on the highway. When they get upset, this is brokerage again, when they get upset with somebody on the highway, they stick their finger up. It happened to me. The man was coming after him. I didn't know if that man had a gun or whatever, but he was rushing to catch up to him. I got scared. I asked him to stop because if he shoots you, I'm dying with you and I don't even know you. Okay, so don't do that. Don't yell at them. Don't stick your finger up. Just drive. But I also need to know, do y'all inspect their cars? Because I've been in the car where the seat cushions are slashed and bugs was coming out the cushion. I got pictures on my phone. Also, I was in the car with one more the driver, and I heard him telling his cousin or whoever it was on the phone, my car didn't work, so I had to, I got my brother's car. But was that car inspected? We don't know that. We're seniors, and it's not right to what they do to us. So I appreciate Cesaride. I love Cesaride because they surely help me, but they need to look into some of this because it's not right what they do to us seniors. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Murray Bowden, followed by Tucker Salovera.
Good morning. There is so much change that I've seen since I got here this morning that everything I was going to speak about becomes secondary. We live in a world that's vastly, vastly different than just a couple of years ago. And what I saw here in previous meetings indicates that people are aware that the world has changed and the MTA is changing with it. I've come up here a lot of times and said this is wrong and that's wrong and the other thing is wrong. But those issues are being addressed right now. I saw it this morning. I saw a realization that the thinking behind the MTA in New York City has changed, and the governor. The respect for people and their needs is there. And so I take this time today to ignore all the notes that I had to suggest and to compliment you on moving forward in ways that, to me, were incomparable. I can't find the words. Incomprehensible just a year ago. And so I want you all to know that you're paying attention to us. We appreciate it, and we know change takes time, and it's here. It's being implemented. You heard from the previous meeting, Monday's traffic is on the Metro North is up. I can't find the words. But I want to thank all the people who taught me over the years to be able to come here and make you aware of the progress that's happening. Thank you very much for all the help you've given me.
Our next speaker is Tucker Salavera, followed by Shaniqua Freeman.
Hello, I'm MTA and guys. I'm speaking on behalf of MTA AAR committee on the main program. 3 years ago, I came here before the COVID-19 forced you got to pause the expansion of the committee, and I feel like it's a deja vu. I just want to say that I want you to all to reconsider with making the right more expensive, because people like me who live in the city have different options, but if someone who lives in Queens will have to be forced back on accessible. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shaniqua Freeman, followed by William Samuels.
Hi. So for me, I just wanna, I personally need help as far as with the trains go, because there's a lot of trains that I would like to take and like to learn, but none of them are wheelchair accessible. The train station by me, I would have to go 20 blocks down just to get an accessible train, which I really feel that is really, really unfair, because it's a big inconvenience from where I live. My next thing is with Accessoride. Accessoride, they okay, but they need to do much better, because numerous of times I got left places. They can never find me a van, and if they do find a van, I have to wait so many hours to even get home. That's all I have to say. They just need to get better.
Our next speaker is William Samuels, followed by Lisa Daglian. William Samuels. We'll move on to Lisa Daglian.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Dagley, and the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. At last week's hearing, we heard a lot from riders about the need to improve service as we face the September fare increase, lessened thanks to the governor and legislature. We're looking forward to additional service on the G, J, and M starting next weekend, and faster speeds on the Q and 7. Reliable and frequent service are key to getting riders back on board, and the work that plagues riders on weekends and overnights now will benefit us tremendously in the long run, as will congestion pricing that helps pay for the improvements. Buses are also getting attention. We heard several riders speak about the need for more speed on slow routes, and we're glad it's been on your radar. Buses should go faster than a chicken. Improvements to the lowest performing bus routes are starting to pay off, but what will really help is increased implementation of ABLE and the extra oomph that was added this year, allowing ticketing of infractions outside bus lanes at slow buses. Enforcement is key to keeping bus lanes clear. Working with the city and other partners is key to helping riders get around the boroughs. We're sorely disappointed the city is taking a step back on Fordham Road and hope that DOT will reconsider its position. Transit's the best way to get around the Bronx, whether you're headed to the zoo, Botanical Garden, or many of the small businesses. The majority of Bronxites depend on buses, and dedicated busways would help them move faster. A Fordham Road busway would be transformative for riders on the Bronx's busiest bus route. An increase to 200% of the federal poverty level for fair fares eligibility would be transformative for more New Yorkers than can currently apply. Mayor Adams could make that happen with the stroke of his pen. We're happy to lend him ours. Fair fares should be fairer for more people. More service, improved frequency and reliability, and increased access to more affordable fares will help riders across the city. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Robert Whitaker, followed by Michael Ring.
Good morning, President Davey, Chairman Halsas, and members of the Transit Committee. My name is Robert Whitaker. I'm a local 100 bus operator driving out of the borough of Brooklyn. I carry multiple titles. I am a local 100 shop steward. I'm a local community board member. I'm a city and state taxpayer and a Brooklyn resident. President Davey, 13 months ago when you took over, you said, "Tell me what I need to know, not what you want me to know." Frankly, I do not believe that you, the public, and your employees are benefiting right now. Let's talk about what really isn't and isn't. Changing the perception that you care about your employees and you care about the public is a good thing. That's not being well served in the Brooklyn redesign. Parts of Brooklyn and southwestern Brooklyn seem to be falling behind in getting feedback and responses. When my local district manager asked the Brooklyn redesign about how is this going to work, well, being told that we don't know how this is going to work doesn't exactly show confidence in what you're doing. When you're asked for bus stop utilization stats to fall into a deaf ear, it shows disbelief and distrust in the agency. We kindly ask that you make all that information available to the public and be more transparent in the next round of MTA Brooklyn bus redesign. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Dustin Jones.
Hi, my name is Michael Ring. I'm speaking for Disabled in Action, and unfortunately I'm home today because COVID is still happening, and I got COVID. But I'd like to speak about the pilot program for On Demand. I've been in it. I've been one of the lucky people that's been in it since the beginning. It's been great because I've been able to travel spontaneously like everyone else in New York City. I could arrange for my rides in real time. But I understand there's changes on the way, changes that don't take into account any of the feedback that was asked of us while we were in the pilot program. They seem to all be about finances. There's going to be limits on how many rides people can take and limits on how expensive they can be. At the same time, on the subway, people are encouraged with the Omni fare to ride more often. I mean, once you make 12 rides on the subway or the bus, then they're free. But if you are in the on-demand program, they want to limit how many rides we can take. This is the opposite of what the direction things should be going. People on Access-a-Ride should be able to ride spontaneously. Feedback on the program should be received that it works well. Add more people randomly instead of the movers and shakers that you added in the beginning. We use it a lot because it works. Invite other people to the program that are standard Access-a-Ride users, and you'd get better feedback. But if there's any way you could keep the program moving forward without putting a limit on how often people ride or how far you can go, because it's one city. It should be expanded to Nassau and Suffolk and Westchester counties as well, instead of being restricted in very complicated ways that I can't even understand, and I have a master's degree. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dustin Jones, followed by Tasha Larabors.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about the Access-a-Ride pilot program that you guys have. And I want to talk about the changes that you guys are forcibly making without a public forum with the people who take it. It's not all the time where I could actually say that the MTA does something good for people with disabilities and the elderly community. But the MTA continuously, without protection, screws this community over and over again. It is mind-boggling to me how you can ask with a straight face people who are statistically proven to not have any employment, live in poverty, and have a fixed income to pay $5 per trip that you're going to cap, by the way, and then spend more money on top of the $40 that you guys are limiting us to have. Where's this money coming from? You might as well tell us, don't ride. I cannot understand how this plan can go forward without thinking about the people who help push this system forward. I challenge you guys today. The money you claim that you don't have, invest it in the disability community. And I advise you to do that because whether you want to believe it or not, we travel just as much or more further distance and put money in your pockets than any other able-bodied person that I could think of. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tasha Larabors, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. My name is Tasha Larabors. I'm a community organizer for Center for Independence of the Disabled, also an ARG member. I'm also here to talk about phase 2 of the on-demand pilot program. And while it was the idea was given more thought compared to the November 2019 idea, I completely disagree with it. I watched last week's public hearing. How many people talking about the difficulties of the $2.90 fare? And yet the idea of disabled community, $3,600, mind you, having to pay $5 copay. And that's just one way, but just the whole idea altogether is completely mind-boggling. What is it about the disabled community that same-day trip can't be affordable as our non-disabled peers? What is it? I lie to you not. As a disabled person, as someone who advocates for people with disabilities, I honestly cannot understand what is it about the disabled community where a same-day trip has to be so complicated. It's very difficult for me because I was worried that I wouldn't be able to testify because I had an 11:30 pickup. Luckily, fortunately, I had someone who managed to help me. But as I said, something I really would love is for each of you to experience it, both Accessoride and this change that you are planning to make. I would love for all of you to experience it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Jack Nierenberg.
Good morning. Good morning, Rich, and good morning to the Transit Committee on the Monday after my 37th birthday. A couple of issues that I want to bring this month. Yesterday, I noticed some issues during Pride. There was a serious meltdown on the 8th Avenue line that I noticed myself on the C train going uptown. It was very packed like sardines that even myself was affected. Regarding safety, there has been a rise regarding stabbings on the subway. We need Chief Kemper to address this issue. A couple of days ago, yet again, another subway surfing incident occurred along the Canarsie line. Another teenager lost his life. And then we have the mother of one of the teenagers who passed, calling out the MTA for their nonsense. Rich, please do something, call out the social media companies for publishing these videos. And since I work in Amazon, Prime Week is around the corner. Please raise the frequency on the S40. And regarding the pilot program, please reconsider it. Is affecting the people with disabilities that they might be disenfranchised with these changes of the second phase. So that's all I have for this month. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Jack Nierenberg, followed by Valerie Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good morning from across the pond. I'm Jack Nierenberg, Vice President of Passengers United, and I'm inside the Rome Metro, as you can see here, where you know how much it costs to get in here? $150. That's $150 for the Metro, all the buses, additional so sorry I missed the fare increase here, but how do you think that this is going to help the people who rely on mandates to go anymore?
Jack, your connection's cutting off.
Since I'm on the record, I know I'm probably going to cut out because my data is terrible, but just for the record, this is not going to help everyday New Yorkers, and it's just going to hurt everyone. We're already in an affordability crisis, and you know it's really good.
Our next speaker will be Valerie Williams, followed by Kara Leibowitz.
Good morning. My name is Valerie Williams, and I am an on-demand customer. And I would like to say that it has really helped me. It has really been a godsend. But to do the proposed plan that you plan is not a good thing. You, as able-bodied community, you're not capped. You're not told when you can get up, when you can go someplace. With traditional Access-a-Ride, sometimes we have to get up. I have to get up 4 or 5 hours to be ready. Sometimes they do not show up. Sometimes we get left behind. And because of this program, that's why I'm here today. I took the on-demand coming, and I have to take it going back because I don't know what time the meeting is finished. We don't always know when we're going to finish. We don't all just go to medical appointments. We live life. We're human beings. And as a human being, I have a right, like any other human being that sits there in these chairs and the young man that's on the board with the wheelchair, have a right to be able to go wherever I want to go as long as I have my fare. You do not tell able-bodied people that they cannot travel. You do not tell them that. But you want to cap us? Would you like to live one day in my body and be capped? To know what it is to be a disabled human being and to take something that you have put in place to help us, and you want to take it away from us, and you want to charge us, and you want to treat us as if because that's like treating us like we're not human beings. But I am a human being. I'm 58 years old. God has allowed me to be on this planet. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and I have a right, if my family needs me, to be able to be there when I can. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kara Leibowitz, followed by Iman Romani Doster.
Good morning. My name is Kara Leibowitz. I am the Advocacy Coordinator for the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled, BCID, which is a founding member of the Access-a-Ride Reform Group, or ARG. The MTA's new proposal for Phase 2 for the Access-a-Ride on-demand program is certainly ARG-inducing. I should know. I'm an Access-a-Ride customer myself, although sadly I am not in the pilot on-demand program. The MTA is proposing to raise the on-demand copay, the fare that the customer pays before Access-a-Ride picks up the tab, for on-demand to $5 from the base fare of $2.75. They are also proposing caps on the number of trips a customer can take a month and the price of each trip before the customer is responsible for the rest of the cost. The MTA's absurd argument for the fare hike is that on-demand is a premium service. People who don't use Access-a-Ride have options for spontaneous service that Access-a-Ride users simply don't have. To qualify for Access-a-Ride, you must prove that your disability prevents you from using the fixed route transit at least some of the time. While other people can simply catch the next train or bus for $2.75, people who depend on Access-a-Ride are now going to be faced with the choice to plan their schedule the day before to book a regular Access-a-Ride and pay $2.75, or be penalized for their spontaneity with $5 for on-demand and possibly more, depending on if the cost of their trip exceeds the cap. It's an impossible choice designed to deter people from using on-demand. The ability to go where we want, when we want, is not a premium luxury. It is a basic right. People with disabilities disproportionately live in poverty. Asking us to pay more just to have the same ability to travel that everyone else does makes no sense. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Iman Romani Doster, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, board. My name is Iman Romawi Doster, and I am the Executive Director of the Harlem Independent Living Center, a member of ARG, the Access-a-Ride Reform Group, and I'm also an Access-a-Ride customer. I'm very concerned with the new proposal that's being talked about today, which will both ration and increase the cost of Access-a-Ride on demand. When I think about these fare increases, my mind automatically goes back to about 8 to 10 years ago when I was also on a through SSDI, receiving $757 a month to live. I'm sure a few people in the audience have also been on Social Security and know how hard it is to function when every portion of the cost of living is going up while your pay is not, or your benefits are not. I understand that the MTA is having financial issues, but guess what? Disabled folks are also having worse economic issues, and many of us aren't making the cushy salaries that some of you are making at the MTA. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm not trying to make your lives harder. I'm simply trying to go from point A to point B and not go broke while I'm doing it. It very much feels like I'm being punished for using paratransit. Like, shame on me for being a double amputee who uses a walker and has lupus. And shame on me for not living near an accessible train station where sometimes the elevator may break down. And shame on me for not having more disposable income to use other forms of transportation. And also shame on me for not living near a bus when I can take that to my destination. Shame on me. Wait, whoops. Actually, shame on the MTA for trying to kill the on-demand program by making it unaffordable for most of the people who are currently using it. And shame on the MTA for trying to put financial issues on the people who can't afford to help. If money weren't an issue, I would just take an Uber. I've heard the board talk about how they're excited about more people with disabilities getting employment, but how can we get to our jobs if we can't get there with a ride that works? Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Sean Horn.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And I just want to say how proud I am of all the people speaking today about the situation with Access-a-Ride, the on-demand service, and just everything going on with the accessibility community. And we're with you at Passengers United, and we definitely are doing the best we can as well to help you guys. But right now, we have a situation in our subways where people are getting stabbed, they're getting robbed, conductors are being beaten up, and the police are letting the suspects go free, as is what happened on the D train with that conductor. I am outraged. And, you know, the NYPD, you have some good officers who try to do the best they can, but there are some police officers who don't care. That is just a fact, guys. And I experienced that Saturday night when I tried to get assistance on a Q train. We had a guy who was being disruptive on the train, threatening people. So the conductor radioed for police. Nobody showed up. I went to the district upstairs to get help. The cops came down and gave me an attitude, but then they got the guy off the train. But again, this goes to our elected officials, okay? All of them, they need to be voted out of office because you see how many people are getting murdered on the subway. Every day, you see people getting slashed. There was a shooting last night in front of a transit police district. That tells you everything you need to know. If somebody can pull out a gun and do this in a outside a transit police district at Rockaway Park, 116th Street, the subways are in a state of emergency. And at this point, you need to bring in the National Guard. You need to bring in state troopers. There should be, every subway station now needs a police officer. And, you know, you need strong ones down there, not the weak ones, okay? Because some of these people down there are so violent. I'm scared now, and I'm riding the trains overnight. So don't be surprised if I end up on the news being shot or stabbed.
Our next speaker is Sean Horn, followed by Jessica Tambor.
Distinguished board, Q. First, I want to thank you so much for this program on demand, which honestly needs to be available to every disabled New Yorker because it is the only form of equity that we receive. Imagine rationing subway riders for 25 rides a month. Let's talk about the numbers, okay? That translates to 3.5 rides, 3.5 round trips that were allowed to be spontaneous a week. Imagine putting those kinds of limitations on anyone else. Let's talk about some of the numbers from last week. You say that it costs $16 million for the 1,200 of us, okay? But you also say 6% of those 1,200 cost $8 million of those $16 million. So what you're saying is that 72 people cost $8 million. I want transparency to explain to me what those numbers are. And if there is such tremendous fraud, I want to know how we can. You need to cut down on the fraud and not make the 94% of us who are doing this honestly and enjoying freedoms that I never had. I was on Access-a-Ride for 22 years before I was on the pilot program, and I would spend 2 to 3 hours a day waiting on Access-a-Ride. Sometimes they wouldn't even show up. And what you're saying to us with these caps is we can never leave our own boroughs again. This is not right. And anyone who knows me knows I'm a professional speaker. I'm so upset that I have to be here for this. I'm so heartbroken because this is the best thing the MTA has ever done. And you're going to take the one thing that you get good press for and decimate it? What you're really saying to us is that we're second-class citizens. And you're doing great work, but you could just imagine if you could only be spontaneous in doing what you do 3.25 times a week, what that would look like.
Please conclude your remarks.
I'd just like to say, they limited Judy Heumann, tried to tell her that it was too expensive to sign 504. When it's a civil rights issue, there's no amount of money that makes humans and equity. There's no price on that. So I want to ask you, what side of history do you want to be on? Because otherwise, I will tell you, you get lots of bad press. And yes, I'm a Forbes contributor, and I know many other people that are really upset about this. I have a petition that got 6,500 signatures before the pandemic, and we will get more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Tambor, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Tambor, and I work at Bronx Independent Living Services. The way e-hail now is important to me because I live in Whitestone, Queens, and it is very expensive to travel anywhere outside of my town. I work in the Bronx, and I go to appointments and socialize in all the other boroughs. If e-hail is capped, I wouldn't be able to afford the rides anymore and would have to be forced back on Access-a-Ride for most of my rides. There are not enough Access-a-Rides for everyone, and they'll wind up giving us even longer ride times because more people will be back on Access-a-Ride. We will also be late for appointments and miss appointments because of this. Keep e-hail the way it is and open it up to more consumers. It gives us the freedom to go where we want when we want.
Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Daisy Vargas.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair, Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. To save the best near the end. I'm going to claim standing and speak. I'm simply an ordinary user of the subway and the bus system and other systems of public transportation. That's the perspective I share with you. So ADA is very important. I want to keep working on these stations. I always get excited when I hear about new stations opening up that I can enjoy more fully. And how can we continue our work on Omni? I hope to be there soon and enjoy the fare capping. I have the app set up for the reduced fare, and I'm sharing that with others. Hopefully they will turn that on before the Metro card sunsets. It's nice doing new things. How do we build the best subway we can? And I think about building a renewable energy powered subway. sitting here in my home, which is powered by renewable energy, and we should do that on our subway. And how can we get our new electric buses out? We got lots of buses to buy, and the time is right. Electric bus riding should not be a novelty. And now I'm going to reframe a bit. You know, I have 53 years of experience on New York City subway. I believe in this system. Despite all its challenges, I still believe in this subway. I was watching excerpts of Saturday Night Fever. John Travolta riding overnight trains on the RR line of the New York City subway. I want to get back to riding trains in the day at night on this subway because I believe in this legendary and historic system that is a subway, and it's an institution that is stately. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daisy Vargas, followed by Mannion Lyons.
Hello. I I have some issues with accessory as well. They never come on time. They always come late, and where I live specifically, the trains are not accessible where I live. So it's very hard for me, even if accessory was to leave me or anybody else, I wouldn't be able to use the train to get where I need to go because it's not accessible. And if you guys raise up the fare, like some other people said before, we won't be able to afford it. And I don't think that's right because we live from check to check and we have other bills to pay besides using accessories. So I strongly believe that you guys shouldn't raise up the fare for us because it won't, we can't live our life like that. Oh, and you should open up the pilot program again for people like us. Like if we gotta go somewhere and the access ride is late, we can just have the same day cab service.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Mannion Lyons, followed by Jean Ryan.
Good morning. My name is Mannion Lyons. Can you hear me? Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mannion Lyons, and I am a participant of the pilot program. And as you heard prior to me, it has really opened opportunities. And it's a sad day when you pick and choose opportunities. This is a land where people come from other countries to get a better education, to live as independent as possible. And people like myself and the people that were before me, we live in this country, we fought for the ADA rights, and we're going backwards. Like someone said, mass transit finally got something right. You get a good report, and now you want to take it away from us. How are we supposed to go from visiting a friend, a family member, or a hospital, a doctor's appointment if we have only a certain amount of days to travel or a certain amount of trips to take? You wouldn't do it to no other population, whether you're able-bodied or not. And what you got to remember, people, is that you can walk right now, but you don't know what's down the line. And you would want to live as independent as possible. And if you had to take care of a mother or a father or a child, you would still want to take them out and give them opportunities and options. What you're doing right now is taking away options. I understand that everything's expensive, but you know what? You're gonna give a freedom and then take it away. Where are we supposed to get the extra money, the $5? Sometimes we don't even have the $2.75. And you know that because you go shopping. We live independently. We're not in hospitals. We're not in institutions. We just want rights like everybody else. God bless you. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by Ruth Lowenkron.
Good morning. I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. I want to ask you, when was the last time you had to call ahead to arrange all your rides for tomorrow and do it before 5 p.m. today and stick to it? When will your meeting get over? What if it gets canceled? What if you must stay late at work? You're not going to do it if you take Access Ride. AAR is so bad that only about 35% of people who have Access Ride use it. It doesn't meet our needs. Our options are few. The subways don't have many elevators. 30 are out of service every day. We often don't know which ones. And there are big gaps to the train from the platform. Express buses don't run 24/7, and we can seldom get on them. Right now, about 1,200 Access Ride riders have something that's better. The MTA wants to take it away and give us and 2,400 more people a limited discount program that will give us some money towards rides we take. We will have to pay a lot of money to go to another borough, or if it rains, or it's rush hour, like the time I got stranded, totally stranded, and had to pay $128 to get home after 2 hours of trying any other way to South Brooklyn. With the new program, I'd still have to pay $88. Who has that kind of money? People have gotten jobs based on their ability to get around. We can be more productive and do more things in one day. In the new program, Access Ride will not pay tolls. What? We have to subsidize the MTA to get places? That's unfair to people who live in the outer boroughs. A big deal is made by Access Ride of the few people who committed fraud or took a lot of trips. There were absolutely no rules in the 6 years this program was in operation. 3 more sentences. Didn't they analyze it? They could have instituted rules and
Please
stopped
conclude your
fraud when they
remarks.
found it. I heard that Access Ride lumped in the cost of rescue trips into this program. That is not right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ruth Lowenkron, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning, Ruth Lowenkron. I'm the director of the Disability Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. We're also one of the founding members of ARG, the Access Ride Reform Group. And it's hard to follow all the voices out there. I hope you are hearing them. I want to add to this, as a lawyer, perhaps what I know best. This is a civil rights issue. It is not legal to treat the disability community differently. You already have lawsuits on your hands, one about the fares. So how is it that, notwithstanding the lawsuit that says you should not be denying the discounts to the disability community, you decide that you can charge $5? This is not a luxury service, as many have said, and it should cost no more. In fact, it should cost less. You should have those discounts. The other lawsuit that you're already facing is the fact that, as many have said, unlike what is available to people who can use mass transit, you can use the services at any time to go wherever you want, whenever you want, for whatever reason. You want to go for a beer? God bless you. Go for a beer. You don't sit there and say, is this part of my, whatever she calculated, 3.13 trips of the week? It is an outrage, and more than an outrage, it is illegal. Please, You too have lives that you want to live, where you want to, in fact, enjoy things to the hilt. It's wonderful, and we really do appreciate it. And I was thinking I should have started with this, but I'm not looking at my notes. We are definitely appreciative that this program has been in place. As many have said, it gets you a lot of good press too. We are definitely appreciative that you're expanding it, not by a small amount, by a large amount. Tripling a pilot, that's hugely impressive. But at the same time, you cannot be pulling back on it and making it worse, and deciding in essence to pay the same amount for the program of $1,200 that you're going to do for $3,600. That's not really
Please
logical
conclude your remarks.
or very fair. So thank you very much for reconsidering what we think is an illegal program. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Joe Rappaport.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif. I think you already heard everyone about Access-a-Ride and concern about the fare. As a remind you that I mentioned this at the public hearing. The fare for reduced fare is very important because the one issue everyone has is the fare. As every disability is sitting behind me or listening at the YouTube channel, we need to remind that the reduced fare program, which we're all getting a lot of people signed up, are trying to budget their money. The reason I mentioned this at the public hearing, this is the one thing I'm going to remind. The public hearing, as I said, should also list it of when you're going up or down, need to know how much is a reduced fare price. The late person, Edith Prentice, has mentioned this in the past. We ask this to be always in the books and also have papers. If anything changes, we need to know because Social Security, Medicaid needs to know because of budget. I have said this in the past. I know Edith Prentice said this in the past, and I know everyone else is going to say it again. We need to concern about the fare. The other thing we like to remind that next month is Disability Pride Month. As you see me wearing the 8833 pin, we need to celebrate. Make sure we celebrate the 8833. MTA is celebrating it, but we need to remind everyone out there. Disability Pride Month is a very important things we have accomplished and things we need to accomplish, but we need to work together. So MTA, let's have a big celebration. Let's smile and work together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe Rappaport, followed by Yolanda Aline.
Thank you. Good morning. Here, I guess. Good morning. My name is Joe Rappaport from the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. Today, the Guardian newspaper has an article about a state in India that's given women free transit because it wants to encourage their employment. Meanwhile, here in New York State, the MTA is doing the exact opposite for its disabled riders on Access-a-Ride. Among other proposed changes to its on-demand program, the MTA wants to increase the fare, as you've heard, for the next phase of its on-demand program by 82%, from $2.75 to $5. In what world does this make sense? Beyond that, the proposal to raise the fare by 82% violates a memorandum of understanding the MTA signed with the city 3 decades ago. The MOU clearly pegs the price of Access-a-Ride to the base fare on the subways and buses, which is now $2.75. Now, it's also clear in the MOU that the only way to charge more than the base fare is to get the city's approval. Now, it's possible you've done that. I hope not. It's also possible your lawyers have convinced you that you can raise the fare 82% in spite of the MOU. Look, we agree it makes sense to offer on-demand Access-a-Ride service. You've proven over the last 5.5, 6 years that you can do it and that people find it life-changing, as you've heard. But this new proposal is fatally flawed. Make it better by actually expanding it, not imposing unfair limits on the cost or the number of rides that you never force on anyone else. And really, don't make it out of reach for the vast majority of your riders by raising the fare by how much? 82%. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Yolanda Aline.
Hello. It seems like MTA, New York City Transit, have no respect or care for anyone that use Stressor Ride. Because some people use, I know I used to use it when I was on dialysis 3 times a week. Plus, when you have cancer, you have to go to, if you go to Sloan and you live in Brooklyn, it takes you, and sometimes you have to take cancer treatment twice a week. So that's 5 days. And if you want to go to church, that's 6 days. So one day you might be home. How do you expect people to spend $5 when they don't have that $5 in the first place? Cancer treatment is not cheap. Being on dialysis is not cheap. And everything is going up. You go buy a dozen eggs, it's $5. Where do you expect people to get money from? Out of the air? There's no plane dropping money in New York City. And New York City Transit, all you able people on the board, all of y'all are on the board. All y'all can take the transit and jump on the train anytime or jump on the bus when you feel like. We don't have that option. We don't have that option. So who cares about us? Don't we have any value? We don't care. Nobody cares. A 90-year-old woman trying to get physical therapy, and Stressor Ride left her. The guy don't show up with the broker service. What should she do? $100, as Jean said, $128 to get back home. Where do we get that kind of money? Ain't nobody dropping money, and no money is growing in anybody's backyard. That's ridiculous. And all you guys are able. All of y'all are able, except for these 2 gentlemen. You can jump in the subway. You can do anything you feel like. What do we get out of this situation? Absolutely nothing. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be disrespectful for people that need Stressor Ride. Enough is enough. I had it every month. I come here with the same nonsense, and nothing is getting any better. And all you board members, what are you doing?
Please
all
conclude your remarks.
Down there and do absolutely nothing. Enough.
That concludes our public comment session for today's meeting.
Thank you to all our speakers. Can I now have a motion to approve the minutes from the May 2023 meeting? Second? Second, Sharif. All those in favor? Against? Motion carried. Okay, Rich, do we have any changes to the work plan?
No changes this month.
Okay, you want to start us off with the President's report, please?
Yes, I'll be brief here. So June is the beginning of the summer, obviously, and the celebration of freedom such as Pride and Juneteenth. As the co-executive sponsor of the Pride Express Employee Relations Group, I am proud to be part of an organization that celebrates our LGBTQIA+ customers and employees, not just during Pride Month, but every day of the year. I am equally proud that all agencies under the MTA flag pulled out all the stops to celebrate Pride. Our trains and buses had special decals and stickers. Our stations were adorned with Pride posters and digital displays, and we introduced a commemorative Metro card at several stations. And yesterday, we joined the Pride March with a big contingent of transit workers and New York City Transit employees. A huge thanks to our partners at TW Local 100 for making this march possible. I'm also grateful to continue to work with a team of employees who do great work every day. They are the backbone of our faster, cleaner, safer plan. This month, we celebrated 67 incredible transit employees at the President's biannual award ceremony, recognizing the employees for achievements in safety, customer service, leadership, teamwork, and diversity and inclusion. And we were also proud to see 10 bus operators highlighted on the Today Show with Al Roker 2 weeks ago for a ride in one of our newest electric buses. It turns out Al's dad was a 29-year New York City Transit bus operator from Queens, and he knows firsthand the remarkable work that our operators do every day. Roker's piece highlighted 42-year veteran bus operator Tony LaDuca and first-year bus operator Victoria Lugo with her dad, who's also a bus operator, and 7 others, Lewis, David, Cleveland, you've met before, Bernadine, Michael, Kermit, Edward, and Tyrone. Thank you all for your work. Turning to Subway, customer satisfaction remained stable last month. Overall satisfaction in May 2023 was 61%, 1% lower than April, but still higher than back in December. Incidents like a fire at 96th Street, signal issues at Smith and 9th, and a third rail incident at 75th and Elders Lane were reasons why we saw a slight dip in our customer satisfaction. However, despite the operating challenges, the subways team was able to deliver 84.3% customer journey time, which is higher than our goal. And customers are also noticing our staff's ways to improve subway experience on onboard cleanliness and staff helpfulness, which were both up from the previous month. And as we close out June, the subways team is performing at over 84% on-time performance. So again, pushing real hard. You'll also recall that our station renovation program is one of our major initiatives in our Faster, Cleaner, Safer plan. Cleanliness is one of the top 5 attributes customers cite in surveys that would improve their satisfaction and encourage them to travel more. We are pleased to say that we have completed on schedule the first 2 quarters of our renovation program and will begin work on our next 14 stations. We'll be announcing what those 14 stations are later this week. I assure you, though, they will be across all 5 boroughs, including the Bronx. We are on tap and on goal to complete 50 stations by the end of 2023. We also continue to open bathrooms. Right now, 34 stations and 68 bathrooms. Rather than announcing it, we're just quietly doing it now. And we'll be having 36 bathrooms and an additional 18 subway stations opening to the public starting July 3rd on a rolling basis. So with these planned openings, the vast majority of bathrooms within the subway system will be open to the public by Labor Day. We continue to be laser focused on weekend experience for our customers as they return in strong numbers. As we do essential work on weekends to make the system better and more reliable, we're also doing more to inform our customers about the best ways to get around and the enhancements in our systems that they can look forward to. Shortly, we will hear a presentation from Demetrius Critchlow, Jose LaSalle, and Tim Mulligan on how we are working together with C&D to get the critical work done, but also to deliver for our customers. Why is this important? Because weekend service continues to rebound. I am pleased to announce this past weekend, we had the highest weekend ridership since the pandemic. We moved over 4.7 million customers around our system. Overall satisfaction with safety and security on trains and stations dipped 3 percentage points. However, overall subway safety satisfaction remains up from 45% last year. So our customers are noticing the COPS Cameras and Care initiative. The chief will speak momentarily about the incredible work he and his team are doing at NYPD Transit to continue to keep our customers and our employees safe. Moving to bus. During May 2023, bus customer satisfaction also remained stable. Overall satisfaction was 65%, 4 points below April, but still a point higher than last December. Most indicators were flat, but our customer satisfaction in the Bronx for both express and local customers continues to be up, which we attribute to the great work that the bus team and OP did last year to rewrite and to redesign our bus network in the Bronx. The Department of Buses continues to remain dedicated to optimize the system with greater numbers for our customers. They continue to work closely with NYPD and the City DOT to make service better. We also, Frank and team have been working very closely with the NYPD and traffic to ensure that while we're rolling out ABLE across the system, we are also enforcing traffic laws in those corridors where we don't have ABLE. I think you've written, Frank, over 5,000 tickets personally, right? Is that right, Frank?
5,932 to
who's
be
counting?
exact.
Which continues in buses, but frankly has also turned into I think about 3 dozen arrests for various both motor vehicular infractions to serious crimes. So again, if you're not in a bus and you're in a bus lane, get out of the way. For paratransit, we obviously heard a lot this morning about paratransit. Let me spend a few minutes there. Paratransit's customer satisfaction was 68% in April. In May, 10 points lower than in March, but still higher than we were 6 months ago. The demand for Access-a-Ride is continuing to increase with about 25,000 weekday trips and 15,000 weekend trips that were in April. Obviously, on-time performance was also very high at 98%. But we are digging into where and why we can improve, and so we're taking steps to increase and improve service. Chris and team will be adding an incentive payment for completed trips and drivers later this year in the fall. And we're expanding eHail. Now, let me spend a moment on eHail. We heard a lot of feedback today from our customers. First, Chris will be giving a deep dive at the board tomorrow on what eHail and what we tend to bring. I think what you heard was a real concern, tension, and a real concern and tension that we've had about trying to expand the service beyond 1,200 of our customers. To keep that in context, we have 175,000 customers who are able to use Access-a-Ride. So only 1% of our customers currently qualified for eHail. What we're doing is tripling that amount to 3,600, but as mentioned, asking our customers to increase their copay and to think about how they use their trips. We're looking at both volume and distance. Chris will get into more of that detail. No system is perfect. I will tell you that the system that we are suggesting that the board take a look at tomorrow is one that is within line with our other peer transit systems across the United States. And there's a service ultimately that's not required to be provided under AAR, right? eHail is not. That being said, we want to put out the best product we possibly can, and we're committed to continuing to work with advocates and our customers to get it right going forward. I think with that, Madam Chair, I will end. I know we have a presentation and a few other things we want to get through quickly, so I think I'll turn it over back to you.
Thank you, Rich. Any questions for Rich? If not, we're going to move on to Demetrius.
Thank you, Hayden. Rich, by means of this presentation, we aim to give the committee more insight into the internal mechanism that keeps this machine running. As we do essential work on weekends to make the system better and more reliable, we're doing more to inform our customers of the best ways to get around. We're also doing more to describe the enhancements of our system and to give customers something that they can look forward to. We're joined today by the Department of Subways Weekend Czar, Jose LaSalle, and C&D's Senior Vice President of Operations Support, Tim Mulligan. At the core of this partnership, increasing customer satisfaction 10% by June 2024 has been at the forefront of our weekly planning meetings. What does this mean? To do work which has the potential to be disruptive to our customers, it can seem like an oxymoron that customers would be more satisfied. But the key element is delivering. Delivering on faster, cleaner, safer service. And the only way we're going to do that is working together between the Department of Subways, Operations Planning, and C&D. With weekend ridership rebounding strongly, it's even more important than to balance a quality service with critical work. If you liken this system to your own health, there are elective procedures and treatments that enhance the beauty, and then there are those core medical procedures and treatments that are vital to the organs. They keep your system working. You can't survive without them. For the MTA, this means prioritizing the crucial matters that may not be flashy. They may not make the headlines for ingenuity or for leading industry standard, but without proper care and attention, we cannot perform efficiently or frankly at all. We're talking about our shops, our signals, switches, infrastructure, tunnels, tracks, and more. Now, why weekends? It's the nature of work that creates the demand and our ultimate goal of impacting less customers with the disruptions. The capital plan has substantially grown from previous plans, bigger projects, bigger return for our customers, but it requires more time. 2- and 3-day weekend outages are far more productive than just selecting a 5-hour overnight closure, given the time it takes to remove a track from service, remove power, get resources like material, work trains, crews to a work area, followed by doing it in reverse in order to restore a track to service before a morning rush. With a weekend or a 3-day outage, that is all productive time. The track remains out for the duration, and our customers benefit. With that said, I want to pass it over to Tim Mulligan, who will go into a little more detail.
So we just wanted to talk about some of the projects that go through the process and coordination that Demetrius referred to. First of all, signaling. One of the most significant types of work that's happening right now in the subway system is signal modernization. We're currently in the midst of a historic expansion of CBTC in the system, and we have work well underway at Queens Boulevard, 8th Avenue, the Culver Line, and we're beginning the Crosstown Line as well. The signal modernization will bring more reliable, frequent service, as well as give us the opportunity to replace interlockings and old block fixed signaling systems that are approaching 100 years old in some locations. These projects are, by their nature, very right-of-way intensive, and they have to be carefully coordinated with each other and with other projects that are going on in the system, and they're expected to make significant progress over this summer and throughout the rest of the year. You'll hear more about the capital program at the Capital Program Committee today about our CBTC projects and the steps we're taking to dramatically focus our approach to resignaling to reduce the amount of right-of-way components, which not only reduces the construction impacts in the future, but also reduces the frequency of required right-of-way maintenance of that equipment. Next, stations. Another major but very visible to the customer investment area is our work on stations, particularly our accessibility work, and it is progressing at a similar unparalleled pace as the CBTC work. We'll complete 12 new ADA stations this year. We have an unprecedented 34 ADA stations that are currently under construction. And while much of this activity can occur behind barricades, on platforms and mezzanine areas, we sometimes need access to the platform for certain construction activities associated with the scope of these projects. We need to reconstruct the platform edges to be ADA compliant and sometimes realign the track itself to make the gaps ADA compliant as well. One of the most significant projects working this summer is Lorimer Metropolitan Avenue, as well as the 14th Street complex and the work at Queensboro Plaza, which I'll go into more detail. Queensboro Plaza ADA is a particularly good example of how we plan and coordinate our projects. Making this station accessible, it's a major transfer station. It impacts, almost 100,000 daily customers, and it requires the installation of a 3-level elevator as well as additional elevator to the street, as well as expanding the mezzanine, reconstructing platform edges, and ADA boarding areas. But while we're doing the outages required for Queensboro Plaza, we're leveraging that track access to get other needed work done across the system, including circulation improvements in Grand Central, the replacement of 6 escalators, and the addition of a new set of stairs for the Flushing line. Coordinating some of the work on the 5 station renewal projects on the Flushing line, as well as the crucial structure work at Woodside, and swinging new track panels in Astoria to keep that line's track in a state of good repair. This is an essential concept that we use to leverage outages to get more work done in the same amount of outages, so the customer get more benefit for the disruption. Finally, infrastructure. Infrastructure projects are some of the least heralded but most vital investments in our system, keeping the bones of the subway system intact. As noted here, we have more infrastructure taking place in this program than we have in the 2 previous capital programs combined. In fact, the 20 to 24 capital plan represents a 270% increase in the investment in infrastructure from the prior capital plan. And this work is highlighted by several crucial projects that are ongoing, the Concourse Line in the Bronx, and we'll be beginning a very impactful but very crucial project to replace the direct fixation track in the 63rd Street line, which will begin later this summer and will involve 24/7 significant outages.
Thank you, Tim. This cross-departmental and cross-agency effort means we're not doing business as usual. We're thinking ahead and being more strategic with where and when we do our GOs, coordinating work to minimize the impacts. Continuing to ask the questions from the view of a customer. How do we service our customers? Can we reroute via local or express tracks? Is there a parallel line available? In the instances where we still operate service, can we install barriers to separate workers from adjacent tracks to safely operate at a higher speed? And in some cases, asking the really tough questions. Is it better for our customers to have a full 24/7 shutdown versus multiple weeks or months of repeated outages? All this work is done years in advance, with our ops planning team taking the lead on scheduling the GOs and coordinating with the Department of Subways, Department of Buses, to see how work will impact service and being mindful of the external events which may be occurring in the communities we serve. This is one project line. Overlay this with many projects, varying corridors, each requiring different levels of support. In short, this isn't easy. It takes a thoughtful and forward-thinking approach to get it done, and for that, we're grateful to the Chief Officer, Judy McLean, and her team who continue to work extremely difficultly to be able to provide our best service for our customers. Better weekend service and enhanced customer communications are at our core commitments. That's why we're glad to have our Subway's Deputy Chief for Weekend Service and Diversions, Jose LaSalle, also known as the Weekend Czar. He'll tell you more about the work he's doing for the Department of Subways, which also cuts across departments such as buses, ops planning, and others.
Thank you, Demetrius. Well, the planning stages, as you mentioned, do start years in advance. But when we start digging down, we're looking 6 to 8 weeks out. And we sit down with Judy's team at OP, Service Delivery Field Operations, the folks at the Operations Control Center, stations, and various other departments to get it done right. We analyze the service plans that are put out, and we look for items that might come up and say, hey, we need to look a little closer at this and pay attention to this. My team, along with our partners, identify diversions that could be most impactful to our customers, and we make certain that we look at that during the weekend process. We focus on limiting adjacent track flagging, where there's going to be buses, where our customers are going to get double hit, so to say, and have to get off a train to get on a bus. Where it's possible, we like to minimize the impact that adjacent track flagging will have. We had that this weekend, and I'll get into that a little bit later. During that, the day of, we'll go out, we'll look at high-need stations or high-need areas where there is adjacent track flagging, visit those locations to identify impacts to customer service and make necessary changes. So you saw a slide before where we had a panel up in the air, a panel being track with rails. We'll look at that and make sure that our customers aren't stuck outside stations and having to wait a long time, because we definitely want to minimize customer journey time. We'll address merge points where we have several lines meeting together so that they don't slow down our customers getting from point A to point B. And during the day, we'll reach out to our partners at the Operations Control Center, talk to the folks at the Digital Communications Unit, and see what our customers are saying. If we get one complaint from a customer, we kind of equate that to like 100 or maybe even 1,000 customers complaining about it. So we look at that. Then afterwards, we sit back and discuss it with all our partners to see what we did well, what worked, where we can, probably improve on our weekend service, and make sure that those ideas are put together. Next slide, please. Weekend on-time performance has steadily increased, and I believe it's increased 5% since July of 2002. And as Rich had mentioned before, our ridership continues to increase, and we like to see that because As the customers come back on a Saturday and a Sunday, that just means that's going to equate to heavier ridership on the weekdays. And we're looking for the days of 5 million and 6 million people a day. We also are looking to improve service on the weekends on particular lines, the G, J, and M lines. We hope to have more service, as when we look at the Pulse surveys, our customers are talking about, we want more service, we want more service. So we're going to try to leverage that, the work that we're doing, getting it on the G, J, and M lines. Next slide, please. So as Rich had mentioned earlier before, our ridership hit 4.681 million yesterday, and that's a post-pandemic record. We look forward to seeing that continue to increase this summer, and hopefully by the end of the year, we'll be at the numbers pre-pandemic.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the weekend czar or the outstanding team here? Board Member Albert.
Thanks. It's not a question, but thank you for everything you've been doing. I believe service has gotten better on weekends, and the new electronic billboards that are on the stations are showing strip maps in real time, showing what transfers are actually available. And I'm hoping that we can, not too distant future, move to having a real-time full system map so that folks can look at it and not see Monday to Friday, you know, and when everything's right, but if it's in the middle of the night or if it's weekends, the service that's actually being offered at that given time. But thank you, Jose. Great.
Thank you.
The presentation, we still have a couple more slides.
Oh, we're still going.
Yeah, no
Okay.
worries. Unless you want it to be done.
No, Chair Mahalsis will scold me later for this. I am not a worthy. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Yeah.
So one of the things that Rich has really been promoting and talked a lot about have been station renovations. It has been a new way of not only in advance looking at what work is coming down the pike to do for outages, to make the best of those outages, but also to provide for customers an opportunity for when they come back after having an impactful weekend to say, what did I gain from it? It started with the B&D lines and 9 stations, doing not only the customer-facing aspects, but also the facilities within our customers' realm, within our employees' realm. We've seen big impacts in our customer satisfaction numbers as a result of it. Greater than 10% of our subway customers have cited that they see cleanliness as improving in those locations where we have the renovations. That is not just the maintenance, painting of the locations, but also changing the lighting. The lighting can make a huge difference in how customers see the environment in which we work. Taking advantage of the 55-hour outages, we talked about it a little more, this a little bit earlier, but you can get so much work done from having a work train in there, having full access to the tracks, and we're looking forward to what we can do. 33 renovations completed already this year, with the goal of having 50 done for 2023. So better customer experience means being more thoughtful in the decisions we make and not ruling out an idea because it didn't work well for us years ago. Can the work be done smarter? Can we make it more efficient? Can we make better, more efficient use of the outages? Can we do more at night versus during the day? When we do so, we've looked at our means of communicating with customers. We've revamped the program that oversees our onboard and in-station announcements to include resources to report to remote locations for more individualized service announcements. We're also working to improve the communications that we provide to our station agents so there's a knowledgeable team member who's willing, able, and has the tools to assist. Jose?
Yes, so regarding that, the OCC, we had the dedicated announcers. We are going to have folks at our specific locations to individualize those announcements. In addition to the stuff you see here on the slides, we had the Digital Select Weekend Service Maps, which I know a lot of folks love. I really enjoy them. I think they're time intensive to put out. So, we're going to have them for big events. And then the Weekender and the My MTA app, which I, can't seem to get enough of. I think our customers should really sign up for the Weekender. I think the MTA app is tremendous in giving us real-time information on what's going on with our service. Next slide, please. And this past weekend, while I was on the 7 line checking out work zones, I encountered this sign on the left-hand side here, which was really, it stands out. It's pink, and it tells our customers what's going on. They usually see these signs that they kind of walk by. With this, it stands out. It lets them know what's going on, and they really pay attention to that. In addition to that, this past weekend at the Canal Street complex, we have a station that's like a labyrinth there, and we had these signs with specially made out by the service change customer service communications team. They put that out for us, and it was really outstanding in terms of our customers would see it, pick up on it, and they know what direction to walk and head to their trains. And now as the stations folks, we have the station agents coming out of the booth. That also enhances the opportunity our customers have to have a person give them some direction on their journey. Thank you.
And with that, I'll turn it back.
Okay, Board Member Valdivia.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. So I just wanted to reflect quickly on Rich's point. Thank you, Rich, for recognizing the speakers that spoke today. I know we'll hear a lot more about this tomorrow, so I'll probably refrain from asking a lot of questions today because I know you'll be giving a presentation, Chris. And but I think, I was just thinking about how compelling that testimony is and how that's really important in terms of our role in just understanding, how important the public comment period is. Question for you, Chris and Rich, is the item that we're hearing tomorrow, it's not an item that the board is voting on, or is it an item that the board will vote on?
Yep, it'll be yes for the pilot. I'll be voting on.
Oh, okay. So it is a board vote. Okay,
Yep.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So back to the presentation from Subways. Thank you so much. Tim, you were mentioning about the extraordinary investment we're making on CBTC. I was at the MTA when we were talking about the potential and power of CBTC. It'd be great to really understand now that we're done with the 7 line, and I forget what other lines that we're done with. The L was in 2009, right? So now that, we're done with the 7 other lines, just wondering, kind of getting from an operations perspective, what are the performance metrics? What are the points of success, and because we're, as I understand, investing billions of dollars in CBTC. So we want to make sure that when it's operating, it's actually doing what we want it to do. And it is, we're getting that ROI. So I think that would be good for us to learn.
Yeah, I would suggest maybe we could do a future presentation in that regard. Obviously, at the C&D, the Capital Committee, I think you mentioned, Tim, there's going to be a CBTC update. Too many acronyms with the letter C in them. I can tell you this now, being a user of the 7 line every day, but also looking at the success metrics. So customer satisfaction of the 7 line has been consistently the highest of all of our lines for sure, well north of 70 every month. I think we actually just recently did a software upgrade to allow us to even tighten the headways. But during rush hour, Demetrius, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're at 2 to 3 minute headways on the 7 line, which is pretty incredible. And if there's a Mets game going on or a big concert out at Citi Field, actually, I couldn't imagine us not having that kind of headway. Times Square and Grand Central in particular get really busy during the rush hour. So I think that's, and the operating performance as well. So customer satisfaction, flows behind that on-time performance, et cetera, et cetera. But Dee, feel free to say more, but it's clearly paying dividends. Our customers are saying they love the 7 line, and we're able to operate pretty efficiently there.
Yeah, and I think your point about maybe it's a future presentation, but we're investing billions of dollars in capital, and then kind of making that putting that line through it. Okay, what does that mean in terms of our operations and making sure the day-to-day is good? So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll just comment on one. I think as an agency, since we did start off with the L line and the 7 line, we tried to do our current operations and just add CBTC on. It really was, how do we run a conventional system with CBTC? And you're absolutely right. We've had this discussion now between C&D and subways. What if the system is going to completely transition to CBTC, if this is going to be the future state of the organization, we need to do things differently. As an organization, we can't just look at how we do things now with a conventional signal system. What are other partners, what are other systems doing who have transitioned to fully CBTC systems, and how do we get there? So we've had some meetings already with some of our partners in London, Denmark, and in Paris, and we still have some more work to do on this.
That's great. Thank you.
Board Member Soren.
Just a very quick, I was actually speaking about it this morning, about the communications on when subways are not running or buses, and I really have to applaud the way the communication is happening, how efficient it's running. That was probably one of the biggest complaints I have always heard about going to subway, seeing that it's not running. So truly, I applaud you, because what a significant change, and really does no longer a huge impact on those traveling on the weekend. So I applaud you for the success of that program.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to the team. They've done a fantastic job.
Board Member Valdivia.
This is about accessorides, so just, okay. So I saw on-time performance and then customer satisfaction, Rich, but this month I think customer satisfaction for accessoride dropped 10%, so excuse me if that's already been discussed. Just wanted to hear, what's going on there, because that seems to be a big decline in a month or two, so just wanted to check.
So I've often said to the team, like, we shouldn't get too high in the highs or too low in the lows, right? Because particularly for accessoride, the customer base that we get is statistically correct, but it's a little smaller. All that being said, 68% still high. I think the hypothesis that both Chris and I had when we've had these conversations is a couple things. One is ridership continues to grow, and we've thought about this as a supply and demand challenge, right? So making sure that, in particular, our brokers are being responsive to not only returning trips, but also on-time performance. I think that's one, which is why I mentioned, I think, two things we're really looking at in terms of solutioning. So typically, again, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, typically in the summer, we will see a bit of a dip in ridership, which will help our ability to actually get the rides out. What we're really focusing in is the fall. When September and school comes back, we usually see an increase in ridership and accessoride. And so we're planning on offering an incentive payment to drivers who are on time in both, on time, I suppose, right? As we also reduce our on-time performance metric from 30 minutes down to 20 minutes, which we're doing at the end of the year. eHail obviously generated some feedback today. Obviously the board will have a conversation about it tomorrow. We do believe, given the economics, it's the right thing to expand the service, and I think with some of the changes we're making, it will actually impact the data that we have. Very few of the rides that we experienced over the last few years. But those are a few things. Chris, you should definitely jump in, though, please.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Midori, for the question. In May, we did experience in the first couple of weeks a bit of a hiccup with our broker service. We are not seeing that in June, so we do anticipate I anticipate a higher customer satisfaction for June because of that. Last year, as Rich did say, September was our big dip. We did go down from, I think, something like 68 to 62 from August to September of last year. We do not want to have that happen again this year, which is why we're doing the incentives to anticipate the post-Labor Day increase in ridership. So we'll be watching that closely as it comes up.
And there might be a broader policy question for us to consider, which is, the seasonality of accessoride ridership, and there might be in the future a different way to think about how we price and pay for it, meaning that during the holiday season in the winter, ridership tends to dip, but come back in the spring, dip in the summer, and come back in the fall. So I think it's something else that we should all watch. not dissimilar to subway and bus, right? When school gets out, we see, more summer vacations. Obviously, students aren't using our services, parents and caretakers aren't either. So I think that's another way to think about, in particular for Access-a-Ride, maybe how we provide incentives. Hence the reason why Chris came up with this, and his team came up with a great idea of, let's look at doing this incentive program this fall.
Any further questions on the presentation? Okay, moving on to Q for the accessibility update.
Thank you so much for that. So this month has been pretty busy for us here in accessibility. Accessibility and safety continues to be the two prisms by which we look at everything that we're doing here at the MTA. You heard a great presentation from Tim about our collaboration from C&D and all that we're doing to enhance accessibility system-wide, which has included a new update for all MTA employees, particularly those who create web content, to ensure that any information that we create for our customers that we publish out there is accessible in all forms so that anyone who wants that information can access it with ease. Aside from that, I want to give a shout out to Frank and the bus team, who continues to be great partners retrofitting those 1,000 buses for the stroller program on those 57 routes. So I think we're about to be completed, and we're getting great feedback from customers on that, Frank. Thank you. And I am particularly thankful to the bus team, the subways team and C&D, who have helped us put together a program to finalize the installation of detectable warning surfaces at all those stations that are missing tactile warnings. I think, Tim, we're under 80 stations that need this now, and we have a programmatic approach to achieve full compliance in all those stations. Thank you so much, Tim. And I think that's going to be a great enhancement. Lastly, as you heard from one of our speakers, next month is Disability Pride, and we have a lineup of great programs, both webinars, live events. We will be featuring some board members and, of course, Demetrius Crenshaw and all his great work that he's doing with subways to talk about the current state of accessibility, but also where we are planning to go and what makes us all excited of all the different ways in which we are enhancing accessibility for all our riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Q. Any questions for Q? Okay, let's move on to the crime report. Chief Kemper.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Muhaltas, President Davey, and all members of the board. Thank you for having me here today. As I mentioned prior, it's an honor and privilege to represent the men and women of the NYPD Transit Bureau and to work alongside the MTA and their thousands of dedicated employees. As I've said in the past, this administration, the mayor and the police commissioner, have been clear and quite vocal from day one of their appointments that reducing crime, particularly in the subway system, was their top priority. And that remains true today. And their words were followed by real visible action. After starting calendar year 2022 up in overall crime in the subway system, a very concerning 42% last year, historic investments were made in relation to subway safety. It was because of those investments that an additional large number of cops were redeployed and assigned to police the subway system on a daily basis, including transit cops and our counterparts in different bureaus, such as Patrol, the Housing Bureau, and the Detective Bureau, amongst just a few. And the results of this investment were quick and positive. Because of the long hours and hard work of the men and women in the NYPD, crime immediately shifted from this unacceptable increase to a decrease. This increase in personnel and deployment assigned to the subway system remains present and will remain until further notice. It's needed, it works, and the public appreciates it. To current crime. We ended the month of May with a 13% decrease in overall crime combined, including most notably a 31% decrease in robberies. June has been a challenging month for us, as there were a few high-profile and, to be quite frank, unacceptable and unnerving incidents that occurred. Fortunately, quick arrests were made on those crimes, but certainly we wish they never occurred. As such, and as usual, our deployment strategies were refocused, pivoting focus to emerging crime trends, and that will always continue to be the case. Additionally, and tragically, we witnessed another subway surfing incident that led to the death of a 14-year-old boy and some serious life-altering injuries to another 14-year-old boy in Brooklyn just a few days ago. Cannot be more clear on this subject. Subway surfing is deadly. The attention and the clout that these kids seek is just not worth it. All too often, we are seeing young kids, 12, 13, and 14 years old, not thinking of the tragic consequences of their actions. Parents, educators, friends, and family must participate in the effort to prevent subway surfing. There is no room for subway surfing. The NYPD, we are combating this deadly and unsafe trend in many different ways, through deployment, through investigations, through enforcement, and through outreach, and by working alongside different NYPD bureaus and outside city agencies. This topic will remain a priority of ours. Again, I want to be clear. Subway surfing is deadly, and it's preventable. Currently, year-to-date crime in the subway system is down 7% versus last year. This equates to 77 less victims. This includes a 16+% reduction in robberies year-to-date. This year's overall crime numbers are some of the lowest in recorded history. Taking out pandemic years 2020 and 2021, only 2 years in recorded history have lower overall crime numbers versus this year. And please, to anyone listening, don't misinterpret what I'm saying. We clearly recognize the challenges we face and the work that needs to continue. And we are well aware that perception and fear are real to so many of our riders. We are deeply committed to ensuring public safety in the transit system, and we share the mindset that people deserve to travel from point A to point B in the subway system safely and free of fear. The men and women of the NYPD have been working long hours and very hard. Our enforcement, year-to-date, has increased substantially versus prior years. Overall arrests are up 53% this year, including a 25.5% increase in felonies and a 68.5% increase in misdemeanor arrests. And we find ourselves arresting many of the same people over and over and over and over, and for time I'll stop with that, over again. Tab summonses are up 58%. Arrests for weapons are up, and I'm talking year-to-date. Arrests for weapons are up, including gun possession in the subway system, 26.7% higher this year. Knife cutting instrument possessions is up 67% this year versus last year. And additionally, we remain focused on quality of life violations and fare evasion. In closing, I want to again thank you for inviting me here today, and I want to also take this opportunity to recognize and thank the men and women of the NYPD, specifically our cops, who do amazing work each and every day in our subway system and allow me to tell their story. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions or comments? Board Member Soren.
So, considering that operations and Subway has done such an amazing job in communication, what are the chances that we can put out a similar type campaign for subway surfing? I mean, to the point of graphic, right? We do it for everything else, like the smoking commercials. I think that visually these kids need to start seeing like real life consequences.
I agree with you, and I was very public on this, very publicly on at least 3 occasions in the last few days. Enforcement is very important. That's just one part of the strategy. And when I say enforcement, I'm talking about arresting, investigating and arresting. But prevention is important also because it's my opinion, once we make the arrest, it means they did it. We're trying to prevent them from doing it in the first place. We're in a process in the NYPD. It should be completed by the end of the week of a PSA that we're going to be releasing on our social media platforms. And I know already City Hall has been in discussion with my team. They're putting something together in relation to this topic, as the mayor himself has been quite vocal repeatedly, not just starting last week, in which he was, again, very vocal on this subject matter. So we are willing to work. I know President Davey, I'm willing to work with you and your team in any way we can assist in this matter, but I'm hopeful and I'm optimistic that we will have a PSA that will be released by the end of this week.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, we have no procurements in committee for this week, so can I have a motion to adjourn? Second? Thank you. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help. We stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them.
So every day I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. And it tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place. It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors, we make sure that the engineer's cab is clean.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call the meeting of the Diversity Committee to order, please. My name is Elizabeth Velez, Chair of the Diversity Committee, and at this time I'd like to acknowledge fellow committee members Midori Valdivia, Neil Zuckerman, and Gerald Bringman for joining us today. Tracy, are there any public speakers this morning?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. We have 3 virtual speakers, and we will begin to hear their comments. They will be given 2 minutes, and we will start with Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon, Diversity Committee. Jason Anthony here. On the Monday after my 37th birthday, in the birth of Pride Month, we need more LGBT folks inside the MTA force. We know that Governor Hochul signed legislation protecting the LGBT community. The MTA needs to employ more LGBT folks. The MTA board is one example, but we need more LGBT folks in the workforce. So I hope that starting this year, the MTA will show an example for that. So that concludes my comments for this month's Diversity Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. Unfortunately, guys, there's so much problems, in the MTA. And as an advocate, I've experienced racism and discrimination at the MTA. And it's sad because, we all come to make a difference. We all come to help. but there's certain people at the MTA who are taking advantage of the agency. And in the coming days, I'm going to be filing a major complaint against the MTA and against this one or two individuals who have ruined an opportunity for all of us. And it's not right. It's not right. And, you know, people have a right to come to meetings, people have a right to participate, but there's a lot of discrimination going on. I'm not happy about it. And, you know, when there's discrimination, it doesn't help the MTA because we all lose in the end. So there needs to be sensitivity training, cultural diversity, and a lot of these people that the MTA is hiring in the so-called customer advocacy positions or whatever, they need to recheck, make sure these people have, you know, diverse backgrounds. Because this individual said something to me about the Holla station, you know, saying there was no racism. Oh yes, there is racism. Don't tell me what I don't know. So I'm not happy. And this weekend with Pride Week, you see how bad the subway service was. That tells you everything you need to know about discrimination at the MTA, because there should have been extra trains running, should have been extra buses running, and there should have been ambassadors at stations to help people, all the tourists that came. Everything was a mess this weekend. It couldn't have been worse. So like I said, a complaint is coming, and I've been working on this for a while now, and you guys are all going to be shocked at the MTA about what's going on. And I want action taken by the Attorney General, the State Commission on Human Rights, and I want this individual fired. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we'll hear from Alita Dupree.
Thank you, Chair Velez. Good morning. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. Going to talk about diversity today. I got to see some YouTube videos about Pride, and Shanifa Riera was hosting those, and we had some other guests. Q was in one of them, and Kathy Rinaldi, I think, was in another. And this is very, very good work. I've been riding on this system on and off for 53 years. And this work of highlighting diversity is really moving forward quickly due to top leadership emphasizing the importance of this. I remember about a year and a half ago, I got to come to the meetings and spoke at the diversity meeting. And it was very important, and I appreciate the welcome. So how do we continue to promote diversity? And I am hoping, I keep saying this, that I will come to see you all at a meeting in person, as I have not met some of you. But certainly the work that we did with these videos and signage, I think there'll be some decals on the trains, is showing that our subway and our other systems are open to all. How can we ensure that everybody at the MTA subscribes to these welcoming principles? So we don't want to ever have a failure of expectations. So I look forward to the diversity meeting today and hopefully seeing you all in person soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to our public speakers. Next, we have the approval of the April 24th Diversity Committee meeting minutes. May I have a motion? So moved. Thank you, Neil. Second, Midori. All in favor? Aye. Any oppositions? Minutes are approved. Tracy, can you please take us through the executive summary?
Yes, thank you, Chair Velez. Before I start, I just wanted to acknowledge the staff from DDCR. They have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of the civil rights program. So please, all of you, I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Dr. Green and I would lead the discussion. Next slide, please. In three areas. I'm going to talk about the 2023 Equal Opportunity Contracting Program. Dr. Green will take us through the Employee Resource Group, and then the first quarter 2023 update on MTA-wide EEO activities. Next slide. So for the MBE program, and I just want to emphasize that for the state's project, MWBE program, it runs from a fiscal year from April 1st to March 31st. So for last year, up until March 31st of 2023, we spent $809 million in MBE, and we're counted on payments for the state project. For the federal projects, it's based on awards. So between MWBE and SDVOB, we spent over $846 million. Now, this exceeds our goal from last year. Last year, I think we anticipated or we made 34%. This year, it's at 37%. So this is the third consecutive year that the MTA has exceeded their goal on the state side. For the DBE, and we only captured the first 6 months because the DBE program runs from October 1st of a year to September 30th of the following year. So right now, that figure of the 346 million is based on 6 months of data. So right now, we're achieving a 16% goal and on a 20% goal. So we're at 16%. Why is that lower than the goal? We still have 6 months to go, but with some of the projects with design build, it's very hard for developers to identify all the firms they're going to use, as opposed to a bid build project where a developer would submit all of its utilization up front. So we hope that that number will go up, and we'll strive for that. Next slide, please. That's just showing you some of our larger awards for the state's MWBE program, and some of them for the CRC Associates, which was awarded the $53 million. That was for fire system installations. We had Prutech, which was a WBE, that was electrical, and then we had Whitewood Renovations, which was an SDVOB, and they did some construction finishes. So I just wanted to give some of the top awards for the MWBE state for last year, and then the bottom are subcontract awards. Next slide. And then here we have some of the top prime for the DBEs. We have an electrical company, and we have Northeast Structural, 27 million. And just keep in mind, these may not have been the original awards. This is inclusive of change orders, right? Next slide. Outreach. This is a little bit different that we did it this year. For the first, 6 months, we have outreach to 166 firms. And so the breakdown are as such, and then the far right column are firms that was duly certified. So for example, of the 166 firms, 46 were MWBE, and 3 of them were duly certified as an MBE and an SDVOB. 10 of the 160 firms were not certified. And just to give you an idea of the type of firms that are coming to our events and we're speaking with, we broke them out into the 4 categories. So commodities, construction, consulting, and 31% of them are construction companies. So it was an interesting dynamic just to see of the type of firms that we're dealing with. And hopefully the 10 firms that were not certified we would get them certified either as a DVE or as MWBE. Next slide. Great. This is the, go back, previous slide? Yes.
So do you have a viewpoint as to which we should be having more of? How much does this align with? Well, first of all, I'd ask you the basic question, which is we spend, let's just say for every $1 million we spend, what's the mix of these 4 services? Because if, for example, our MWB contractors are overweighting in one area and underweighting in another, you'd say, oh, well, maybe we should figure out how to get more of the one that's underweight, because ideally you'd want the MWBE contractors to sort of reflect the rest of the economy or the rest
Right.
of our contractors. Secondly, I guess, well, I don't really care about their personal economics that much. I'd rather have our contractors who are MWBE be in, if I had a choice, more profitable areas than less profitable areas. And so I'm going to guess in, for example, commodities, there's not much margin. Sort of like if you own a gas station, like, you basically lose money on the gas or break even, you make money on the, the cookies and the coffee you sell, and the cigarettes, of course. So I'd be interested to know, I mean, I'm not pushing it, but if you're showing this, it'd be interesting to know, like, how, again, I'll just repeat myself, how this pie chart reflects the rest of our contractors, the non-MWBE. And then if we believe there's a difference, so again, let's say they overweight in service consulting, but it's most of our contractors are in construction, is that good or bad? Just worth taking a look.
Right. No, and I agree. One of the things that we're looking at are upcoming procurements, and to make sure that we have enough pool of MWBEs, DBEs to fit that. So you're right, and if we were to do that comparison, I think we would find more in suppliers, right? And or construction, but not prime opportunities, right, as sub-consultants. But noted, and thank you. Next slide. All right, so this has to deal with the certifications. And so what we did was kind of compare where we are right now versus last year at this time and day. So for the first couple of months for new applications received, last year during this time, we were at 23 new applications received. Right now, we're at 29. So we probably are on a good track to exceed the new applications received. But more importantly, the average day for firms to be certified last year was about 51 days, which under the ruling for the feds, it should be under, I believe it's 60 days. Right now, we're treading 48 days. So that's a great thing. 2022, we had 160 applications for recertification. That's just for this time period up to date. And for this period, we have 165 recertifications. So we're on target to probably exceed the new applications received and to decrease the average day for firms to be certified, which is important, right? Next slide. Great. And for our small business development program, we continue to move forward with that. As you know, this is a program that has received national attention, and we are proud of the work that the program has done. Right now, it has awarded 593 contracts totaling a value of $622 million, and we assisted in securing 146 loans totaling $19 million. So we continue to work with this program and hopefully increase the success of the program. Next slide, please. One of the historic achievements on this program was that through the MTA successfully lobbying, we increased the cap of the program up to $2 million. What does that mean? That means in Tier 1, there was a cap for contracts up to $1 million. We've now increased that to 1.5. For Tier 2, it was a cap up to $3 million. That is now up to $5 million. That will allow firms to bid on and get awarded larger contracts and help their companies grow. So this was a great accomplishment by the MTA, and we are working to ensure opportunities within our program are even more accessible through our various initiatives. Next slide. Great. So now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Green to carry us through the rest of the agenda. Dr. Green?
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, everyone. One of the nuggets that we did receive from Transformation was a DEI tower where we were able to expand something that was fantastic and was happening in New York City Transit to agency-wide, and that's our ERG groups, our employee resource groups. I'm going to allow Barbara to talk about some of the activities of the employee resource groups for May and June.
Good afternoon. So for the past couple of months, the ERGs have been quite busy. In addition to their member meetings, elections, and mid-year planning, there have been a number of events, programs, and initiatives. I'll quickly give you a recap on. So for June, Pride Express hosted a Greenwich Village historical walking tour to celebrate Pride Month. They visited historical sites that were instrumental to the LGBTQIA+ movement. They also attended the Hastings Pride Community Festival, which was an interactive, family-friendly event. And Pride Express was instrumental in the rollout of the MTA Pride Month Metro cards, the Pride decals on 50 M&R, 50 Long Island Railroad, and 50 New York City Transit subway cars, as well as 50 bridges and tunnel trucks. Pride Express yesterday also joined New York City Transit President Davey, the TWU Local 100 members in marching down Fifth Avenue for the Pride Parade. June was also, we celebrated Juneteenth and Begin, our Black employee group for inclusion and networking. They hosted a series of events this month. They created a video that was broadcast on all of the MTA monitors to provide the origins and the history for Juneteenth. It was also sent out in the MTA newsletter as well. In addition to this, they toured the African Burial Ground and the National Monument, and they also, while they were there, took part in the celebrations that were put on by the parks that day. For May, Transport Asian, they held a two-part documentary screening to bring awareness to the many contributions and achievements made by the AAPI community. The documentary shared the challenges and the triumphs experienced by American Asian Pacific Islanders in the United States. Latinos and Friends hosted a Shadow Day, which provided its members with the opportunity to gain insight into their colleagues' roles, responsibilities, and special projects throughout the MTA. Job shadowing gives you a small but critical window into the day-to-day operations of their ideal careers. The Veterans ERG held a noontime Memorial Day observance on May 17th at 2 Broadway to remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. The guest speaker was Patrick Warren, MTA's Chief Security Officer and retired Army Colonel. And the Abilities Group, in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month in May, hosted a forum to discuss mental health challenges. Work-life services and employee assistance program were also available to offer their services and support to employees. And lastly, in commemoration of Jewish American Heritage Month, the MTA, in collaboration with the Museum of Jewish Heritage, held a conversation with Holocaust survivor Maritza Shelley and Marge Ginsburg, MTA Deputy Chief Technology Officer. Maritza Shelley shared her stories and her personal experiences, and employees were able to join in paying tribute to the generations of Jewish Americans who helped form the fabric of the American history, culture, and society. Thank you.
We are very excited about the employee resource groups. We have 9 right now three others, or we have three other groups that are wanting to start. And the employees volunteer their own time to actually initiate the activities that are going on and to participate. So we're very proud of our employees, and this is a great form of employee engagement. Next slide, please. So we're going to turn our attention now to the workforce activities. As of March 31st, the MTA workforce was comprised of 71,718 employees, of which 19% were female and 72% were minority. 3% were veterans, and 1% identified as an individual with a disability. We do believe that we have many more employees that are individuals with disabilities, but these are people who are self-identified, and so that's a volunteer act. When compared to first quarter 2022, our net female representation has increased by 580 employees, and our net minority representation has increased by 1,847 employees. The complete report of workforce activities can be found in the diversity book on pages 85 through 98. Page 90 gives a detailed demographic breakdown of all employees by agency. Next slide, please. Now, we actively monitor agency-wide hires and separations. During the first quarter, MTA hired 1,463 employees. When we take second separations into account, this resulted in an increase of 212 females and 523 minority employees. Next slide, please. So during the last couple of diversity committees, we talked about the different civil rights programs that we administer in DDCR. The programs highlighted in green are our federal programs. The programs highlighted in red here are our state programs. Today, we're going to be focusing on our Equal Employment Opportunity Program, which is required to be updated and submitted to FTA on July 31st this year. Now, as we begin to talk about the update of the EEO program, we want you to remember that we have reset and we have began to look at the workforce composition as it has changed since transformation. So there's not going to be a comparison of the last year's numbers or the last program because the workforce composition has changed. So we don't really report agency-wide, because if we reported agency-wide, whatever happens at New York City Transit will be what we're reporting, because there's 50,000 employees at New York City Transit, and it would overshadow the activity in the other agencies. So as we go forward here, we're going to talk a little bit more about the update of the Equal Opportunity Program, and we'll be talking about agency-specific numbers. Next slide, please. So, as we all know, Title VI is a federal law that applies to employees with 15 or more employees, while federal transit law applies to programs and activities receiving federal funding. We are obligated to update and submit a Equal Employment Opportunity Program under Title VII and under federal transit law. Next slide, please. The MTA is required to submit this program to the FTA every 4 years. The program contains an analysis of the workforce to identify jobs and departments where minorities and females are underrepresented or over-concentrated. Now here we show what the required elements of the EO program are, and that is a statement of policy, dissemination of policy, and that we are equal employer, equal opportunity employer, the designation of a person responsible. That would be the EO officers. And part of that responsibility includes the investigation of allegations of discrimination, concurrence on hires, promotions, and any lateral movements within the agency, collecting and analyzing employment data and identifying problem areas, and serving as a liaison between the agency, federal, state, and local government regulatory agencies. It also requires that we conduct an unutilization analysis. And from that analysis, that we determine goals and timetables, that we look at all of our employment practices and give an assessment of those practices, and that we set up monitoring and reporting systems to report on the areas of compliance under the EEO program. I'm going to, at this time, turn it over to Alana. She's our Director of EEO, to talk about our underutilization analysis and how we came about those figures.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished members. The first step in us determining whether or not we have underutilization, which is a word you've heard over and over again, is for us to actually calculate an estimated availability analysis. And to do that, we take outside information available, occupational data from the census. We look at our internal movements internally. You put that together, you weight some data, and it gives us what is our expected representation that will then be compared to what our actual representation is at any given snapshot. The next slide, please. The internal availability, it looks at the titles that logically flow or could usually flow where we will supply those particular workers that have the skills necessary for a new position that is available. When we are reviewing that internal data, we identify those current employees that are available either through promotion, transfer, or to be trained for any future opportunities and openings that are happening. We consider those job groups and those titles, those are becoming known as our feeder positions. And those feeder positions that could reasonably feed or promote into any recruited position that we have. Those are the ones that we would be targeting at that time. Just to give you a little bit more of a visual, on the right-hand side, it gives some sample titles, and it gives what might be a logical progression. You'll notice you have an engineer intern, then an engineer 1, engineer 2, the next level, senior engineer, all the way up to the chief. And if you follow that logic, that's basically what we're trying to identify, those lines of progression. Next slide, please. To do that, we have to identify and establish what is our geographical reasonable recruitment area. And what we do is we take a snapshot of our workforce, look to see where they currently are, our service areas that we provide, and we last year were able to actually purchase from the census, U.S. Census, some customized tables to make sure that our data is presented even more accurately. That reasonable recruitment area tells us from where you might likely pull a person in order to fill a vacancy, and it helps us to identify what the availability by race and gender are according to a classification code for your occupation. The most current information that we are using was the one that was released last year by U.S. Census, and that is the 2014-2018 Census EEO tabulation. We are required to use the most current information, and so we are using that at this time. When I mentioned that we purchased the information from the census, you can see on the right-hand side the areas that were customized strictly for MTA because we have unique needs. If we can go to our next slide, please. On that next slide, we just gave a sample, just a random sampling of some titles that fall within our EEO categories. As Dr. Green has already mentioned, we underwent a transformation, and it really restructured a lot of the positions and titles that we had here at MTA. I don't want to read through the list, but you can glance at it at your leisure. Can I go to the next slide, please? So going back to this term underutilization, what exactly is it? Well, underutilization is basically when we have in our workforce a representation that is less than what we are expected to have based on the utilization rule that you use. Now, the FTA does require us to use a whole person underutilization rule, and simply what that means is when determining underutilization, we are looking at whether or not steps are required, of course, to remedy that shortfall. But we're looking specifically to see if the availability exceeds the workforce by one person. We look at the numerical goals and see if the numerical difference is at least by one person. It's expressed in percentages, as you see here, but declaring it is just simply that the availability exceeds what we have in our workforce by at least one whole person. So on this particular slide, this is our official and administrators. This is our category 1, and you'll notice on this slide that there's underutilization predominantly in the Hispanic population of our workforce. This is these are the positions where we have our utmost, our presidents, our chairs, all of our managers and so forth, and it is highlighted in this area. If we can go to the next slide, please. Yes.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
So I just want to make sure I understand professionals, this category, or I'm sorry, the category before.
Officials and administrators.
Yes. Can you give me an example of like some titles in this world? Because I'm just trying to, is it just, give me some titles to understand a little bit more
I will
about.
start by the short definition. It would be everyone from the top executive to any title that has assistant manager in it.
Okay, so it's really, would it be correct to say they're like managerial executive leadership? Like we're
Yes.
talking executive leadership to high-level managerial.
It would even be assistant manager, so
Okay.
anyone with a manager in the title. So I would say
any
mid-level.
manager. Yeah, so mid-level to high-level is officials and administrators. And under here, what I heard is that Hispanic and Latino is underutilized in BTA, bus, HQ, LIRR, M&R. Is
That
that
is
correct? Okay. BTA is bridges and
and
tunnels.
tunnels.
Okay, I just want to
It
make
is.
sure I understand.
And what you see
Okay.
upon your screen is that is predominantly Hispanic males that are underutilized. And for our blacks, we also have underutilization for males. Those are the predominant areas on the screen.
Tell me a little bit about HQ, because the percentages seem really low. I just want to, just walk me through HQ Hispanic. That means that
for the estimated availability, the information that had come from the census for titles and occupational codes in that area, it was about 4% that we were expected to have. And our representation that we had in that category was about 3%. And
Okay,
so
I
when you're
see, I see.
looking at the numerical difference between the two, if the numerical difference between the two is at least 1, then it would be highlighted in green.
I see. So that's all. Okay.
And you're actually going to see, you touched upon something that you're going to see in the upcoming screens. If we can go to the next slide,
Yes,
please.
thank you.
Sure. In this slide, in professionals, we just have shaded in green, still in bridges and tunnels. We have black males, and we have more white females that are highlighted in this particular area as being underutilized. The only areas that that showed for bridges and tunnels was black males, and then everything else that's in this category is white males. No other agency had underutilization for any of the ethnic minorities in that group. If we can go to the next slide, please. Now, in technicians, this is where you start to see that next to some of those numbers, if you see along the lines of C and D, you may see an asterisk in the first column and the second column. Do you see that? Okay, so what that is that's indicative of our use of the whole person rules as federally required to do. And what that says is that even though our actual percentage is appearing less than the estimated availability, remember I said it is expressed in percentages, but we're really looking at the numerical difference. And if the numerical difference is at least by one person where what's expected is greater than what we have, that's when it's underutilized. So Although the percentage appears less, if the difference numerically was not by 1, then it is not considered underutilized, it's not declared, and we are not required to then establish any specific efforts to remedy that shortfall. Next slide, please. Protective service, you'll see some of those asterisks again. And this is usually because the job group or the job category is a pretty small category. Statistically speaking, most of the categories, when you want to have meaningful analysis, you need at least 30. And a number of them of what we've had are like 9 or 23. So those numbers are really small. So even when you take the percentages, you're not really seeing that difference. Also, what's going on in protective services where we have some differences in our female groups that have been identified. There are a lot of male-dominated positions that are in this particular category. Next slide, please. More of the same in our paraprofessionals, really had very small head count that attributed to whether or not we would deem underutilization or not. And so this theme just kind of continues throughout the next and remaining slides. And so if you don't have any specific questions, we can turn it over in the essence of time. Anything that has been deemed underutilized, though, is shaded in green for your reference. If you don't have any other questions for me at this time, that will conclude my portion of the presentation.
We can go ahead and go through the other 2 slides.
Oh, we can. Okay. So when we look at skilled craft, we know that throughout the country, we predominantly have positions in trades, your plumbers, your welders, and things of that nature that are most likely to be male-dominated. So MTA is not by itself in finding, we're on service maintenance. Can we just back up one more to skilled craft, please? In skilled craft. So you'll notice that the highlighted in green does show where we are underutilized in this particular area, but you don't really see any asterisks. So in these areas, the differences that are observed, there are more than one person that is resulting in a difference. And I did have a number with me. I wanted to put it in perspective for you, but unfortunately I've misplaced that document. But you can have a difference where on the paper it may be like a 0% versus a 1%, but given the large head count that are in our skilled craft and the next slide for service maintenance, we're in the thousands of employees that represent those numbers. The shortfall could be represented by hundreds of numbers. And so it may look as if it's a 0% to a 1%, but it may actually be 100 more or 500. It depends on the size of the group in particular. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the last of our 8 categories is service maintenance, and service maintenance is more of the same. We do see that we have predominantly in green the Hispanic and Latino population again, and that is predominantly those positions that are labor. These are our conductors, our bus drivers, and things of that nature. And so you'll notice in bus in particular, our bus operatives would be in this particular category, and so the only 2 areas where they have had deemed underutilization is both for Latino females as well as for white females. In transit, again, it's also for our Hispanic population, and then we have some green showing as well as in Metro North. Can we go to the next slide, please? And so the next slide just basically tells a little overview of our process where we identify specific job groups and titles that have underutilization. We collect the information, try to conduct a target outreach to help us to be successful in remedying any shortfalls that we'll find. That's where you're going to create those unique outreach and goals that we have, how we may use something internal, how we can retain, how we can recruit, even if we had to create something. This is where the agency has a lot of flexibility in terms of how we would go about remedying those shortfalls. And then we have our monitoring, tracking, and reporting, which is a new area that we are going to be creating in order to be compliant with our obligations under the EEOP.
Thank you, Lana. Great information. Chair Velez?
Thank you. And I'm going to echo Tracy's appreciation for the staff and everything that you've done. I know that as we move into next month, we'll have even more information available, a more robust reporting that's going to be happening. Are there any other questions for any of the information that was presented today? Okay, well then, I will ask for a motion to adjourn. Midori? Second by Neil, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place. It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As per RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help. We stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
Okay, we're a little behind schedule, so I'd like to get us going. I'd like to call the June Capital Program Committee meeting to order. Do we have members of the public
Yes.
providing comments?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We have 4 members of the public making comments today. We have 1 in person and 3 are virtual. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers please adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep letting you know that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first in-person speaker is Lisa Dagligan.
Good afternoon. I am Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, or PCAC. You're doing a tremendous amount of work, as we saw in some detail at the Transit Committee meeting. Today's announcement about the plan to move forward with improvements to Penn Station that focus on the station and on the station now, and the riders who will benefit from it, it really adds to the amount of work that you're doing and the millions of people who depend on the transit system every day. Accessibility projects, come on, Metz Willets Point, new signals and equipment, investing in the basic infrastructure that support the system, and expansion projects like IBX and Penn Access are essential to ensuring that we have the 21st century system for our 21st century region. But money makes those projects go around, and that truly highlights the importance of funds that congestion pricing will bring. As we await an announcement of its approval any day now, we still hear from our neighbors in New Jersey who decry the potential effect on them. To the contrary, a better MTA will make for a better commute for New Jerseyites and Connecticutians, not to mention the increasing number of regular riders on subways, buses, Metro North, Long Island Railroad, and Staten Island Railroad. We applaud your focus on building quality projects that will make a difference in the lives of riders, and urge you to keep your eye on the bottom line and encroachment of red ink and delays in inequality-related issues. We also ask that you consider whether there are any capital approaches to combating subway surfing, innovative ways to prevent these horrific and growing life and death deeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first virtual speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth. Good afternoon, Jano. And good afternoon, Jamie. Jason Anthony here from home on the Monday after my 37th birthday. First, I want to acknowledge the passing of Dr. H., who was the head of Capital Construction before you, Jano. He passed away, unfortunately, this past weekend. He was the one who opened Second Avenue Subway Phase 1. We are saddened by his passing. But moving on, it is great that we will have updates regarding CBTC. It is way overdue, especially on the crosstown line that I use frequently to go to LaGuardia College, especially on the Culver line, 85 line, where we have experiencing meltdowns on QBL. We need accessibility work on stations, especially at Metz Willets Point, on the same line where Lisa Daglian mentioned. We need Penn Access, and other projects that will benefit our region. So that's all I have to say for this month, Jano. Thank you.
Thank you. Alita Dupree.
Thanks again. Good afternoon. Chair Jano Lieber. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her, as I speak to you about capital. I was looking through the chart in the agenda. There's lots of things there, making sense of it all. A lot of CBTC work and ADA work, all kinds of important things. I feel that we do need to revive the central branch electrification plan so we can close that gap and be able to provide more electrified service to Babylon by way of the main line and the 3-track system. That gap is long overdue, so we should do something about that. And how do we build the most reliable electrical system for the subway? And I'm seeing that, and the railroad, and I'm seeing that we have some of those items in the agenda. But I think that there's more to be done, and I consider the idea of MTA becoming its own electric company and having our own transmission systems, and even having our own renewable energy production, so we can build the most sustainable system that we can. And Omni is essential. That's part of capital. And I mentioned in other committees about using the tap to pay on the Capital Corridor in the Bay Area of California. So I look forward to hearing what you have to say today. There's a lot to be done, and we need to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, president of Passengers United. And what I want to know is, what is the status of the Hollis LIR station? I know every time I keep asking about it, the MTA tells me it's in design. It's in design. So can you guys please show us the designs and talk about this today at the meeting to explain to us where it is, when is it going to get built, and what's needed to get it done? Because that's all I've heard for the last 2 years. It's in design. And you guys want to implement congestion pricing, right? What about East New York? That station hasn't been done. What about Hunters Point Avenue? You know, what about all these other stations that are in neglect? Like if you look at what's going on the main line, that's also an issue with Floral Park. So these stations all need to be fixed up. No station should be left behind. And in terms of 179th Street on the F line, you know, when the storm came in, the power got knocked out and they're still having power issues there. Are they going to fix the 179th Street and Hillside Station? And in terms of Jamaica Center, it's so dark over there. Is there a way that they can put in white tiles so that it's brighter in there when you're coming into the station? But they really need to improve capital construction, because so many people depend on the MT, and especially Southeast Queens. We're a transit desert. Now, in terms of the Montauk branch and the diesel branches, they need to buy new diesel trains. That should have been done 5 years ago, so the diesel trains can be delivered now, because it's going to take you guys another 6 years to, you know, purchase the diesel trains and get them into service. So I'm concerned that service, you know, you're going to have more breakdowns, and there's only so much of repairs that can be done to a diesel train before it really goes out. So you'll need to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thanks, Liz. Copies of the May Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the website. Are any changes or comments on the minutes? Mr. Albert.
Thanks, Jano. On page 5, under MTA rolling stock update, it mentions mean distance between failure, but in parentheses it has MDFB instead of BF. And then on page 16, completed station survey, it's got Beeford instead of Bedford.
Okay. All right. Assuming the typos are corrected, may I have a motion to approve? Second? All in favor? Any opposition? The minutes are approved. Any changes to the work plan?
There are no changes to the work plan.
Okay. Let's go to the president's report. I want to highlight a couple of things at the front end, though.
I'll let you do that, Chair. I just want to say, as we start, good afternoon, everyone. This photo shows the view of the F train from the Kings Highway Station. And in addition to signal modernization work that you're going to hear about today, we've worked closely with our partners in New York City Transit in much closer to coordination to provide for station renovation opportunities to make the most out of weekend outages as we do the CBTC work. So we're excited about the coordination that we're doing to maximize those precious outage resources throughout the system. And go ahead. Yeah.
Listen, it's the Capital Program Committee meeting, and this is one of the right moments to acknowledge that we lost somebody who devoted an enormous amount of his career and his energy and his passion to the MTA Capital Program, Dr. Michael Radnachano. I went to his funeral last week, a couple of other ex-MTAers, a lot of folks who are still at the MTA and former MTA, including ex-chairs Walter and Prendergast were there. It was a lovely service that talked a little bit about Michael the man, but I think we need to acknowledge that in the time that he led MTAs, what was then called MTA Capital Construction, he did leave a significant mark on this institution, shepherding projects like the Hudson Yards extension, the number 7 extension, 2nd Avenue Phase 1, the Fulton Transit Center to completion. And as I took over from him, he was enormously gracious and helpful in making sure that that I was ready to the best of his capacity to take over ownership of some of those projects that were unfinished, and he left a great staff in place to build on, and some of those are sitting at the table here today. So I just want to acknowledge he was a great spirit and passionate about New York infrastructure, and somebody who's not going to be forgotten at the MTA or in New York forever. Mr. Jones.
I'd like to join in this. Michael was a personal friend before he came here. Actually, my son interned for him, and we were social friends. But he was also on the board of the Community Service Society, which I've led. He was also very funny. His comments of the former governor calling him up at early in the morning about dust on the station were some of the funniest commentaries I've ever heard. But he was really, his family and he were really beautiful people. So I'd like to join in the memorial for him.
Thanks, and we'll continue to honor his memory in lots of different kinds of ways. Jamie?
Yeah, I will also just want to acknowledge Dr. H., who was also very gracious and helpful to me as I took this position, but also I knew him for years as a real leader in the public construction, and public development industry in the city. And I would say, just note that I'm good friends with his daughter-in-law, Kate Orff, who's married to his son Oded, who's a great guy, really following Dr. H's footsteps. Kate told me that even in the last days of his illness and decline, he was still arguing with her about what to do with the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway and various other projects. So he had a real spirit until the very end. And on to our report, unless, did you want to?
Just, we had intended to talk about former Chairman Dick Ravitch. I think we handled that earlier, and I just let everybody know that from what I understand, the funeral is on Wednesday morning, and many of us are going to represent the MTA there because he was such a big part of the MTA's history and New York's history. So with that, let's get to the business of the committee meeting.
Thanks. Turning to this month's updates, we were pleased to reopen the elevators at the Court Street R station earlier this month. Replacements like this are critical to keeping our system running. And we're making progress on new ADA projects too. I'm very excited to announce to the committee that just today, the RFP for the Broadway Junction ADA project, which will really convert 3 major stations, the A, C, J, Z, and L stations, looking over at Andrew to make sure I got that right, to full ADA accessibility. And I was privileged to be with the mayor in Broadway Junction last month as we announced the combination of that investment, other investments that the city is making, new development projects that will bring jobs and housing to this portion of East New York. And of course, we couple that in the long term with the vision of the Interborough Express moving through this portion of the neighborhood too. Overcoating that we're doing to really improve and sustain the quality of the line structures there. There's a lot of work that is really touched off by this, and we're excited that we're moving forward with this major project. And stay tuned next month for further ADA updates during Disability Pride Month, although I do want to note that our commuter railroad ADA work continues apace. We'll be hearing shortly from Tim Mulligan on the capital plan amendment. Part of what that's doing is ensuring we have the funding in place to get the Hollis Station made ADA accessible. We expect to award a package with Forest Hills, Hollis, and work on the Babylon Station this year. So we have all Long Island Railroad Station ADA accessibility in at some level of progression, and much of it is moving forward, and we're excited about that, Mr. Alburn.
Yes, in your mention of the Hollis Station, in addition to the ADA, the platforms are going to be extended, I assume, because they are the shortest in the system, I believe now.
That's right. You got it.
Great, thank you.
I also wanted to mention to the committee that at Finance, the Finance Committee will be bringing an agreement that we've reached with Amtrak for the board's consideration and approval. This agreement will allow Amtrak to build the third segment of a concrete casing underneath the Long Island Railroad West Rail Yard, as you can see here. Trains will be using that casing coming from the future Gateway Tunnel to get to Penn Station. So we're very happy to coordinate with Amtrak to support the important Gateway project. And we have ensured that our assets are protected. And a couple things I wanted to point out here in the Capital Committee, ways that we've done that. We've coordinated with them to make sure that the future flood wall that we intend to build around the yard will be coordinated with Amtrak's work. And we've received a commitment from Amtrak to protect the yard or be liable for damages if their work on the concrete casing were to delay completion of that flood wall. I'm also pleased that we took the opportunity with Amtrak to reach an agreement on carrying liability insurance more in line with what the market requires when we're working in Amtrak's territory in the future, including all future work in Herald interlocking. And we expect that's going to save the MTA significant additional capital funds in the future in the face of rising insurance costs, as we've discussed at this committee in the past. Finally, you may have noticed, I think it was mentioned in public comments, that Chair Lieber and the governor and a number of elected officials just a couple of hours ago made an announcement at Penn Station that we are issuing the notice to proceed and officially entering the design phase for Penn reconstruction. You can see, as we're starting to produce some new conceptual renderings of the mid-block train hall in this case, what a transformational opportunity we are pursuing to fix Penn now for the predominance of our 600,000 daily riders within the station. One thing I wanted to note as you look at this rendering, obviously there's a lot we can talk about in terms of Penn reconstruction, but you can see the recently completed gateway entrance at 33rd Street and 7th Avenue in the foreground on the left side of the image, and really the Long Island Railroad concourse is at the left side of this image. That concourse is built and it will remain in place as the first step. It's the first 20% of Penn reconstruction, and now we'll be proceeding with the other 80%. It doesn't require rebuilding the Long Island Railroad concourse. That will remain in place, and then we'll be building the additional project to serve those riders in the station. Turning now to our main topic of discussion today, Signals and Train Control Business Unit. Last year, as the committee will recall, we undertook a strategic review of our signal modernization program to address challenges with existing projects, to reform procurement, and improve our technical approach to the new projects going forward, and to take program-wide steps to maximize the benefit of CBTC, the signal modernization across the system. I'm very pleased with the progress that our business unit has made on each of these fronts. We'll be talking about that today, but we are steadily moving what is a complicated set of projects that are in construction, including Queens Boulevard Line West, the 8th Avenue line, and the Culver line, plus additional projects that are just starting work. We're steadily moving those forward in a more organized way and enhancing reliability day by day as we go. We also are very excited in terms of reforming procurement and the approach to new projects to be talking about the Crosstown project, the G train, which was awarded at the end of last year. That's C&D's first CBTC project, and it's our first design build CBTC project. And as Gregoire and Dan will be talking about, we approach that project by really making onboard CBTC signals the priority within the project and the lead in the project, so that we're managing this high technology project in a much more focused way. which is exciting to show those results. And also, we're getting organized program-wide. And I think one of the great things is the partnership that we've established with New York City Transit. It's evolving, but we're putting the staff in place and uniting the staff in a way that we can manage that transition to full operations and get everyone comfortable with managing a new modernized signal system. So lots to talk about today. And with that, I want to pass it on to Dan Creighton and Gregoire Soulmont, who are the co-business unit leads for our signal program.
Thank you, Jamie. Good afternoon. Before discussing the technical and strategic advances that we have made in our train control program, we want to quickly update you on the ongoing projects. You will hear from the IEC in further detail on these projects. But to be quick, CBTC has been in full operation on the QBL West Line, the E, F, M, and R lines in Queens since 2022. However, there are many outstanding features that have not been delivered, and the system does not yet meet by far the availability targets. We have been working with Siemens, executive management in France, Germany, and the U.S. to address this situation. They have increased support by adding senior staffing to the project team. The focus on the project will continue until all of the contract objectives have been met, and a detailed plan going well into 2024 has been established. While we are seeing positive results, including a 50% reduction in incidents, there is still a long way to go. We have also made advancements on the Culver Line, the F line in Brooklyn. In particular, we have advanced the specialized ties for the track work part of the project. As previously reported, the designs had to be corrected and new ties fabricated, leading to cascading delays. Those replacement ties have now been received and successfully installed, with the track work now substantially complete at Ditmas Avenue. This roadblock has been lifted and the project is now moving forward. The 8th Avenue project equips the A, C, and E lines in Manhattan, and it's on track since the last report and has been saving substantial money in the Forest Account area. The project continues to monitor the delivery of the 211 trains, which come CBTC equipped. Further delays in delivery of these cars could impact substantial completion. QBL East, which extends CBTC service in Queens for primarily the F line, is also on track. An integrated schedule for the 3 contracts has been received, and Mitsubishi has successfully completed their initial factory testing of the zone controllers. We have a path forward on each of these projects, which the IC agrees with. In December, we awarded the Crosstown project to Crosstown Partners. We are currently in procurement for the Fulton CBTC line project, which will be followed by the 6th Avenue and 63rd Street CBTC project. The Crosstown project is the first CBTC contract to be awarded under our new train control strategy. As Jamie mentioned, we've changed our procurement approach from a design bid-build approach to a design-build contract. We have also included long-term maintenance and support in the procurement and minimized the amount of non-signal scope. We are working to simplify the system, giving the suppliers the ability to propose alternative solutions while reducing the amount of legacy wayside equipment. I will now turn it over to Gregoire to discuss some of the technical and strategic advances we have made. Greg?
Good afternoon. Let me explain what we are doing to simplify the system. We moved on from a 2-step deployment approach. We no longer require the legacy wayside signaling system to be installed first. We will now install CBTC systems that will directly control the switches on the signals. This eliminates one layer of equipment. This simplified site instruction results in reversible cutovers that do not require intensive track work, making it less risky, faster, and more cost-effective. To highlight some key metrics related to the Crosstown project, we have been able to reduce the number of rooms to 6. This is despite the fact that the Crosstown project has more interlockings and covers double the length of the 8th Avenue project and triple that of QBL East. This reduction has a direct impact on the cost of the project. An overall gain of approximately 25% is estimated. As just mentioned, the relay rooms themselves are no longer going to be large and complex areas that must be built out at stations, but simple, modern rooms fit with equipment designed for field installation. The comparison above shows an example of the design of the rooms of our previous CBTC project, specifically 8th Avenue. As you can see, the new CBTC room layout at the bottom is much smaller with much less equipment, which saves us time, money, and disruption. We are also making program-wide advances. We have made part of our recent procurement the upgrade of our integrated testing facility. We are updating it to a cloud-based solution that will have the ability to be used by all the vendors to simulate the software solution on future projects. This is going to be critical to handle the increased complexity of the system as CBTC expands further. We have also upgraded our CBTC radio from a legacy proprietary radio operating in a public band to a new IP-based radio utilizing 5G technology in an existing MTA licensed band. This will provide state-of-the-art mobile communication and cybersecurity for the crosstown and all subsequent projects. We have also started designing a solution to equip the work trains to further reduce the amount of legacy wayside equipment. This was funded through the recent plan amendment. Finally, we have completed a request for information to explore potential simplification to retrofit the existing A-Division fleet. We are actively discussing with the industry. NYCT and CND have jointly reviewed in detail the experience from London, Copenhagen, and Paris. Similar to the New York City subway, these transit agencies have a brownfield CBTC program. We all experience the same difficult stabilization periods. But at the end, the rewards are worth the effort. The key lesson is that this learning curve must be proactively managed. We also received the confirmation that from this agency that our strategic actions presented earlier are in line with the global trend. By following this path, we will deliver CBTC project better, faster, and cheaper. Now I will turn it over to the IEC.
And Joe, just if I may, and Chair, I just can't help it. I just want to emphasize a couple of the things that Gregoire mentioned. So, you know, just the amazing work on improving technology and the way that this is delivered. I mean, the sort of, you know, the relay room down to the cabinet, basically. I mean, it sort of reminds you of the transition from old school IBM mainframe computers to, you know, the phone that we all carry in our pocket. I mean, that's really, but doing that within the subway system where it's so incredibly disruptive to have to build out a relay room within a station or near a station, it's just enormously simplifies delivering a project. And I also have to say that Gregoire went over it quickly, but the CBTC radio modernization, the fact that we were able to move to an IP-based 5G system, but use a band that the MTA already controlled. Initially, we thought we were going to have to spend millions of dollars a year on acquiring a new band, and it's not only sort of an innovation and a great thing that we're proud of, but also it's one of the reasons that C&D was created, because I won't get into all the details, but we wouldn't have gotten to that point without our contracts and procurement folks, our development group, and our business unit within delivery all working together to try to come up with a creative solution to that. So some of what's happening, it'll bear fruit over time in terms of customer reliability, you know, rider reliability, but we're very proud of the direction that things are headed.
Thank you. And good afternoon. With the inclusion of our first report on the crosstown line, the IEC is reporting on 5 CBTC projects today. The 4 projects we last reported on in November 22 remain in various stages of construction, and form the basis for the evolving MTA signal approach known as the Interoperability Interface Standard, or I2S. Compared to a fixed block system, the CBTC program has three primary objectives, which are to be achieved upon completion of the projects. Those being provide train control systems with improved safety, providing increased capacity, and improving operational flexibility. Since November, C&D has completed validation of interoperability between Siemens and Thales on the QBL West line, stabilized the Culver project schedule, maintained the QBL East project baseline schedule, and advanced preliminary design activities on Crosstown. The project details and the IEC recommendations are spelled out in our reports, which begin on page 17 of your book. Here's some highlights of the 5 individual projects. On the QBL West project, as previously reported to the board, all sections of the QBL West project were placed in CBTC operation in early 2022. This was followed closely behind by substantial completion of the Thales Design and Furnish and the LK Comstock installation contracts. The Siemens contract is projected for completion in December this year, a slip of 6 months since our last report, due to a longer-than-planned resolution of technical issues. What remains to be done on QBL West includes providing stable CBTC performance, resolution of communication and onboard issues, implementation of automatic train operation, provision of all ATS functions, and achieving contract reliability, availability, and maintainability requirements. Regarding its budget, since our last report, the budget was increased to cover overruns and force account costs. The estimated completion is currently at $743 million, but may increase further in accordance with the revised substantial completion date of December 23. While additional improvements are needed, Siemens and Thales have successfully tested coupling of their respective train units and placed the Thales-equipped trains in revenue service in May of this year. This completes a contract requirement for interoperability verification and validation, certainly a major project achievement. And this concludes comments on QBL West. On the 8th Avenue project, overall this project is 71% complete, with project completion planned for October 2025. Our review of the project schedule indicates a 4-month delay since last report due to a design change to provide adequate signal protection for unequipped trains at the 42nd Street interlocking. Also, delivery of the 300 R211A cars needed for CBTC testing planned for August of 24 continues to be an issue and could eventually impact the project. Regarding budget, the project budget remains at $828 million, and estimated completion is currently $791 million, which reflects a reduction of $37 million in the overall cost of New York City Transit supplied services. IEC agrees with C&D on costs and find there are sufficient funds to complete the current scope of work. Recently, the C&D team identified issues with the axle counter system being used on this project. These issues could result in an axle miscount that could impact operations. The project team is working closely with the contractor to resolve these issues and to test all train types. The IEC expects these solutions will be applied to later CBTC projects to ensure that these issues do not occur again and do not delay other completions. On the Culver line, the project is 87% complete and remained within the original budget of $482 million. While there were significant earlier delays, during this reporting period, the project team was able to stabilize the schedule and is now forecasting a 2-month schedule reduction to August of 2024. The IEC concurs with C&D on this schedule revision. C&D agreed with the IEC recommendation to perform radio frequency interference tests. If the test results show areas where interference is present, mitigation measures may be necessary to achieve stability. These tests should be conducted as soon as possible following any required predecessor work to allow the contractor time to identify and implement mitigation measures found to be necessary. On QBL East CBTC, this project, which was awarded in December 2021, is 28% complete and remains on schedule with a CBTC in-service date in January of 2026. As previously reported, the total budget and estimated completion for the project currently remain at $542 million. However, there's an indication additional funds might be needed to cover the cost of New York City Transit services for the use of buses during certain diversions. The IEC concurs with previously mentioned cost and schedule data. The task order for the supply of DCS equipment was finalized in April of '23, and while delayed, had no impact on the schedule as the project team arranged for Siemens-provided support for the project during negotiations. Mitsubishi, the CBTC supplier, has performed well to date, and its technical team has demonstrated a good understanding of the requirements and working in a New York City transit environment. Factory acceptance tests for its zone control equipment have already been successfully completed. Early project risks identified in the November report have been mitigated, and the IEC is pleased to report that the QBL East project is progressing in accord with the CBTC program plan. On the Crosstown CBTC project, this is the first design-build CBTC project that was mentioned. NTP was given in January of this year with a contract duration of 57 months. The total and budget at completion for the project are $620 million. With respect to the schedule, the critical path runs through the train control system design, followed by procurement, installation, testing, and cutover of the CBTC system. Development of the signal block design is needed for subsequent design and construction activities. Design issues have been identified which are being addressed through working groups at the project level. But there is a risk of the activity impacting final design, which is critical and must meet all New York City Transit safety and operational requirements. This is the first use of 5G technology for CBTC communications at MTA. C&D has successfully mitigated impact of the project by utilizing the existing MTA license frequency band in lieu of purchasing a band, saving MTA both time and money, as Mr. Jamie Torres-Springer just mentioned. And lastly, the project risk assessment is ongoing. And upon acceptance of the design-build baseline schedule, risk workshops with participation from most stakeholders are planned. And that concludes our IEC reports on all the CBTC projects.
A lot of information here, so, and a lot of it's technical. But I think that my overall take on this, for what it's worth, is a lot of positive innovation going on in reducing the scope and the complexity of these projects. That's evident on the Crosstown. That solid schedule management on the 8th Avenue project, which still has risk principally associated with the car deliveries. It's no secret we're struggling with the Kawasaki car deliveries. That's become the principal risk. The project seems to be maintaining schedule. Otherwise, stabilization of the Culver line, the F train in Brooklyn, which struggled at the beginning. This is some years ago. Really struggled at the beginning because they the contractor frankly screwed up the cable order, and there was some special track work. What? The ties, and there was some special track work that needed to be redone. That was a major foul-up that the project has been working to overcome, but has stabilized the schedule and now maintained the schedule for some time. And continued struggle with frankly in the QBL the QBL West project, which is no secret. The Talus piece of that project has been successfully implemented. This is the first interoperability project where you're having two different contractor systems being joined in a single project, and that has clearly been a struggle on the Siemens side. But the big picture is, this is my observation, having sat a little bit where Jamie is, that there are significant positive steps, especially with respect to trying to simplify scope so that projects can be managed more successfully. I just needed to share that with the board, but I'm sure there are questions. Andrew.
Yeah, when you showed work equipment on one of the slides before, are we still considering the use of ultra-wideband frequency, which can get installed on the work equipment much more quickly and more cheaply? It can be put on any piece of equipment, actually, and it works fine with CBTC.
Want to see if our business unit leads would like to talk about use of ultra-wideband.
I think the answer is that the decision is not made. The door is open.
So, we're continuing to study it. And it does have application as a technology throughout our system. I will say we've got some positive direction with the technology we're currently using on work trains and otherwise.
Okay. Other questions or comments from the board? A lot of information. Thank you, Mr. DeVito. Thank you, Gregoire. Thank you, Dan. Next topic.
I think with that, we're moving to the plan amendment, Chair. So our Deputy Chief Development Officer, Tim Mulligan, and Chief Financial Officer, Kevin Willens, will make a presentation on the capital plan amendment.
So today we're going to discuss the 2024 Capital Plan Program Amendment number 3. As everyone knows, the historic capital plan is well underway and ramping up in a dramatic scale. This graphic captures our commitments over the last 3 years. And of course, those commitments are cumulative between the 2024 capital plan and prior programs. So we had a significant carry forward that we had to work through early in the program. But the historic number of 11.4 was almost overwhelmingly, predominantly 2024 commitments last year. We are on pace to be 50% committed of the 2024 plan by the end of this year, hitting our $10 billion 2023 target. And in addition to just the dramatic pace of that ramp up, we're also saving money and saving time. This chart highlights some of the savings, both from design build projects as well as A+B projects, and saving not just on the construction bid and the construction costs of the third-party contracts, but also saving on the force account, which was referenced today, as well as significant savings in some of the administrative support costs, like the insurance savings that was discussed with the board some months ago. We're also advancing and reducing the duration of projects, both through different delivery models through design build as well as A+B. So moving faster and doing better. As you know, we do capital program amendments with some regularity as projects develop and conditions change in the capital program. The Crow audit recommended annual amendments. We were back here in July of last year to do the second amendment, and so we're here a year later to do the third amendment. Primarily, this amendment, we'll get into the details, provides funding to advance critical expansion projects, primarily 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2 and the Penn Access project. It also allows us to take advantage of certain timing opportunities to accelerate key core infrastructure projects that we'll highlight specifically in a moment. It also addresses the myriad of housekeeping issues, cost changes, cost increase, scope adjustments that we experience as projects evolve, get awarded, we receive bids and award contracts. And the context for this amendment, though, and we'll get into this in more detail, is really taking place in the context of a major pending federal grant application we have to tap into one of the major new funding streams of the Biden infrastructure bill, the Fed-State Partnership Program, which we have an 80% grant application for federal funding for the Penn Access project. And we expect the results of that in the fall. If we're successful and receive the full 80, and even if we receive a smaller portion, that will allow us to sort of repay some of these donations or movements that we're doing to facilitate expansions. And I'll talk about that in more detail. So 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2, we all know about the project. The changes in the amendment are driven by the federally required increase in our contingency funding in the project. So our funding partners are requiring us to put in additional contingency, and that's what's driving the need to sort of reallocate some money to that project so that we can move forward with awarding the early works later this year and moving into procurement for the boring and tunneling contract this year as well, with subsequent award next year. And Penn Access project, which we've talked about in prior plan amendments, just to refresh your recollection from last July, we funded the construction of that project in total. We came back and funded the yard needs and 2 out of the 3 needs for rolling stock. And this just puts another $200 million in as a down payment towards those coach needs, which are the remaining rolling stock need for that project. Some of the key infrastructure projects that are being accelerated in this project include the Metro North Park Avenue Viaduct project. As you're aware, we awarded what we called the first phase. That was actually phase 1 and 2 as originally designed for that project. This project was going to be spread over 3 phases over 3 different capital projects. And we were able to combine phases 1 and 2 and award a design build contract for that. This will allow us to actually go into procurement to add that 3rd phase, which is now phase 2, and we'll be able to do all 3 phases of the project in this capital plan. So that just, goes to show the opportunities we take to sort of move funding around where it can be most utilized, most efficiently to advance work. We're also adding a brand new project for B&T on the Verrazano Bridge, the main cable dehumidification project. This extends the useful life and the structural integrity of the main cable, which, as you bridge architect aficionados may know, is basically the spinal cord of any bridge. And so maintaining and extending its life is crucial and a very high priority to us and B&T. It also allows us to move forward with New York City Transit elevated structure steel repair and coating projects. These are projects where the price point has increased significantly, but it's increased because we've identified state-of-the-art specifications that actually came from B&T, which will greatly extend the useful life of that work, so that we'll get a near doubling of the useful life of those steel repair and coating projects. So that requires some movement of money. And as was discussed earlier today as well, it adds the construction of the Hollis Station ADA project and platform lengthening to the project, to the plan. Previously, the plan was going to afford only the design. Now it will afford the design and the construction as well. So this table really shows you the overview of the plan amendment, the 3rd plan amendment. The first column is where we stood after the July amendment, and the new proposed post-plan amendment column, and the deltas here. You can see that there's money going into the expansion projects. 200 of that is for the rolling stock for Penn Access. The remaining 678 is primarily for 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2. There's a couple other very de minimis items in there as well, and that comes from these loan projects out of New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, and to a much lesser extent, Metro North and MTA Bus. And really the donor projects are identified from timing considerations. So there's projects where the movement of the funding won't slow down the projects, because as I said before, we anticipate the award of this federal grant in the fall that could be as high as $1.4 billion that will allow us to pay back this donation. So we identified projects that we can continue to advance and work on and won't be affected by the temporary displacement of funding authority for those reasons. No changes to bridges and tunnels, as you see, and the bottom line envelope of the program remains the same. And now I'll turn it over to Kevin to talk about the funding.
Thanks, Tim. And fairly straightforward amendments for funding. The good news is no net funding change for the 20 to 24 program. We are looking to both do a minor amendment for 20 to 24, kind of a matching offsetting amendment for 15 to 19 to allocate funds, and I'll go through 20 to 24 first. So federal funding is being increased by $643 million in 2020 through 24. This increase includes additional competitive grants that have been secured. We are also swapping some federal New Starts and formula money between the 2 programs to better accommodate 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2, which is being funded under both programs. And the increase in federal funding by $643 million, which I'll show you in a minute, is going to be fully offset by the same $643 million reduction of federal funding in 15 to 19. So we're essentially moving some federal funding forward from 15 to 19 into 20 to 24. And then we're going to be reducing bonding in 2024 by the same amount. And here on this chart shows what we're doing in 15 to 19, which is really just the mirror image. Federal funding is being decreased by $643 million, and MTA bonds are being increased by $643. So, simple way to think about it, again, because both programs are active, both programs have Second Avenue Subway Phase 2. We're just moving some federal money from 15 to 19 into 2024 and moving some bonding from 2024 into 15 and 19. Net effect, no increase in funding, no increase in MTA bonds issued. And both programs have the same size envelope.
So next steps is taking the full plan amendment to the board tomorrow. Assuming it receives board approval, it would be presented to CPRB immediately thereafter, which would put us on the calendar for the 30-day, deemed approved schedule that the CPRB in the main practices in Albany for approval in late July of this year.
Questions, comments? Ms. Barbas.
Well, it's good to see the efforts to optimize the funding and the scheduling of projects, so that's good to hear that's happening. I'm curious, what is the innovation of the overcoating that you said will extend durability? I believe it was Park Avenue. I'm not sure what the project was on the screen.
It's for the elevated transit projects. It utilizes sort of industry standard paint specification. The paint testing process under the old transit specification took several months to ensure that the paint was made to specification. So we've aligned with sort of industry best practices and quality paint, which is both more readily available and doesn't require that internal testing process, which can delay the project. Also, it utilizes, in addition to paint, it utilizes caulking of certain surfaces that are more exposed to potential corrosion over the years, which makes the protection, the first you strip off the old paint, you get down to the steel, you see what steel needs to be repaired, you repair the steel paint, and this is an additional layer of protection upon the paint, which will extend the useful life.
Okay, and surface prep is the most important thing.
Yeah, we're actually going down further in terms of surface prep than we typically did as well, and using power tools to do that, not just hand tools.
And what I love about this, for just to kibitz on what Tim's saying, is that one of the goals of C&D as a consolidation of all the capital program and construction expertise and engineering expertise for the capital program was to take advantage of expertise in between agencies. And so this is adapting some of the special know-how that is developed in the bridges and tunnels world, where they're painting and repainting every day, all day, to use them on our transit structures, getting some center of excellence usefulness out of bridges and tunnels in that respect. Other questions or comments? Mr. Chu.
I will say this will also make the leadership of the DC9, this is a union that represents the painters, very happy. This is something they brought up to me on a couple occasions, and and they've mentioned we were the only agency that didn't have that particular process, and I'll be glad to be able to report back and say, see, it happened. Yeah.
Mr. Solomon.
Thank you very much. A related question on the overcoating in terms of the amount and the number of stations. I think it was, in the chart that was shown, or the table, it showed about 878 million going into the core, but just curious about the shift into that particular item on the overcoating. And if you don't have it now, we can follow up.
The overcoating shift is within transit. I don't have the specific number, but it really reflects that this more intensive process right, is driving a higher price of those projects. So we're doing a lot of steel repair and overcoat painting projects, but we are experiencing a little price inflation, and that requires us to sort of put additional money towards those projects to fund that higher level of useful life that we're going to get out of those completed projects.
Second question, basically on the overall structure of this, as you explained it, was about sort of, quote unquote, borrowing from projects and taking advantage of certain timing with certain projects. This is all in anticipation that we receive favorable results on these grant applications that we have. If they do not come through, what's the plan at that point to give back to the donor projects what was taken?
Well, over the course of a plan, both 2024 and historically plans, when projects get deferred out of that plan period, they're really first in line for the next plan to receive funding and get executed, right? Unless they were deferred because they were unneeded or because technology had changed and there was a different solution to the problem. So, I think projects that don't get their funding restored due to the state partnership grant receipt, later in the fall, or we don't have additional funds from other competitive grants that come in that help reflect that restoration, those projects will be really first in line for the next capital plan in terms of priority needs.
But I will add, because it's just a reality, that particular grant application is not a generic competitive grant under the federal programs. There were, as USDOT is well aware, it was central to the agreement that was achieved, brokered by Senator Schumer between Amtrak and the MTA to resolve a number of issues. One, to let Penn Access go forward, and two, to make sure that there was a resolution of a cost allocation debate about between the MTA and Amtrak about the East River tunnels. So there is a full awareness at FRA and the grants-making decision makers that the centrality of that grant application, supported by Senator Schumer, to key projects that they have supported moving forward. So I'm optimistic. We don't know the exact number, but I'm optimistic that grant application will meet with some success.
And it's all about leveraging acceleration. Plan Amendment 1 and Plan Amendment 2 allowed us to award Penn Access in December 21. So we're 18 months into design and actually actively involved in construction and replacing interlocking with a long-term outage. If we had waited for the grant and the results before we proceeded with that project, the East Bronx would, have had a much longer wait for that newly and well-deserved transit access.
Mr. Solomon?
Thank you for that. And certainly, I think we're all in favor of taking, advantage of timing. It's very much a dynamic plan. Certainly, the Crow audit said you should look at it every year and make changes. I would just note as well, and I hope that we're tracking this, which is that the reductions from each of the respective agencies, I understand, still follows the 75-25 split that has been traditional. So as we are looking at taking advantage of this timing, the question then becomes, when all is said and done, are we still at that 75-25 split between transit and between the commuter lines that I think we all just want to make sure stays intact? So as the money moves around, how is that being tracked? What's returned? What was put in the parking lot for a second, but now needs to come back to life?
Could you please use a transit analogy? Go ahead.
Absolutely. We have meticulous detail of what the donor projects are and what their status is, and that allows us to bring them back in proportionally when we have the opportunity to restore funds and sort of size the final envelope of the 2024 plan.
Mr. Brinkman.
More mundane question. Regarding the overcoating project, do we do controlled inspections after the installation?
Yeah, we do inspections during the process, as well as acceptance tests is when it's completed.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And some contracts we've experimented with third-party independent testing as well.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I was getting at, like a controlled, you know, from my construction background was mostly with fireproofing, and we always had to have a controlled inspector come in after the fact to verify that we had enough thickness on the steel. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? Committee loves paint. This is big action here, so I'm going to call for a. No, it's not on. What?
It's going to the full board.
Going to the full board.
Just an FYI.
Well, just FYI, we'll be calling for action. Thank you. Tomorrow. All right. Procurement. No, DDCR, please. Tracy Mitchell.
Hi, next slide. Great, so this is a snapshot of MW, DBE, and SDVOB from the federal and state projects, just for the capital projects. So for the first grid, there was a total of $1.6 billion. And this is only talking about from the period October 22 to March of 2023. On the federal level, it will not end for the year until September 30th. It's also important to note that for the federal payments for the DBEs, it's based on awards. And our goal is 20%. And right now you can see based on the 1.6 billion, 200 million has been awarded. So that gives us a 13% towards the 20% goal. I put the payments there of the 144, but we're viewed and measured against the payments, the awards. For the New York State MBE, so far for the whole year, April of 2022 to March of 2023, there was $1 billion awarded. Now, on the state projects, we're measured against payments. So if you look at the total payments of the 1.3 billion versus the 195 that was spent on MBE, it was 15% towards our goal, right? So MBE, WBE is 15% on the 1.3 billion, 187 million was spent, so that's 15%. Overall, for the MTA, we're exceeding the goal for last year of 30%. We're currently at 37%, the highest, and 3 consecutive years have exceeded the goal. And then on the last one for the disabled vets, 10 million was paid based on 518 million payments, which 2%, but statewide, usually one trends 2 to 3%. But I can say for MTA for last year, which ended March of 2023, we were at 5%, which is the highest we've ever been for disabled vets. That concludes my report.
Can you just explain on the federal DBE side the issue of allocations within design build contracts?
Right.
That's one of the sort of the tracking issues that
Correct.
we're all struggling with. Go ahead.
Right. So it's based on awards, but with bid build contracts, once it's awarded, a developer would send us a utilization plan which names all of the firms, MWBEs, DBEs, that they are going to utilize. In design build, we don't know that, right? They don't know that. So we've allowed them to use TBDs to be determined. So that's the struggle with design build versus bid build.
The initial stages of design build, it looks like your numbers are lower.
It's lower
and we're trying to
because it's
convince the
unknown.
federal government to give, if you allocate a particular subcontract to MW or SDVOB, for them to acknowledge that that will meet your goal, correct?
Exactly, to
So-
count the TBDs, but it's still unknown.
Yeah, so that's still a debate in progress with our federal overseers, right? Okay. That's one thing that's going on.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this issue? Okay. On to procurements. Mr. Plachaki, your swan song, sir.
Good afternoon. Construction and Development is presenting 13 procurement actions totaling $30.5 million to the Capital Program Committee for approval this month. The procurement package includes the following 5 competitive actions: the award of 4 personal services contracts for MTA Bridges and Tunnels 2023 biennial bridge inspections, and the modification to the 8th Avenue CBTC signal modernization contract to mitigate a design risk identified by the independent safety assessor. There are also 8 ratifications for the following items: a modification to the Metro-North Railroad Hudson Line Wayside Communications and Signal System Express Cable Installation Contract to address changed conditions and an unanticipated method for installing new fiber optic cable, a modification to provide additional construction phase support services, and an extension of the contract term by 9 months to support the Culver Line CBTC contract, 2 modifications to the bus radio contract that respectively provide for A, the design and construction of a new base station equipment shelter at the East New York train yard, and B, additional prototyping work associated with additional bus types identified after contract award, and 4 modifications to the contract for Sandy repair and flood mitigation at the 207th Street yard that provide for installation of redesigned pile foundations and an additional flood wall, and the reconfiguration of new wayside equipment to comply with appropriate train clearance requirements. All of these items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I submit these procurement actions for your consideration and vote. Thank you.
Any questions or comments on any of these? All right. I'll take a motion to approve all of them. Is that going forward? Am I misunderstanding? Anybody want to move it? Mr. Solomon, Mr. Chu, second. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? Okay, all those items are approved. I have to say, I was kidding before, but this is the last time we're going to have the benefit of having Steve Plachaki present to us as a board. And I had the great joy and pleasure of being able to roast him at a retirement party last week. There were a lot of things said that I won't repeat, but that was fun. But it was also a moment of, as I said, a bittersweet moment, because there's nobody who sort of represents the professionalism of some key senior and long-serving MTA employees than Steve Plachaki, who always managed, as we say, to make procurement exciting. So we are so grateful to you because you brought your A game every day, but also for the inspiration you gave in doing that to everybody else around you. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to keep it short. We're running late. It's been my absolute distinct pleasure and honor to have served this company for 35 and a half years. Thank you all.
All right. Well, that concludes today's agenda. May I have a motion to adjourn? Second, the item matters adjourned. Thanks.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time, and it tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most
All right, good. All right, folks. David, public speakers, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there are 3 speakers today. They're all virtual. The first, although there's nobody right there yet, the first speaker will be Jason Anthony, who will be followed by Charlton D'Souza, and the last speaker will be Andy Pollock. So the first one is Jason Anthony.
Thank you, David. Hey, Neil. On the Monday after my 37th birthday, a couple of things that I want to address here at the Finance Committee meeting. First, we need to approve once and for all congestion pricing. Although that our friends west of Hudson don't want it, we don't know why. Second, we want expand fair fares to include it in the commuter rails. And most and not least, tourists that visit our beloved city, we need to have attractable fares for them, because cities like Los Angeles and Chicago, they have attractable fares for them. Why not New York City to have attractable fares for them? So that's all I have to say, Neil. I'll see you guys next month.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Charlton D'Souza, who will be followed by Andy Pollock.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza from Passengers United. And I just wanted to say, in terms of the MTA's fare increase, there's some things that you'll need to relook at. So you know how you have the $7 peak fare proposal for the Long Island Railroad City ticket? The problem with the $7 fare is if somebody is paying $10, that means the MTA's vending machines have to make change. See, what I like about the $5 thing is it works because it's $5. You just put it in and that's it. There's no change. Everyone has a 5. But what I think y'all should do on the mobile apps, y'all should make the off-peak city ticket fare $3.75, and the peak fare for the Long Island Railroad city ticket should be $5, and the weekly, the Freedom Weekly Pass should be $50, so that people can put a $50 bill inside the machine, and that works as well. You'll need to relook at that fare structure, because $7 means y'all are gonna have to put more change in the vending machines. It doesn't work. And we really need it at $5. In terms of the fare being $2.90, I think the base fare should just be $2.75. Keep it short and simple. And there really shouldn't be any fare increases with all the crime and stuff going on. Another thing that we want is if you pay $2.75 on the bus with change, there should be an ability to give people a third transfer. I know Nassau and County Express does it, And is there a way with Omni that you guys can even do that, especially, when there's service disruptions on the weekends and late nights where people might have to take a third bus? Y'all need to take a look at that. And definitely, with accessibility in the ADA community, they should not have to pay the tolls on Access-a-Ride or on any of that. That is ridiculous. That proposal needs to be taken off the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Andy Pollock.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, Neil. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Andy Pollock, for the record, Passengers United. So, I'm going to talk this month about two things. Number one, the disability fare. Technically, it's a violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act to not mention that there's a possibility my disability fare could jump up from $135 to $150. So, the disability community, not just me, but everybody else in the disability community needs to know if our fare is going to go up, because again, that's clearly somewhat a violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And then the second thing I briefly want to touch upon, and this is specifically for Westchester County Executive George Latimer and Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman. So if the MTA is thinking of raising the fares to $2.90, this means that Beeline buses in Westchester, Nassau Intercounty Express buses are going to also have to jump up to $2.90. So we have not heard from those elected officials up in Westchester and Nassau, and our organization is going to be seeking those answers as soon as possible for the residents of both Westchester and Nassau County. So with that, I'm going to conclude my time. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, that concludes the public speakers.
Thank you, David. Just a brief remark. I'll just build on what our chair said earlier. Obviously, with Dick Ravage's passing, I think we can be quite honored that this Finance Committee has a relatively easy task in front of it, given his incredible work over decades when he was in this chair, literally and figuratively, as well as in his years since then, his advocacy for the MTA and our municipal finance. So it's an honor that we're able to have such an easy time. And then tonight is our last fair hearing, I believe, in this very room. So if Andy and others want to come and talk about any of our fair proposals, we will be here. I will be here to hear those. And having done those in years past, we do listen. We are here for not any other reason than to hear the public speak. So we'll be here. Now, a motion for the minutes of the May meeting, please.
So moved.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. Comments, corrections, deletions. Andrew.
Yes, we did receive this late, but I was glancing through it now, and if you look on page 9 under Metro North Long Island Railroad, it mentions Statement Island Rapid Transit Authority instead of Staten Island.
Okay. I've been there. You're right. Paige, you have the correction? Okay. With that in mind, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, motion passes. Thank you very much. Committee work plan is unchanged, page 12. David, budget watch, please.
Thank you. Results are for operations through May and subsidies through June and measured against the adopted budget. Key takeaways this month: continued positive results for fare box and toll revenue, with ridership tracking the McKinsey ridership projections and favorable yield per trip. Expenses remain below budget and under control. Debt service savings reflect management actions, and unfavorable subsidies reflect real estate transaction tax shortfalls, which are partially offset by other subsidies. Farebox revenue was $19 million, or 5% favorable in May, and through May was favorable by $57 million, or 3%. Farebox revenue through May, however, remains $540 million, or 28% less than the first 5 months of 2019 prior to the pandemic. Toll revenue was $14 million favorable, or 7% in May, and was $59 million, or 7% favorable year-to-date, reflecting higher than forecasted traffic. Operating expenses were $46 million, or 3% favorable in May, and year-to-date expenses were $210 million favorable, or 3%. Year-to-date, 31% of the operating expense favorability is attributable to payroll and health and welfare costs due to vacancies, including the additional overtime to cover vacancies, and another 18% is due to lower electric power expenses, with the remainder predominantly timing related. Overtime was $29 million, or 39% unfavorable in May, and was $92 million, or 25% unfavorable year-to-date. Overruns were primarily due to vacancy and absentee coverage. At New York City Transit, where most of the unfavorable variance has occurred, about $31 million of Transit's $85 million year-to-date unfavorable variance is due to vacancies, which is offset by New York City Transit payroll savings of $55 million year-to-date. Debt service was $119 million favorable, or 59% in May, primarily due to the prepayment of May debt service that was done in April, and that's mostly offset by the negative debt service variance that we recognized last month. Year-to-date debt service was $122 million, or 10% favorable, due to refunding and interest prepayment savings. Subsidies were $125 million unfavorable year-to-date through June, or 5%. Primarily reflecting the real estate transaction taxes, which were unfavorable by $187 million, or 33%, and for higher vehicle surcharge, which was unfavorable by $16 million, or 9%. Partially offsetting these favorable results were the payroll mobility tax, $50 million favorable, the petroleum business tax, $10 million favorable, and MMTO, which was $15 million favorable. The additional MMTO reflects $7.5 million per month, which was part of the additional state enacted budget that we received that began on April 1st. Taken together, operating results through May and operating budget subsidies through June, these results are favorable by $325 million against the budget, or 13%. And that concludes Budget Watch.
Questions, comments? Okay, so let's just highlight one thing pretty important. If everyone caught the beginning of what David said, on farebox revenue, we have broken through the high case of the McKinsey assessment. Okay? That's really good news. Really good news. Now, David, you may want to explain to us why we have broken through the high case for farebox revenue dollars, but we're only at the mid case for ridership. What's the difference there?
So really quickly, if you look at the ridership and farebox revenue graph that's at the beginning of Budget Watch, I think it's on the second page, you'll see that the ridership is tracking with the McKinsey projections. Last month it was a little bit below, this month it's a little bit ahead, but the farebox revenue is much higher because passengers are paying higher price per ticket. They're buying fewer of the monthlies, they're buying fewer of the weeklies on the commuter railroads, they're buying fewer of the 7-day and the 30-day passes on the MetroCards. So the cost per trip is higher. It doesn't mean, and that's essentially, so it's the average yield is higher.
So we are happy people aren't buying monthlies in some ways.
Well, bottom line, I'll just go back from what you just said. Really, people are buying what they need to buy.
Yeah, well said, well said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what we say, that's what we say in television, when you want it, where you want it. David, go ahead.
Okay, there is a downside, obviously, because of the concentration of lower-income people who don't get the 30-day, but are stuck with the same day and weekly. So there's sort of a fly in this ointment that we're hitting people who have the least resources.
You know, I just read the obituary for Dick Ravitch, and it said no matter how dark he got, everyone else got, he was always a little bit more gray. So thanks for that negative spin on it. But keep going.
Yeah, I guess I would just say we're, looking at that, and clearly, as we look to the fare adjustment, thinking about the weekly and monthly to make them as cost effective as possible to, both we've seen the demographics of lower income buying more of the weeklies as well as the essential workers and so forth. So part of the idea of the fare mix is to address the issue you mentioned.
Thank you, David. Anyone else? Okay, great. Thank you, David. Olga, over to you on Finance Watch, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. Today in Finance Watch on page 19, we have an update on the schedule of the bond transaction we discussed last month. The bonds are scheduled to price later this week and close in early July. We are structuring bonds with maturities in 5, 7, and 10 years. The structure intends to take advantage of attractive rates in this part of the interest rate curve. As structured, the bonds are expected to have interest cost as measured by TIC of approximately 3.1%. For comparison, both short-term rates and long-term rates substantially higher. The TIC rate on the 30-year bond is approximately 4.4%, and short-term rates are currently also north of 4%. Are there any questions I can help to address?
Anyone? Okay, hearing none, thank you, Olga. We have one action item on the agenda. David, please.
Certainly. The action item is requesting approval for the annual payment of the state assessment on the MTA and its constituent agencies for the Public Work Enforcement Fund, the PWEF. State law requires state agencies and authorities to pay an assessment based on 1/10 of the value of public work construction projects entered into, excluding rolling stock contracts. PWEF assessments are used to cover State Department of Labor's expenses related to its enforcement of the state's prevailing wage law. The state and the MTA have a procedural agreement with payments made each year based on the estimated amount of public work contracts, with adjustments made for the prior year's difference between that year's projection and what turned out to be the actuals. The 2023 payment reflects a 2023 estimate of $5.19 million and a 2022 true-up adjustment of $2.51 million. The result is a required PWEF payment of $7,702,409, and the staff summary can be found on page 20 of the committee book.
Thank you, David. Motion. Thank you, Lisa. Second. Thank you, thank you, Sammy. Any questions, comments for David? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstentions. Motion passes. Thank you, David. Lizette, playing a role as the acting chief procurement officer on top of your other duties. Please, the floor is yours for MTA HQ procurement.
Thank you very much, Chair. There is one action for MTA headquarters for Finance Committee approval in the amount of $17.6 million, and this action can be found in the committee book on page 26. This action is an extension of a competitively solicited miscellaneous service contract with Cubic Transportation Systems, Inc. to provide in-depot maintenance services for the Bus Customer Information System Hardware Subsystem, or BHS. BHS is the hardware portion of the MTA's vehicle location system. It provides a real-time bus locations that are critical to many of our information systems like bus time, digital signs, and Omni. It's installed on more than 5,800 buses, and Cubic is the sole manufacturer of spare parts for its BHS units that are in need of repair or replacement. Cubic also handles the on-bus replacement and product return for the BHS Plus hardware, which was designed in-house and manufactured by other manufacturers that don't rely on Cubic for parts. And this contract period will be 2 years plus 2 one-year options for a total duration of 4 years. Work provided under this modification also includes diagnostic, onboard, holistic network health checks, and improved service level agreements response times from 48 to 24 hours to support Omni requirements. Cubic agreed to continue offering labor rates as negotiated in the prior modification that was established in 2019, and the total cost for this 4-year extension is estimated at $18.2 million. However, Cubic provided a reduction of $500,000, which yields a total estimate of $17.6 million for the 4-year period. The first 2 years of this extension will allow the MTA time to develop a longer-term strategy for competitive procurement.
Thank you for explaining the acronym of CIS. That bus time tool was pretty amazing. I saw it in action on Sunday night. I'm amazed how accurate it is. A motion, please. Okay, well, let's do the motion second, then we'll entertain thank you, sir. Second. Thank you. Okay, questions.
Lizette, are you referring to the bus countdown clocks that are on city streets as part of this?
Come over the mic. Go over the mic.
We'll have someone who can
Thank you, because
who can
those
answer
have
specifics.
some real issues.
So the bus countdown clocks are fed from the bus time system. The bus countdown clocks have some issues with City DOT. City DOT is working to fix them, but the accuracy of the information still remains. It is similar to what the chair said about bus time. So I don't foresee any connection between bus time and the city countdown clocks. That's something
No, I
that the
think
city
there's
has to fix.
something in the translation by the time DOT gets them up and running, but there have been several issues that people have reported, and I've gone out and checked, and they're way off. So,
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Lizette, continue, please, if you wouldn't mind, with the agency procurement item.
Sure thing. There's one information item on page 28 of your committee book for Metro North Railroad on behalf of the Connecticut Department of Transportation, which was approved by its respective committee, requesting to exercise an option to purchase 6 dual-mode locomotives. There are no information items for Long Island Railroad this month. There are no items for New York City Transit or bridges and tunnels. Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lizette. All right, consolidated financial and operational reports are apparently on page 29 of your books. Are there any comments, questions, or thoughts on those documents? Hearing none, I'll move to our pinch hitter for Mr. Florio's absence. Is it pronounced Shantae?
Yes, that's correct.
Enchanté, Shantae.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Chairman. Real estate has 5 action items for consideration and approval. Please note that there were 8 action items. However, items B, F, and H have been removed from this month's agenda. There are now 5 items for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. The first is a lease amendment with Premium Brands, LLC, for retail space at 2 Broadway. The second item is an amendment to the agreement with BP 347 Madison Developer, LLC. The third is a modification to the Madison Avenue Development Agreement with Boston Properties. The fourth item covers agreements with Amtrak to permit the construction of its Hudson Tunnel concrete caisson under the Long Island Railroad Western Rail Yard. The fifth item is for the MTA Metro North Railroad regarding the sale of development rights at 180 East 135th Street, Port Morris, Bronx. Bob Paley, head of MTA Transit Oriented Development, is here to answer any questions regarding the second, third, fourth, and fifth action items. There are, in addition, 11 information items. The first 5 information items are with MTA New York City Transit. They are a lease agreement between New York City Transit and 2558 Grand Concourse LLC for employee swing space in support of bus operations at 2558 Grand Concourse in the Bronx. Also, an amendment to the agreement between New York City Transit and A&H Laundry of Brooklyn LLC for restroom access at 9814 4th Avenue in Brooklyn. A permit agreement between New York City Transit and New York City Economic Development Corporation for utility removal work at 65 Commercial Street in Brooklyn. An access agreement between New York City Transit and Woodside Landmark Realty LLC for property required in connection with the rehabilitation of substation roofs and enclosures projects in Queens. And access agreements between New York City Transit and Beige Family Realty Company, LLC, for property required in connection with the rehabilitation of substation roofs and enclosures project in Queens. The next 4 information items are with the MTA Long Island Railroad. 3 items describe license agreements between the Long Island Railroad and JPA Consolidated for 3 retail units at A, the Manhasset Station, B, the Port Washington Station, C, the Lynbrook Station, and an access agreement between the Long Island Railroad and Rose Breslin Associates, LLC, to facilitate site survey and other preliminary work in connection with the Yap Hank Station relocation project in Brookhaven. The 10th information item is with the MTA Metro North Railroad and is a short-term permit agreement between Metro North Railroad and Dia Art Foundation for access and parking for the event at the Beacon Station. The 11th item is for the MTA Staten Island Railway and is a license agreement between SIR and Staten Island Chamber of Commerce for banner placement at 293 Bay Street in Staten Island. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding any of the foregoing or information items presented.
You certainly got a small portion this month in your colleague's absence. Wow. All right, motion to approve this entire slate of things. Thank you, David. Second. Second. Thank you, Sharif. All right, comments or questions, please? No one. All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstention? Well done, Shantae.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes. I guess I'll ask for that most joyous of things. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Second. Thank you. All right, folks, we'll see you at the fair hearing in tomorrow. Take care. Thank you.